Chapter 1666. However, the current situation was actually good news for the Firebird. With the 8 chains restraining the heavenly thunder flame, the Firebird was barely able to put up a fight. As soon as Xianxia appeared on this battlefield, the heavenly thunder flame noticed him, and its huge single eye suddenly flashed a bright light that converged into a beam of light that shot towards Xianxia. Another ant, but it's just the right thing to do. It's your honor to become stronger. The heavenly thunder flame's voice boomed, causing the entire world to tremble. A devouring force descended on Xianxia, and the beam of light seemed to contain an irresistible force that seemed to want to swallow Xianxia's soul avatar. Xianxia coldly snorted as his spiritual energy burst out like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as Xianxia broke free from the suction force, shattering it into nothingness. An ant dares to resist my will? Unforgivable. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to be enraged, and a thick tentacle-like arm swept towards Xianxia with the force of a thunderbolt. The Firebird cried out and spat out a pillar of fire from its mouth, blocking Xianxia's path and repelling the tentacle. Xianxia stood there indifferently, observing carefully, not in a hurry to take action. For the time being, he didn't know how to deal with a strange creature like the heavenly thunder flame. Now that he was here in his soul avatar, his physical body was still inside the volcanic crater, so he couldn't use his Saint Chi to help the Firebird fight. The only thing he could use was his spiritual energy. He didn't want to alert the enemy. As the tentacles swept out from all directions, the heavenly thunder flame seemed to realize how important Xianxia was to the Firebird and shamelessly gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead focused on protecting Xianxia. The Firebird could only passively defend. Xianxia's sudden arrival. This seemed to make the Firebird situation even worse. With Xianxia as the center, the two strange existences once again began fighting. As time passed by, the Firebird's aura gradually weakened while the heavenly thunder flame remained as fierce as ever, showing no signs of weakening. Here it is. I am the ruler, and all of you ants have to submit to me. The heavenly thunder flames was transmitted again. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. Feeling Xianxia's joy, the Firebird's aura also became much more invigorated. A dazzling light burst out from its body, and it once again tangled with the heavenly thunder fire. They devoured each other's energy. I've already seen through your tricks. Today is the day you die. Xianxia shouted in a low voice. He suddenly stretched his hand forward. A strange energy fluctuation shot out. It isolated the space around the heavenly thunder flame. That was the power of space. Although Xianxia's soul avatar could not use the Saint Chi of his physical body, his attainments in the Tao of space were still perfectly fine. He cut off the connection between the heavenly thunder flame and a certain direction with spatial power. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to be startled for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed across its single eye. It actually gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead launched a frantic attack on Xianxia. Sure enough, Xianxia laughed. The heavenly thunder flame's actions confirmed his guess. Not hesitating any longer, Xianxia sent out a mysterious space force from his soul avatar and spread out, gradually forming another cage. In just a dozen breaths of time, this cage had taken shape. The invisible space cage had isolated the heavenly thunder flame from the outside world and shrouded it together with the Firebird. This cage had no effect on the Firebird, but it posed a fatal threat to the heavenly thunder flame. The heavenly thunder flame could no longer absorb energy from the surrounding environment to restore itself. Xianxia observed for a long time and found that the heavenly thunder flame had an invisible connection with the surrounding magma and the scorching heat underground. No matter how much of its essence was devoured by the Firebird, it could quickly restore itself. On the other hand, the Firebird had no such advantage. This was not surprising, though. After all, this was the place where the heavenly thunder flame was trapped. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so it naturally knew how to take advantage of its surroundings to create advantages for itself. As for the cage formed by the Tao of space, this advantage had been shattered in an instant. Let's go together. It can't restore itself now. Xianxia shouted to the Firebird, and his soul avatar approached the heavenly thunder flame uncharacteristically. You think you can deal with me with ant-like means? Without the help of the outside world, you are no match for me. None of you are a match for me. The heavenly thunder flame growled disdainfully. Then let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Xianxia sneered and shouted, Demon Eye of Annihilation. Xianxia's left eye suddenly flashed with golden light, and a vertical and narrow golden pupil immediately appeared. From this pupil, a beam of light containing mysterious power shot straight towards the heavenly thunder flame's huge eye. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body shook, and it roared as if it had been injured. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of purifying one's soul. The heavenly thunder flame had developed sentience and a soul, so it was naturally suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body twisted as its countless tentacle-like arms wildly swung about, as if it wanted to collapse the entire space around it. The Firebird rushed up, opened its mouth, and bit down on the heavenly thunder flame's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed into the Firebird's body through its mouth. The heavenly thunder flame's momentum rapidly declined. I want you dead. You ants have angered me. The heavenly thunder flame roared as its tentacles flew back, wrapped around the Firebird's body, and threw it far away. Immediately after, it turned its single eye towards Xianxia, and a murderous and destructive aura descended on Xianxia. From the Firebird's single eye, a beam of light that was able to resist the golden light of annihilation shot towards Xianxia. It was conceivable that once this beam of light enveloped Xianxia's soul avatar would be reduced to nothingness. Blossoming Lotus, Xianxia shouted. In the golden pupil of his left eye, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it swayed slightly. Then it disappeared. But in the heavenly thunder flame's eyes, the lotus flower had rushed into its knowledge sea. Using the heavenly thunder flame's natal soul as its source, the lotus flower madly swallowed and began to slowly bloom. Every time it bloomed, its soul would wither a little. When the lotus flower bloomed halfway, the heavenly thunder flame's body began to sway, as if it was drunk, and its originally solid body became somewhat illusory. Xianxia felt like his head was going to split open, and he could barely suppress it. He let out a miserable howl. In order to deal with the heavenly thunder flame, he had almost instantly released all of his spiritual energy just to condense that lotus flower. The effect was gratifying. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and had no spare energy to deal with him. A low roar of anger and a painful howl came from the heavenly thunder flame's mouth. The Firebird took the opportunity to break free from the several tentacles and opened its mouth wide. The natal artifact refining furnace suddenly appeared. Under the Firebird's crazy urging, the artifact refining furnace began to spin, and an amazing suction force came from the mouth of the furnace. The heavenly thunder flame's already swaying body could not resist the pull of this force and gradually floated towards the artifact refining furnace. No! The heavenly thunder flame roared madly, but it was useless. The lotus flower planted in its soul by the blossoming lotus secret technique had consumed more than half of its spiritual energy and could no longer resist the Firebird's attack. It howled miserably. The heavenly thunder flame was sucked into the artifact refining furnace like a wisp of smoke. The Firebird turned its head and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia covered his forehead, looked at each other, and gently nodded, sending an encouraging look. The Firebird flapped its wings, turned into a ball of fire, and wrapped the artifact refining furnace, and then sank into the magma below. Their battle was not over yet. The next battle would be inside the artifact refining furnace, but different from before, it would be the Firebird's home field. It would definitely have the advantage. Xianxia was unable to interfere. He believed that when the Firebird appeared again, it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Turning his head, Yang Kai looked around. Yang Kai did not remain in place and immediately left, his soul avatar returning to his body. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw the stone mongoose looking at him with concern. After casting it a reassuring look, Yang Kai immediately took out some spirit pills. Stuffing them into his mouth, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began refining them. Time passed by. The tearing pain in Yang Kai's mind gradually disappeared. With the help of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy was restored extremely quickly, and after a day, he was completely fine. Moreover, after this battle, Yang Kai found that the strength of his spiritual energy had actually increased. This was good news. A fragrant wind blew from behind, and without turning his head, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Congratulations, Senior. Iceheart Valley is now the dominant force on Scarlet Wave Star. It can be said that you have dominated this star. Congratulations. Luo Li's faint voice came from behind. This queen has no intention of dominating anything. Everything she did was to settle some grievances. If Brilliant Flame Sect is not destroyed, many people from Iceheart Valley will die in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This statement was in line with Luo Li's intentions. But this time, it is all thanks to you, young man. If it weren't for you restraining the heavenly thunder flame, my Iceheart Valley would not have been able to act so smoothly, Luo Li said gratefully. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. And what about those from Brilliant Flame Sect? Those above the Origin Returning Realm were all killed. Those below the Origin Returning Realm who killed Iceheart Valley's disciples were also killed. As for the others, they were all crippled and released, Luo Li replied. Senior is too kind. You want to say that this queen is too soft-hearted, right? Luo Li smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare. Senior has her reasons for doing so. This junior does not dare criticize, Yang Kai said lightly. Luo Li smiled and said, if you want to say it, say it. It's just that Brilliant Flame Sect has tens of thousands of disciples. If I were to kill them all, the heavens would not allow it. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. A cultivator should act in accordance with their heart. Luo Li was not a murderous person, so if she really went against her heart and killed all of Brilliant Flame Sect disciples, it may affect her temperament and be detrimental to her. Although releasing those disciples seemed a bit benevolent, it was in line with Luo Li's heart. Chapter 1667. Young man Yang, where's the heavenly thunder fire now? Luo Li asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the bottom of the magma. It's still there at the moment, but it won't be long before it disappears. Luo Li's body shook as a look of horror flashed across her beautiful eyes. She naturally knew the ferocity of the heavenly thunder fire, but listening to Yang Kai's words, he actually had the means to extinguish it, which was beyond Luo Li's expectations. In her opinion, Yang Kai might have the ability to restrain the heavenly thunder fire so that she could deal with Brilliant Flame Sect freely. As such, after dealing with Brilliant Flame Sect's matters, she immediately rushed here to help Yang Kai. She had never thought that there would be nothing for her to do here. Young man Yang's means are truly heaven-defying. This queen truly admires you. Luo Li sincerely admired him. Even if she took action personally, she wasn't confident she could extinguish the heavenly thunder fire. But Yang Kai seemed to have such ability. Senior is too kind. Since there is nothing to do here, this queen will not stay any longer. Young man, if you have free time, please visit my Iceheart Valley as a guest. Iceheart Valley will surely welcome you with open arms. There will be an opportunity, Yang Kai said noncommittally. Luo Li didn't hesitate and quickly left. After Luo Li left, another person flew down from the volcano's crater and sat down beside Yang Kai, exuding a refreshing cold aura. It was Su Yan. Turning his head, Kai Yang reached out and grabbed one of her small hands. Holding it in his palm, he gently played with it. Su Yan didn't speak, just wearing a quiet smile on her face as she stared at the tumbling magma in front of her, leaning her head on Yang Kai's shoulder with a look of satisfaction on her face. The senior sister and junior brother pair seemed to have finally had time to enjoy each other's company. Junior brother, where are we going next? After a long while. After a long time, Su Yin asked. Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star? Where is that? Shadowed Star is far, far away, but it is much better than today's Tongxian realm. Although there is a strange world principle suppression there, it is very suitable for the people of Tongxian realm to develop. We have a high heaven sect over there, sitting on a treasure trove. Xianxia described the beauty of Shadowed Star one by one, causing Su Yin to yearn for it. In the vast star territory, the territory was limitless. It didn't matter where she went as long as she had this man by her side to accompany her. Even if it was the ends of the earth, it would still be his home. At this moment, Su Yin felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The battle between the Firebird and the Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to have lasted for a very long time. Xianxia and Su Yin sat at the mouth of the volcano for half a month, but the battle below had yet to decide a winner. On the other hand, Bing Long came and gave Xianxia a lot of space rings, all of which contained the wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect. Precious ores, herbs, finished artifacts, pills, martial arts books, hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, all in one go. The list went on and on. This time, Iceheart Valley was able to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect in one fell swoop, thanks to Xianxia. So naturally, they didn't dare take all the wealth they had plundered from Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters. After receiving instructions from Luo Li, Bing Long personally divided the huge wealth into two, one for Iceheart Valley, while the other for Xianxia. This was an expression of goodwill from Iceheart Valley, an attempt to mend a relationship between them. Xianxia understood this in his heart and naturally did not refuse, quickly accepting the space rings. Now that he had brought tens of thousands of people to Shadowed Star, he needed a lot of cultivation materials. The wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect was enough for the people of Tongxian realm to use for 10 or 20 years. Although Xianxia did not leave the mouth of the volcano, he could still detect the movements of Iceheart Valley's people. After Brilliant Flame Sect was destroyed, this Brilliant Flame mountain range became ownerless, and the people of Iceheart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Obviously, it was not suitable to open a branch here. However, Iceheart Valley had many affiliated sects, and these days, some of them had moved to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range to reoccupy this treasured land. None of this had anything to do with Xianxia. To Scarlet Wave Star, he was just a passerby. While waiting, Xianxia and Su Yin talked about everything that had happened to each other over the past 30 years. Every little thing they talked about made the other party listen with great interest. From time to time, they would meditate and cultivate. The two of them found that when they cultivated together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The Saint Qi between them flowed endlessly, like a surging river, madly absorbing the surrounding world energy and pouring it into their bodies. Time flew by, and half a month later, the two people who were cultivating seemed to sense something and open their eyes at the same time to look down. Down below, the roaring magma was actually calming down, and the terrifying heat around them was also decreasing at a noticeable rate. The flowing magma even seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat from this volcanic crater. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he faintly guessed what was happening and began watching expectantly. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the volcanic crater had dropped to its normal state, and even if an ordinary person who had never cultivated came here, they wouldn't feel much discomfort. The roiling magma in front of them had already begun to show signs of solidification. An aura was rapidly rising from the depths below. This aura was familiar to Xianxia, causing a smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk a beam of red light shot out from below, and the Firebird, which was about 10 meters long, suddenly floated in midair. Its entire body was a dazzling fiery red, and on its body, purple lightning flashed, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Xianxia raised his brow as he stared at the Firebird in surprise, feeling the powerful aura coming from its body and secretly feeling shocked. The Firebird had undoubtedly successfully swallowed the heavenly thunder fire and obtained a soul evolution. After this evolution, the Firebird was no longer the same as before. Was it at least 10 times stronger? Xianxia felt a pressure from the Firebird that only an Origin King could give him. Was the Firebird now comparable to an Origin King? Xianxia's face lit up with joy. Screech! The Firebird raised its head and let out a crisp and clear cry. It seemed to be very excited as well. Immediately, its figure began to spin as it folded its wings, and its entire body underwent an earth-shattering change in a very short time. The other had a fiery figure. A beautiful woman with fluttering red hair suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was dumbfounded in an instant. Looking around, the beautiful woman who appeared in front of him was simply unbelievably beautiful. Her delicate face was decorated with flawless facial features and slender willowy eyebrows. She had a delicate jade nose and thin, tender red lips that shone with a ruby-like luster, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her seductive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and two beautiful legs that descended from her thighs. Her snow-white, jade-like feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Xianxia suddenly felt a little dizzy. Suyin was also surprised and covered her mouth with her small hands. Immediately, she seemed to remember something and smiled towards Kai Yang, her eyes filled with deep meaning. You, how did you become like this? Xianxia pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird and asked somewhat incoherently. Greetings, Master. The Firebird suddenly bowed to Xianxia. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all as passionate as her fiery figure and indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Xianxia could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Xianxia was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. The Firebird nodded and thought for a moment before saying, After fusing with that guy, I can speak now. I can already speak. Why? Does Master not like me like this? Should I like it? Xianxia's brow furrowed a few times as he caught a glimpse of Su Yin looking at him with interest from the corner of his eyes, causing him to feel a little guilty. Of course, I follow Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so shut up. Xianxia was furious and took a deep breath before turning to look at Su Yin and saying in a serious tone, This is slander. This is slander, senior sister. Please don't take it seriously. Su Yin smiled sweetly and said, Naturally, I believe in junior brother. Then it's my fault. Firebird thought seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yin. Greetings, mistress. Little girl has good eyesight. Xianxia cast a look of approval towards the Firebird. Su Yin smiled and stepped forward, taking the Firebird's hand and saying, You don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're quite young in your current form. So from now on, let's call each other sisters. You followed junior brother for so many years, so you must know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women. The Firebird frowned and replied with some reluctance. Xianxia's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still preferred the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that the Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, now that she's in human form, does she have a name? Su Yin didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Xianxia shook his head and turned to the Firebird. Do you want to have a name? A strange light flashed across the Firebird's eyes as she quickly said, I ask Master to grant me a name. A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yen. Xianxia didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and two beautiful legs. Snow white, jade white feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Xianxia suddenly felt a little dizzy. Suyin also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai, her eyes filled with deep meaning. You, how did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird, somewhat incoherent. Greetings, Master. Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold. Not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, after fusing with that guy, I can speak now. What's wrong? Master doesn't like me like this. Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times, glancing at Su Yin from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest. He couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Of course, I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so shut up. Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yin and saying seriously, This is slander, senior sister. Please don't take it seriously. Su Yin smiled sweetly and said, I naturally believe in junior brother. Then it's my fault. Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yin. Greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yin pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand. You don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sister from now on. You followed junior brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women, Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, she now has a human body. Does she have a name? Suyin didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to Firebird. Do you want to have a name? Firebird's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quickly said, Please grant me a name, Master. A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real-life form. Let's call her Lu Yin. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Chapter 1668. The pitch-black Origin King Great Starship sailed deep into Starry Skies territory, moving in a certain direction without needing anyone to control it. Inside the starship, only a small number of cultivator monitors the surrounding movements. Yang Kai was not here, but had entered the sealed world bead. This was a journey home. Shadowed Star was the new home of these people from Tongxian realm. It had been a year since they left Scarlet Wave Star, and over the past year, the starship had been sailing safely and smoothly according to the route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally, they would encounter some small troubles, but with the help of the crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. With the tyrannical power of the Origin King Great Starship, not many people could afford to provoke it. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and Xianxia were constantly refining pills, spending a lot of financial and material resources to improve the cultivation of the people from Tongxian realm. The overall strength of the human, monster, and demon clans had skyrocketed, and Saint Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. The top masters of the three clans had now reached the second or third order Saint King realm, their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This was a process of accumulation. The situation of Tongxian realm and Shadowed Star was different. The former was due to the lack of world energy, which limited the cultivation of cultivators, while the latter was due to the suppression of world principles. Now, inside the small sealed world, the world energy was rich, and the supply of cultivation materials was abundant, so the cultivator from Tongxian realm could naturally develop and improve their strength. Xianxia Zhu and the others also explained the mysteries of cultivation to them, so it would be strange if they did not make rapid progress. Every day, the atmosphere inside the sealed world bead was jubilant, and every day, someone would break through their shackles and advance to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his closest relatives. Everyone had selfish motives. Yang Kai was no exception. His parents, grandmaster, ancestral founder, his martial uncles, the old demon, and so on. All of them were personally refined by Yang Kai, using all kinds of heaven-defying pills to transform their physiques, clear their meridians, and thoroughly enhance their potential and aptitude. At a window on the second floor of a palace, there was a beautiful figure standing by the window. A gentle breeze brushed past, ruffling her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance. Her gaze was fixed on a handsome young man. Her gaze was gentle. There was also a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. Sister Qiu. Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Qiu Yiming withdrew her gaze and turned around to see a pair of twin sisters, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. "You've come." Qiu Yiming smiled slightly and collected her thoughts. "Sit down." Hu Jiao looked at her thoughtfully. He looked out of the window again. When he saw the busy figure in the square, he suddenly sighed. "It seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if I can catch up to him in this lifetime." "That's right. The more I cultivate, the more I feel like the distance between us is growing." Hu Mei's expression also dimmed. Qiu Yiming pursed her lips and smiled. "Why are two little sisters so discouraged? The secret art you two cultivate is at least much better than this elder sister's. Now, you've both reached the Second Order Saint King realm, while this elder sister has only just entered the Saint King realm. That being said, I heard that he has already reached the Third Order Origin returning realm." Hu Mei showed a worried look. The only ones who can accompany him now are only Su Yin and Su Yin. I don't know how they cultivated, but both of them have already reached the Origin returning realm. A few days ago, Xianxia broke through to the Second Order Origin returning realm. Just thinking about it makes me angry. They have their own opportunities. We just need to work hard on our own. Don't try to catch up to him. Just don't fall too far behind him." Qiu Yiming persuaded. Elder Sister Qiu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiao looked at Qiu Yiming with admiration. Qiu Yiming smiled and said, "Since we chose to leave Tongxian realm with him, we should have this kind of heart. If we feel despair, we might as well stay on Tongxian realm and become the overlords. What do you think, two little sisters?" Hu Jiao and Hu Mei glanced at each other and nodded solemnly. "Good, enough with the small talk. Come with me. I have also made an appointment with the other young talents of the monster race and demon race. This time, the younger generation of our three clans will have a good competition. Only through competition can people grow." Qiu Yiming got up and beckoned to the two women. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei quickly followed. The days inside the sealed world bead were calm and uneventful. Time flew by, and soon another year had passed. One day, Yang Kai was dual cultivating with Su Yin, their palms pressed together as their Saint Qi flowed freely through each other's bodies. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Su Yin also opened her eyes and asked suspiciously. "We seem to have arrived," Yang Kai grinned. "Have we finally arrived?" Su Yin was also quite happy. It was such a long journey. Shadowed Star is very remote. If it weren't for the Origin King grade starship, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Come with me. Good, call Ningchang as well. After informing Xianxia, the trio's figures flickered and appeared inside the starship. Immediately, a High Heaven Sect disciple stepped forward and reported, "Sect Master, Shadowed Star is up ahead. We've finally arrived home." His expression was one of excitement. Unlike the people from Tongxian realm, he was a disciple of the Haika family and was born on Shadowed Star. This time, he had been out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so naturally he missed home. "Please give us your instructions, Sect Master." The High Heaven Sect disciple respectfully asked for instructions. "Go." "Yes." The next moment, the starship quickly flew towards the huge cultivation star. and after a quarter of an hour, entered the atmosphere, and the enchanting scenery below immediately entered their eyes. Xianxia did not let the starship continue to sail, and instead took Su Yin and Xianxia away, put the starship into the sealed world bead, and directed his star shuttle to descend. The Origin King-grade starship was too ostentatious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia did not want to expose it to the eyes of the world. Su Yin and Xianxia had just arrived, so when they felt the rich world energy aura here, both of them wore looks of pleasant surprise as they breathed in the air with exaggerated excitement. "Junior brother, what city is that down there?" "It's so big," Xianxia pointed to the city below and asked. "This? I'm not too sure." Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. Although he'd spent a lot of time on Shadowed Star, the entire Shadowed Star was simply too big, so he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, no longer making things difficult for Kai Yang. "Oh." Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he carefully observed the outline of the city below and laughed. "I know where this is." "Where is this?" "This is Heavenly Fate's city." Xianxia pointed down. "Look over there. Do you see a mountain range? When I first came to Shadowed Star, I settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Later, this place was besieged by many people, and after a great battle, Dragon Cave Mountain was destroyed, so we migrated to the current High Heaven sect." Following the direction of his finger, Su Yin and Xianxia really saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps because Xianxia had once stayed here, the two women looked at this mountain range with eyes full of affection. "It's really fate," Su Yin said with some emotion. When Xianxia first came to Shadowed Star, he had landed here, and on his return this time, he had inadvertently come to this place as well. The trajectories of history were amazingly overlapping. It really is fate. "Come, follow me down. I know the city lord of Heavenly Fate's city, so I can borrow his space array." Xianxia waved his hand and rushed down. Heavenly Fate's city lord was Fei Ji too, and if not for his injury causing his cultivation to fall, he would have left Shadowed Star with Xianxia, just like Qiantong. After so many years, Xianxia wondered if Fei Ji 2's cultivation had recovered. When Xianxia was still weak, Fei Ji 2 had taken good care of him, something Xianxia had always remembered. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere down below. "Junior brother, someone is fighting," Su Yin noticed and pointed in a certain direction to Xianxia. Xianxia turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing, but suddenly his expression shook, and he came to a stop, his expression becoming strange. How could it be them? Although they were separated by several hundred kilometers, with the strength of Xianxia's current divine sense, he was able to instantly detect the identity of the two parties involved in this battle. It turned out to be Shadow Moon Hall's disciples Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er. These two were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous young talents throughout Shadowed Star. After so many years, the cultivation of these two seemed to have improved greatly, and when they joined forces, they were able to display terrifying combat power far surpassing that of the First Order Origin returning realm. However, the other side they were fighting was even more powerful. There were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, and there was even a Third Order Origin returning realm master among them. They had surrounded Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, not giving them any opportunity to escape. How could it be them? Xianxia was puzzled. This place was near Heavenly Fate's city and was within Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were the future pillars of Shadow Moon Hall. The former was the disciple of the old Hall Master, while the latter was Qiantong's disciple. Their identities and statuses were extraordinary. Who would dare attack these two in Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence? Xianxia instinctively felt that something was not quite right, as if something big had happened on Shadowed Star during the years he had been away. "Junior brother, do you know them?" Su Yin asked. "And let's go take a look." Xianxia's face became calm as he led Su Yin and Xianxia over. A few hundred kilometers away, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were fighting a bloody battle, their opponents 5 Origin returning realm masters. Even though Wei Guchong and Dong Xian'er's combat strength was quite good, they were still outnumbered. On top of that, they seemed to have experienced a lot of battles recently, causing their Saint Qi to be weak and their auras to be somewhat unstable. If it weren't for the moon-like artifact floating above Wei Guchong's head, these enemies would have already swarmed up and killed the two. The moon-like artifact, stimulated by Wei Guchong's secret technique, exuded a soft light that transformed into a myriad of illusions, capable of both attacking and defending. At every critical moment, it saved Wei Guchong and Dong Xian'er's lives. Chapter 1669. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchong was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 origin returning realm masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xian were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a third-order origin returning realm master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchong as he shouted, "Martial nephew Wei, don't be stubborn, hand over the heavenly moon silver plate, and martial uncle will spare your life." Bah! Wei Guchong spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xieli, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm a sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard. Ha ha! If you want me to hand over the heavenly moon silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchong's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xieli's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchong's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xieli did not explode on the spot, and instead continued to persuade. "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation. Don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial Uncle sees that you are young and ignorant and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the heavenly moon silver plate, and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xian'er's safety? At such a tender age, if she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt?" Wei Guchong's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xian'er, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xieli was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchong's momentum. Dong Xian'er clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xian'er can live and die with Big Brother in this life. I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the heavenly moon silver plate." "Xian'er," Wei Guchong called out softly. At that moment, Xieli's eyes flashed, and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchong. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchong's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchong's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. "Big Brother!" Dong Xian'er was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xieli's face as he laughed. "Smelly brat, you dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me." "Despicable!" Wei Guchong gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xian'er, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xian'er, two other origin-returning realm cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xian'er smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month, and day, but they could die in the same year, month, and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xian'er, and Dong Xian'er also stretched out her jade white hand. The two hands clasped mid-air, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the two hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang." The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory, something Wei Guchang knew, because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Zhitu would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him, and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around, but apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine. Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei. And you're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xian'er's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Startled, Wei Guchang remembered that he was still holding Dong Xian'er tightly and had not let go even now. The soft body in his arms was rapidly heating up, and the fragrant breath in his ear made Wei Guchang feel inexplicably restless, but the fullness of her chest made him even more reluctant to let go. Brother and sister, although they had been deeply in love with each other for a long time, the two had not done anything too intimate for so many years. This time, if it were not for the fact that they were in a life and death crisis, they would not have been able to do this. Gently letting go of Dong Xian'er, Wei Guchang scratched his head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yang. Dong Xian'er stood to the side with a red face and lowered head, not saying a word. Su Yan and Xiaoning Chong looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong are true friends in times of need. This Yang is very moved. How could he make a fool of himself? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes and looked forward, lightly saying, What's going on? I've been gone for so many years, but something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Wei Guchang's expression became cold. It's not just Shadow Moon Hall. All of Shadowed Star has been turned upside down. It's hard to explain in a short time, but this person was one of the elders of Shadow Moon Hall and held great power in his hands. But now he has surrendered to the enemy and is committing all kinds of crimes. He even killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei. Killed the old temple master an imprisoned city lord Fei? Yang Kai looked shocked. Yes. Little beast, so it was you. Opposite him, Xieli stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of hatred, as if Yang Kai had some kind of irreconcilable grudge against him, throwing his head back and laughing wildly. This old master has searched high and low for you for so many years only to find you by chance. This old master has been looking for you for so many years, but now you've delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good. Today this old master will kill you and avenge my dead child. Do you know me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xieli roared. Nearly 10 years ago, Xia Hong died at your hands. Do you still remember him? Xia Hong? Yang Kai frowned, but immediately remembered. You mean the Xie family's young master who led his men to attack me in the Luyin desert? Yes. So you were Xia Hong's father, Xieli? Yang Kai understood the other party's identity. Is this old master? Today is the day I take revenge for my dead child. Little bastard, do you have anything to say? Xieli gnashed his teeth and roared, his eyes turning red like a mad beast, causing those around him to shudder. Yang Kai sneered. Xia Hong's death is entirely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. You murderer! You actually dare to twist words and force logic? Good. Since you say so, you can only blame yourself for dying today. You can't blame anyone else, Xieli shouted hysterically. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. Old man, you're wrong. I won't die today. The one who will die will be you. Xieli laughed. Ignorant brat. You think this old master will listen to your nonsense? Whether you listen or not has nothing to do with me. Forget it. Since this is a matter of the Shadow Moon Hall, it's not good for me to intervene, so I'll let Elder Qian clean up the house. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with Xieli anymore, so he communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed Qian Tong, then reached out and pointed forward. Elder Qian. Wei Guchong heard this and looked around with a happy expression. Where is Elder Qian? Is my master also here? Dong Xiner also looked surprised. He is. Yang Kai grinned, and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. Qian Tong. What is this? Xieli's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. Chapter 1670. As the great elder of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong had great prestige in Shadow Moon Hall for many years. The old hall master was in retreat all year round in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was almost equivalent to half a hall master. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation, Xie Chun had always been very wary of him. Now that he saw Qian Tong appear, Xie Chun instinctively took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. But soon, he stopped moving with a ruthless look on his face. Yes, 10 years ago, he was indeed not Qian Tong's opponent. After all, he was a minor realm below him in terms of cultivation, but now he dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart and replaced it with eagerness. Oh, we're home. Qian Tong walked out of the vortex and saw Heavenly Fate's city not far away at a glance. He laughed and said, We're finally home. This old master was too bored staying in that damn place. Although the sealed world bead was peaceful and rich in world energy, there was still something missing, making Qian Tong feel uncomfortable. Now that he was back in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong was in a good mood. Good. Chong-er, Xian-er, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. You're actually about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. HM, how did you get hurt? Qian Tong's face sank and a thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He was still aware of the current situation. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner both stared at Qian Tong in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, the two knelt down at Qian Tong's feet. Elder Qian, Disciple failed to protect Shadow Moon Hall. Please punish me, Elder. Wei Guchang pressed his forehead to the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Dong Xian'er also knelt on the ground, sobbing softly. Even in the face of an enemy several times stronger than himself, even in the face of death, the brother and sister didn't even frown. But now, when they saw Qian Tong, their firm finally crumbled. They were like children who had been wronged and saw their parents. Qian Tong also realized something was wrong at this moment and swept his eyes around coldly. Wei Wei's gaze paused on Xiechun. She had a vague guess, but she did not pursue the matter immediately. She raised her hand and helped Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er up. She said in a low voice, "Get up and talk. Shadow Moon Hall, what happened?" Qian Tong's face was calm. However, it was like the eve before a storm, causing an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere to appear in this world. The Shadow Moon Hall has been destroyed. Wei Guchang replied bitterly. Destroyed? Qian Tong's face sank. Who did it? Tell me in detail. Yes. Wei Guchang nodded respectfully. He then explained the changes that happened in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. 2 years ago, a great change suddenly occurred on Shadowed Star. A mysterious force emerged and crazily suppressed all the great sects and families on Shadowed Star. Anyone who did not submit would be killed. For a time, all of Shadowed Star was in a reign of terror. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight. Hundreds of millions of lives perished. Whales filled the world as corpses piled up into mountains. Blood flowed freely. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to Shadow Moon Hall. In the face of such a powerful force, the leaders of Shadow Moon Hall did not know what to do. Shadow Moon Hall was divided into 2 factions. This was revealed when Qian Tong was still on Shadowed Star. In the face of a crisis, this division became even more serious. In the end, the pro-surrender faction led by Xie Chun emerged victorious. Xie Chun and the others launched a sneak attack on the old Temple Master and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xie Chun became the new Temple Master of Shadow Moon Hall and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qian Tong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji, too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were called by the old Temple Master the night before the incident. The old Temple Master told them to take the sect's hallowed treasure, the Heavenly Moon Silver Plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the 2 of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday, Xie Chun sent out news that Fei Ji, too, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others. So Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the 2 of them jumped in without hesitation. The old Temple Master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned. Qian Tong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster. But did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Fei Ji, too, had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Ji, too's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyun in charge, and with Yi Shiyun's temperament, it was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of third-order origin returning realm masters. But what? But they were not their opponent, and several of them died. So they had no choice but to return, Wei Guchang said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The origin returning realm masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain. So how could they not be their opponent? And several of them even died. It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King Realm Master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings, Wei Guchang explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Xianxia had a look of disbelief. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star, and 4 of them at once. How is this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King Realm Masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Guchang was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation. Wei Guchang's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, "Right. Great Elder, you should be clear about this." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered 2 of these 4 masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating. Yi Shiyin was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The 4 masters in the rumors. They should not be Origin Kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyun to escape unscathed from 2 of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyun would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyun had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit of the Origin returning realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an Origin King by now. The other party only dispatched 2 masters to injure Yi Shiyun, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyun, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Guchang conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this Corpse Spirit Religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today, High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Guchang saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. I know that, Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an Emperor artifact. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Guchang sighed. He and Dong Xiner also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they have been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xianxia. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Guchang from divulging information. But now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xianxia's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered. Great Elder Qian, long time no see. Xianxia. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall. So when the CF family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame, even if he dies 10,000 times. Ha ha! Xianxia laughed wildly. Qian Tong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have a chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent. Qiantong, out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life. As long as you are willing to submit to corpse spirit religion, this temple master will restore your position as Great Elder. Qiantong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Xianxia was also amused by Xianxia. Xianxia was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago, yet he dared to challenge the current Qiantong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 1671. Seeing Qiantong not speaking, Xianxia thought he was afraid, so he became even more arrogant and shouted, Qiantong, a wise man submits to circumstances. Corpse spirit religion has 4 origin kings and will soon unify Shadowed Star. Don't be stubborn. As long as you are willing to submit, this temple master can put in a few good words for you. With your cultivation, you will be valued no less than this temple master's. Qiantong let out a long sigh, his tone bleak as he glanced over at Xianxia faintly. You said that corpse spirit religion has 4 origin king realm masters. Yes. Xianxia grinned meaningfully and nodded. Do you know what the origin king realm is? The origin king realm. Xianxia paused for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. This realm had been passed down on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and the world only knew that it was a realm higher than the origin returning realm. But when Xianxia really spoke about it, he didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it before. Unable to help becoming angry out of shame, Xianxia roared, Do you know? Qiantong looked at him faintly and did not speak, then stretched out his hand towards Xianxia, grasped the air lightly, and withdrew it. Xianxia instinctively stepped back and pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier. But the storm of attacks did not reach him, and there was not even a single scar on his body. He also did not notice any trace of Saint Qi surging from Qiantong's body. Qiantong, you dare fool this temple master? Xianxia flew into a rage, his face alternating between red and blue. You're dead. Since you and I both came from Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master did not want to kill you. But since you don't put this temple master in your eyes, no one can save you today. Kill him. Xianxia roared his last sentence at his subordinates. When Yang Kai saved Wei Guchong earlier, he keenly noticed that these people were all from Shadow Moon Hall. Before he figured out the truth of the situation, he didn't kill them. All he did was shake them away from Wei Guchong. These people were fine, and now they had all recovered. Hearing Xianxia's order, the group of 6 or 7 origin returning realm masters hesitated. Xianxia was afraid of Qiantong, but so were they. Although everyone's strength had increased after joining the corpse spirit religion, Qiantong's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. At this time, it was impossible for them to make a move against Qiantong. They were undoubtedly very nervous. Palace Master, Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. He pointed at Xianxia in horror and shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Horror appeared in their eyes, and they couldn't help but pull away from Xianxia, avoiding him as if he was the plague. What's wrong? Xianxia was still a little slow to react. When he looked down, his expression changed drastically, and he cried out in horror, What's going on? He suddenly discovered that his arms were filled with energy. At the base of his legs, there was a wave of energy running rampant. This energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. This energy was like a locust that tore a small hole in Xianxia's body and drilled into it. Throughout this process, Xianxia didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. He felt a chill run down his spine, almost causing the soles of his feet to cramp. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk for explosions rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Xianxia's hands and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Only his short upper body remained as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Xianxia's expression twisted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders of Shadow Moon Hall also looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a nightmare. Xianxia roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked both comical and miserable, as if he had suffered some kind of cruel torture. This palace master is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. No one can do this except for an origin king. This palace master doesn't believe it. Xianxia had obviously suffered a huge blow and looked like he had gone mad. As soon as he spoke these words, his entire body froze. Staring at Qiantong in a daze, fear finally filling the depths of his eyes as he muttered, "Origin King realm. You're already an origin king?" If Qiantong was not an origin king, it would have been impossible for him to be reduced to this state with just a wave of his hand. If Qiantong was not an origin king, Xianxia would definitely have been able to fight back. "You're not too stupid," Qiantong said indifferently. "What? Great Elder is already an origin king?" Wei Guchong was stunned. Dong Xian covered her mouth with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, her originally dim eyes once again shone with light. Origin King realm. Had Honored Master actually reached the legendary realm that had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years? If this was the case, then the Shadow Moon Hall could be saved. Dong Xian's tender body trembled as tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of all her brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. All of you should be able to rest in peace now. Honored Master has now reached the Origin King realm, and will soon be able to avenge all of you by killing all those murderers and giving you justice. Asterisk Putong. Asterisk the several origin returning realm traders in the Shadow Moon Hall knelt on the ground, all of them staring at Qiantong in horror, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Great Elder, this subordinate was wrong. This subordinate knows his wrongs. This subordinate asks Great Elder to spare this subordinate's life. Great Elder, this subordinate was forced to do this. This subordinate's wife and daughter are in the hands of those bastards. This subordinate had no choice but to collude with them. This subordinate asked for Great Elder's judgment. Great Elder, please spare our lives. Let's live. Great Elder is merciful. Please let us go." Qiantong looked at them with disgust and hatred before taking a deep breath and asking, "Chang Xian'er, have they ever killed any of my Shadow Moon Hall's loyalists?" "Yes." Wei Guchong's eyes were burning with anger as he replied in a deep voice. Vicious enemies were not hateful. What was hateful were these traitors who aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Wei Guchong had seen these traitors kill his former compatriots more than once. "Good." Qiantong's clothes fluttered without any wind as his monstrous anger spread out like a tsunami, completely drowning the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall. "Since you've already killed them, there's nothing left to say." Saying so, Qiantong stretched out his hand and pointed at these traitors. Silently, these traitors froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone's face showed a pained look, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. A moment later, boom, boom, boom. Loud noises rang out, and without exception, the traitors all exploded and died. Their souls were destroyed. The only one left was Xianxia, who had lost all his limbs, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation crippled. "Kill me! Kill me!" Xianxia roared in a low voice. In his current state, he would rather die. After cultivating for nearly 100 years, Xianxia was met with such retribution because of a single mistake. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Qiantong was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the blood from flowing from Xianxia's wound. He reached out and lifted him up, taking large strides toward Sky Fortune City. "Chang, Xian'er, come with this old man to save your martial Uncle Fei. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiana looked at each other and followed excitedly. They knew that Qian Tong was truly angry this time. Otherwise, with his past temperament, he would never have acted so viciously. Killing someone was nothing more than a simple matter, but he had forcibly saved Xie Chen's life and used pain and fear to torture his body and mind. It seemed that Qian Tong was going to make a big fuss this time. Let's go and take a look. Yang Kai called out to Su Yin and Xianing Chong. I owe a debt of gratitude to City Lord Fei. Since he is Junior Brother's benefactor, we must save him, the two women replied in unison. Inside Sky Fortune City, security was tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, as if they were guarding against something. And in a certain square inside Sky Fortune City, Fei Ji2's hair was disheveled, his body was shackled, and his hands and feet were heavily shackled. He looked terrible, and there were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. It was unknown whether he had been sealed or his cultivation had been crippled. But even though he was down and out, he still stood straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City had gathered. These people were all looking up at Fei Ji2 standing on a high platform, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Fei Ji2 had been Sky Fortune City's city lord for many years, and although he had not done a perfect job, he had still been able to empathize with the people and protect the safety of Sky Fortune City. But ever since Corpse Spirit Religion took over, Sky Fortune City had been in complete chaos. Countless children had disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls had been abducted. As long as the people of Sky Fortune City showed any signs of resistance, they would immediately be punished and suppressed. Compared to the days when Fei Ji2 was the city lord, life now was simply torture and hell. So, they missed the days of those days very much. However, today was the day Fei Ji2 would be beheaded in public. Corpse Spirit Religion wanted to use this to warn all of Shadowed Star how miserable the fate of those who resisted would be. Not far from the high platform, where Fei Ji2 was standing, there were several high-ranking members of Shadow Moon Hall. In the past, Fei Ji2 had some dealings with them and even called Fei Ji2 brothers. But now, they were gathered around a young man in a purple robe who looked very luxurious, fawning over him. This young man was not very old, only about 17 or 18 years old, but his face was abnormally pale and there was a faint cold aura around him that made people feel very uncomfortable. If one got close enough, one could even smell a faint rancid smell coming from his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun and seemed to be a little irritated. From time to time, he would look up at the sun in the sky and curse under his breath. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall noticed this and immediately waved his hand. Bring in the blood food. As soon as he gave the order, a Saint King Realm cultivator rushed over from nearby. This cultivator carried a child in his hand and rushed to the high platform in a single step. Chapter 1672. The child that was brought up was only around 2 to 3 years old. He was fair and chubby, as if he was carved from jade. He looked very cute. However, being treated so rudely, the child naturally cried and screamed, waving his arms and legs in the air. In the crowd below, there was a man about 30 years old. After hearing the child's cries, he suddenly trembled and looked at the child with trembling eyes, calling out in a shrill voice, "My child." This 3-year-old child was his flesh and blood. A few days ago, he had inexplicably disappeared from his home, and he didn't know who had abducted his child. Only today did he realize that the one who had abducted his flesh and blood turned out to be someone from Shadow Moon Hall. So, the rumors are true. During this period of time, many children under 5 years of age within Heavenly Fortune City, as well as many young and beautiful girls, had mysteriously disappeared. Their families had searched everywhere for them, but unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find anything. Everyone privately speculated that this was the work of Shadow Moon Hall. After all, in this small piece of land, only Shadow Moon Hall had the ability and strength to do so. But guesses were just guesses as they did not have any proof. Moreover, the Shadow Moon Palace of today was no longer the Shadow Moon Palace of the past. They did not dare to question the Shadow Moon Palace, but could only grit their teeth and swallow it down, as they silently shed tears. Now, his child had suddenly appeared in front of him. Naturally, the man was very excited and hurriedly rushed forward. His cultivation wasn't high, only a third order transcendent. He hadn't even reached the saint realm yet. Normally, he would never dare to act presumptuously in front of the masters of Shadow Moon Hall. But now that he loved his child so much, he couldn't care less. His figure leapt up and flew up into the air, straight towards the high platform. Impudence! A loud shout rang out and a stream of light flashed. The man who was in the air let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. When he fell to the ground, he was already a corpse. An uproar broke out as the surrounding crowd trembled with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. In front of Master Fong, you dare act so presumptuously? Kill 100 of them, shouted the cultivator who had attacked earlier. The residents of Sky Fortune City all had expressions of grief and indignation, but none of them dared to speak. At this time, the 3-year-old child had already been sent in front of the youth surnamed Fong. The young man looked the child up and down with a satisfied expression. He waved his hand gently. Immediately, a young woman with heavy makeup walked out from behind her. Twisting her snake-like waist, the corner of her mouth held a cold and seductive smile. "What are you guys trying to do?" Feiji too suddenly asked. He stood on a high platform, and although he couldn't use his own strength, he still stared sharply at the young man. The young man curled his lips and did not reply. He clearly believed that a prisoner like Feiji too did not have the qualifications to speak to him. On the other hand, the traitor from the Shadow Moon Hall chuckled. "Brother Fei, it's better if you don't talk so much. It's not bad to quietly enjoy the last moments of my life." After mocking and ridiculing, the traitor no longer paid attention to Feiji Tuesday. The young woman came in front of the child and reached out to grab the child's tender wrist. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, looking extremely seductive. She lightly opened her red lips and smiled. "Very tender blood food. I'm sure Master will be satisfied." "Do it." The youth surnamed Fong was noncommittal. The young woman nodded and flicked her wrist. Suddenly, a cold, gleaming dagger appeared. She gently cut the child's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The young woman's other hand had a glass bottle. She placed it under the child's wrist and caught the blood that flowed out. Drip, drip, the sound of blood sputtering and the child's mournful cries affected everyone's heart. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. "You are all heartless. You will all die a horrible death." Feiji too roared and struggled to rush over to save the child, but before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a cultivator on the high platform and was ruthlessly kicked a few times. The youth surnamed Fong coldly glanced at Feiji too and sneered. "What right does a loser have to speak to me? But don't worry, this is only the beginning of your life. After I cut off your head, this king will grant you a new life." His words were inexplicable and many people did not understand, but to Feiji too, they were no less than the voice of a demon. He prostrated himself on the ground and roared with his head raised. "Fong Fingqi, I won't let you go even if I die." The youth sneered. "When you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think like this. At that time, you will also have the right to enjoy this kind of blood." As he spoke, he took the glass bottle filled with fresh blood from the young woman's hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then, he raised his head and drank the cup of warm blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the trace of blood at the corner of Fong Fingqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood? Also, what kind of strange creature was the corpse spirit clan he spoke of? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Fong Fingqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a demon in the eyes of the crowd, the source of evil. Many people did not even have the courage to look at him. Feiji too's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He stared at Fong Fingqi as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "It tastes good." Fong Fingqi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The coquettishly dressed young woman knelt in front of him, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger clean of blood. A strange, heart-tugging moan came from her throat. The child who had been drained of blood looked dispirited at this moment. He did not have the strength to cry, and his little face was pale. He was taken away by the Saint King Realm Cultivator. Although his life was not in danger, suffering such a disaster at the age of 3 was bound to leave a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it would accompany him for the rest of his life and could not be erased. Okay, the time has come. Feiji 2, prepare to welcome your new life. This is a special treatment given to you by the religion master. You must be grateful. Fang Fengqi stood up. After drinking a bottle of blood, an abnormal blush appeared on his originally pale face, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Feiji 2 laughed. Feiji 2, swear that even if I become an evil spirit in the future, I will kill all of you. I will also kill all of you bastards. Remember this. His eyes swept over the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. Everyone who caught his eye trembled in fear, their faces ugly. Well said. A warm and angry voice suddenly came from the void, extremely abrupt. Who? Fang Fengqi's face changed greatly. He quickly looked up at the sky. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The strength of this person seemed to be extremely high, actually invading right under his nose without him noticing. Fang Fengqi was already a third-order origin returning realm master, so being able to escape his detection meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of the third order. This is... Feiji 2 was stunned for a moment, but soon he began to laugh wildly. He already recognized it. The one who spoke just now was Qiantong. In the void, a figure flickered and Qiantong appeared. Great Elder! The traders in the Shadow Moon Hall all showed looks of horror as they cried out in horror. Very good. You still have me, your Great Elder, in your eyes. Qiantong swept his gaze down lightly, making the traders feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. 2 streams of light quickly flew over. It was Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer who had followed closely behind Qiantong. They saw the distressed Feiji 2 at a glance and immediately shouted, Martial Uncle Fei. Chang'er, Xianer. Feiji 2 looked at the 2 rising stars of the Shadow Moon Hall and sighed heavily. During this time, he had been unable to contact Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer, so he didn't know how they were doing. Now that he saw that they were unharmed, he naturally felt relieved. Go and rescue your martial Uncle Fei, Qiantong ordered. Yes. Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer quickly rushed down to the high platform. The cultivator responsible for guarding Feiji 2 was at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. Just as he was at a loss, Wei Guchong sent him flying with a kick. Scram! Wei Guchong, how dare you be so impudent in front of Master Fang? Someone immediately reprimanded loudly. Wei Guchong laughed coldly. While guarding Dong Xianer as he untied Feiji 2, he looked down on the person who shouted, Yuan Qi. I, Wei Guchong, have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Not only did you become the enemy's lackey, you even tried to harm Martial Uncle Fei. Good, very good. Today is the day you die. The cultivator called Yuan Qi's face turned green and red at Wei Guchong's words. He retorted, What do you know? Don't spout nonsense. Wei Guchong seemed to want to say something, but Qiantong said calmly, Don't waste your breath on them. There's nothing to say to the dead. Wei Guchong thought about it seriously and nodded. Great Elder is right. Yuan Qi was furious. Suddenly, he saw something in Qiantong's hand. He looked at it carefully, and his expression changed. Hall Master? It was only now that he realized that the thing in Qiantong's hand was actually Xie Chun. Xie Chun had lost both his hands and legs. Furthermore, he wasn't dead yet. His expression was one of pain, as if his heart was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He looked extremely miserable. Hearing him say this, the others finally reacted. Seeing Xie Chun's miserable end, it was as if it was foreshadowing their own futures. They couldn't help but feel their hands and feet go cold. They all quietly moved closer to Fang Fengqi, as if they were looking for some sense of security. Qiantong casually threw Xie Chun's upper body onto the high platform and said calmly, I don't want to stain my hands with too much blood from my fellow disciples. I'll give you all a chance. Kill yourselves. Everyone's body trembled. Old Ghost Qian, don't you think you're exaggerating? It's more important for us to leave this place as soon as possible. Fei Ji too shouted anxiously. Qian Tong was indeed powerful, but there were too many enemies here. He didn't think that Qian Tong could handle them all. If Qian Tong died here, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chapter 1673. Not only did Fei Ji2 think so, but so did the Shadow Moon Hall elders who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. All of them stared at Qian Tong strangely, as if they were looking at a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fang Fengqi laughed. Old dog, you talk big. Do you think you're an origin king? Qian Tong still looked indifferent and did not intend to answer him, instead focusing his attention on the traders of Shadow Moon Hall. To the side, Wei Guchong looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. Yang Kai wanted to announce loudly that Great Elder had really reached the Origin King realm. He wanted to see what kind of reaction these fence-sitters would have when they heard this shocking news. It would definitely be wonderful, right? However, since Great Elder did not want to answer, why should he be in such a hurry to jump out? Once they witnessed the Great Elder's godly methods, they would understand how ridiculously wrong they were. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a bleak tone, I'll give you 30 breaths to think about it. After 30 breaths, this old master will act personally. Great Elder, don't go too far. Old Ghost Qian, aren't you looking down on us too much? So what if you're the former Great Elder? Even ants drag out their lives. How can we commit suicide? If you want our lives, come and take them yourself. That's right, Qian Tong. If you try to kill us here today, don't blame us for being impolite. The group of people shouted aggressively, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was too infuriating. It was as if he was really an Origin King realm master. Just by moving his lips a few times, he was able to make them commit suicide. Qian Tong had been in retreat for the past few years, and it seemed that he had cultivated to the point where his brain was muddled. Qian Tong closed his eyes and ignored their noise. Instead, it was his 4 limbs that were gone. Xie Chun, who still had vitality, seemed to have lost his mind and was suffering both physical and mental torture. He could not help but chuckle mischievously, his laughter reaching everyone's ears. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Noisy. Fang Fengqi coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blade-like attack slashed out and directly cut Xie Chen's body in half. You will all die. All of you will die. Xie Chen roared twice before he completely stopped breathing. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he glared at Xie Chen's corpse. He coldly snorted, You can't succeed. Among the traders of Shadow Moon Hall, Xie Chen wasn't the strongest, but he was the one who knew how to act according to circumstances, which was why Fang Fengqi had supported him as temple master and used the secret technique passed down by the religion master to promote his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the Third Order Origin returning realm in a short time. But Xie Chun had not expected him to be so useless. Not only did he fail to kill the 2 Shadow Moon Hall's juniors and snatch the Heavenly Moon Silver Plate as planned, his limbs were cut off and he was carried back like a dog. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. At that moment, there was another flash of light on the high platform, and Yang Kai appeared with Su Yin and Xianning Chong. Seeing Fei Ji2's miserable appearance, Yang Kai's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Yang Kai's wrist, and circulated his Saint Qi to investigate. Yang Kai, you're here too. Fei Ji2 grinned, a warm and touched look on his face. He had not lived his life in vain. At the most critical moment, not only had old Ghost Qian brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai had come. Fei Ji2 was a man made of iron. Yang Kai's eyes could not help becoming moist. When Su Yin and Xianning Chong appeared on the high platform together, the whole world seemed to become much brighter. Almost all of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall had their eyes focused on the 2 women, exclaiming from time to time that there were such perfect women in this world. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Fang Fengqi's eyes flashed a terrifying light. His pair of eyes stared at Su Yin and Xianxia back and forth, a strong sense of possessiveness flashing in the depths of his eyes, as if he had seen some delicious food. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, even his breathing becoming slightly rapid. "Senior Fei, your injuries?" Yang Kai examined Fei Ji for a moment before frowning, hesitating to speak. Fei Ji's expression changed as he became nervous. "It's nothing serious." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's just that your Saint Qi has been sealed and you've suffered some physical pain." "You scare me to death." Fei Ji let out a long breath, thought for a moment, and said, "And he still has a use for my body, so naturally he won't destroy my foundation. It's just a minor injury. Senior Fei doesn't need to worry about it." "Little senior sister, do you have any spirit pills suitable for him now?" Yang Kai looked back at Xianxia. Xianxia took out a jade bottle from his space ring without saying a word and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red pill. Fei Ji didn't even look at it, directly snatching it and stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the high platform and began circulating his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. In a very short time, Fei Ji's body gave off rich energy fluctuations, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner glanced at each other, both secretly shocked. How could they not see that the spirit pill Xianxia just took out was definitely an origin grade or above pill, most likely even an origin grade high-rank pill? Otherwise, its medicinal efficacies would not have been so obvious. An origin grade high-rank pill being taken out so casually, Wei Guchang couldn't help feeling moved. "Many thanks, sister-in-law." Wei Guchang cupped his fist solemnly and thanked her along with Dong Xiner. Xianxia's small face blushed slightly for a moment before she glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips. "Brother is too polite. Senior Fei is junior brother's benefactor, so he is our benefactor as well. A trivial pill is nothing." "Brother Yang, you're so lucky." Wei Guchang winked at Yang Kai, quite envious of him hugging so many beauties. "Grab those two women for me. They belong to this king." Fang Fengqi suddenly shouted. Without even mentioning Su Yin and Xianxia's beauty, just the pill Xianxia casually took out was enough to make him jealous. On Shadowed Star, origin-grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yin and Xianxia. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kaiyang coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory Field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moonhall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their Shur to resist. But in front of Qian Tong's domain, their Shur was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as the dozen or so origin returning realm masters wrapped in the territory seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. Great Elder, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me. Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate's city before, when these traitors realized how powerful and unstoppable Qiantong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qiantong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qiantong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traitors from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good kill. Good kill. Don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate's city. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Qi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location, within a 300-meter radius, was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin returning realm cultivation lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Qi protection was broken and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Fang Fengqi. After all, he was a third-order origin-returning realm master and would not die so easily. He did not even look back as he desperately pushed his strength to escape from this place. Qiantong had suddenly become an origin king, so staying here was tantamount to courting death. This news had to be reported to the 4 protectors and the religion master no matter what. He felt that Qiantong did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him and was instead still standing there, motionless. Although he did not understand whether the other party disdained to attack him or not, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. Just as he was thinking this, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1674. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with Yang Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red, needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange and exuded an aura that made Yang Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Yang Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously, he looked cold and gloomy, but now, Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique, but his face had become extremely distorted and 2 fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death qi. Recalling the name corpse spirit religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and wave his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head. Holding the verdant dragon bone sword in his hand, he was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon-bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King-grade artifact." Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk, a series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Fang Fengqi's physique was extremely strong and was able to resist some of these void cracks, but no matter how powerful he was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent killing blow. Numerous wounds appeared on his body. His flesh and blood were all banished to the void. Green blood continued to flow from his wounds. The entire world seemed to be polluted. "Don't kill him yet." Qiantong's voice suddenly rang out. Obviously, he had also noticed some problems. Standing on a high platform, he stretched out his hand and completely imprisoned Fang Fengqi, who was struggling to resist, before being dragged back to the high platform. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at Fang Fengqi, a trace of uneasiness surging in the depths of his heart. At this moment, the onlookers also noticed the strangeness of Fang Fengqi. Many of the more timid ones did not dare to look directly at him, turning their gazes away one after another. Even those who were more courageous couldn't help showing a look of horror as they stared at Fang Fengqi in horror, unable to believe that such a person existed in this world. "Old dog, quickly release this king. Otherwise, when Religion Master takes action, he will make you die without a burial." Fang Fengqi did not beg for mercy and instead threatened Qiantong. Qiantong's eyes coldly swept over Fang Fengqi's body before fixing on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. Stretching out 2 fingers, he pierced through it in an instant. Even though Yang Kai had pierced his head with the dragon bone sword, Fang Fengqi did not show the slightest fear. But when Qiantong did this, he revealed an extremely terrified expression and cried out in alarm. "Old dog, what are you doing?" Qiantong ignored him and instead stared solemnly at the wound on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. There was a green bead about the size of a fingernail, but it contained an astonishing amount of energy. "If this old master is not mistaken, you will die if you destroy this bead, right?" Qiantong glanced indifferently at Fang Fengqi. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, but he grit his teeth and did not answer. "Yang Kai, restrain him first. This old master has some things to ask him," Qiantong said. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and pulled the dragon bone sword out of Fang Fengqi's head before sending out a dozen golden blood threads to bind Fang Fengqi tightly. The chaos came to an end. Qiantong stood on the high platform, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, this old master has been in retreat for many years and has only just emerged today. I am deeply saddened to hear about the great changes that have occurred on Shadowed Star, but please rest assured that Heavenly Fate City will still be under the jurisdiction of my Shadow Moon Hall. From now on, no one will dare invade this place. As for that corpse spirit religion, this old master will meet with them to give justice to all of you and restore Shadowed Star to its former glory." Countless people boiled up, frantically shouting Qian Tong's name as they gathered around the high platform. Over the past 2 years, Heavenly Fate City had been under the jurisdiction of corpse spirit religion, and these people had lived a precarious life. Everyone had lived in fear, afraid they wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. But now, Qian Tong had returned, and he was an Origin King Realmmaster. With him protecting Heavenly Fate City, the tragedies of the past would no longer occur. Elder Qian, please uphold justice. My daughter went missing a month ago, and someone saw traces of her in the City Lord's mansion. Elder Qian, please let this old man go to the City Lord's mansion to see if my daughter is still alive. My son also disappeared 3 months ago. He must be in the City Lord mansion. My daughter is also missing. Qian Tong showed a pained look in his eyes as he stretched out his hand, suppressing the cries and shouts of countless people as he slowly said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. This old master will send someone to the City Lord's mansion to take a look. If your children are still inside, I will definitely reunite you." Many thanks, Elder Qian. Elder Qian's great kindness. We will never forget it. Qian Tong sighed softly as he turned his head to look at Wei Guchang. Disciple will go and take a look. Wei Guchang understood and immediately rushed towards the City Lord's mansion with Dong Xian'er. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, "I'll go too." Su Yin and Xian Chang followed closely behind. In the City Lord's mansion, some cultivator who had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion saw someone trying to break in and wanted to meet the enemy. But these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and the others. They rampaged through and killed hundreds of people. After capturing one of them and obtaining some clues from him, Yang Kai and the others went straight to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people locked up in the cells. Without exception, these people were all children under the age of 5, and there were also young and beautiful women. Whether it was the children or the women, their vitality was dim, as if they had been tortured, and there were wounds on their arms. Thinking of what Fang Fengqi had done to that child, how could everyone not know what these people had suffered in the dungeon? Heartless! Su Yin was furious and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, releasing these people. Xian Chang stood guard at the door, checking the condition of these people one by one and giving them pills to restore their vitality. Along the way, Yang Kai and the others wore heavy expressions. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of this dungeon, there were no living people. There were only white bones. From the size and shape of the bones, there was no doubt that they belonged to children and women. However, they had all suffered inhumane torture when they were alive. Their flesh and blood had been removed, and the remaining white bones were casually discarded here. There were at least a few thousand skeletons in the mountain. Heavenly Fate City had encountered such a thing just 2 years ago, and this was only Heavenly Fate City. So what was the situation like on Shadowed Star? Hateful. Wei Guchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression ferocious. The noise in Heavenly Fate City lasted for 2 days before gradually subsiding. The children and women that were released from the dungeon were reunited with their families, but even more of them had died in the dungeon. The chaos of these past 2 years had left countless people in Sky Fortune City with painful memories that could not be erased. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others wore heavy expressions as they glared angrily at the subdued Fang Fengqi, their eyes spitting fire. "Great Elder, let me kill him," Wei Guchang shouted as he stood up. Qian Tong waved his hand, motioning Wei Guchang to calm down before turning to look at Fang Fengqi and asking, "If this old master is not mistaken, you are from Grand Burial Valley, yes?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of understanding as he thought to himself. Sure enough, he had also guessed so. Grand Burial Valley was an extremely special place on Shadowed Star. It was rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a huge force called the Ancient Yang sect, but unfortunately, it offended Star Emperor Mountain and was uprooted overnight, along with its headquarters. In Grand Burial Valley, there were countless dangers and spirit arrays, but the most dangerous of all was a group of special creatures that lived in Grand Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. Chapter 1675. When the ancient Yang sect was destroyed, countless sect disciples were killed or wounded, but for some unknown reason, after their deaths, they were reborn in a completely new form, becoming corpses that could cultivate, move, and fight. On Shadowed Star, some of the younger generation probably did not know the situation inside Grand Burial Valley, but Xianxia did. Yang Kai also knew that when he and Yang Yin explored Grand Burial Valley, the five elements' indestructible sword-tempering art, the sun's true essence, and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were all brought out from Grand Burial Valley. At that time, he was besieged by several powerful corpse generals, and if not for his space force, he would not have had a chance to escape. As soon as he fought with Fang Fengqi, Yang Kai had some speculations, and Xianxia's inquiry confirmed his suspicions. Old thing, you have good eyesight. I'm indeed from the Grand Burial Valley. I'm from the noble corpse spirit clan, and I'm above all living things. Fang Fengqi didn't show much fear and shouted arrogantly, "Corpse spirit race." This was what the special creatures of corpse spirit religion called themselves, something Xianxia had already heard from Feiji Tuesday. You think you can stand above all things? Xianxia's expression was indifferent. You are just people who should be dead. You don't have the qualifications. Heh. Fang Fengqi chuckled. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide. You will know in the future. Old dog, don't waste your time. This king won't tell you anything. Really? Xianxia sneered. Even if this old master destroys your corpse bead, you won't cooperate? Corpse beads were the beads filled with corpse chi in the abdomens of corpse spirits like Fang Fengqi. To a member of the corpse spirit race, this bead was no less important than a monster core to a monster beast. All the abilities of the corpse spirit race originated from their corpse beads. Feiji too had fought with members of the corpse spirit race. Naturally, he knew about this information. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Old thing, how dare you threaten me? Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know once you try." Qianxia's tone was aggressive. Fang Fengqi seemed to have seen through Qianxia's decisiveness. His face turned cold and twisted. He shouted, "You want to pry information from me? You're dreaming, old thing. I won't let you get what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his abdomen, followed by a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken. Not good. Feiji Tu's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what was happening, and Yang Kai quickly began circulating his Saint Qi, protecting Su Yin and Xianing Chong. Qianxiang waved his hand and wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner in a thick layer of Saint Qi. One day, my corpse spirit church will unify Shadowed Star, and all of you will die. Ha ha ha! Fang Fengqi laughed wildly. Accompanied by a loud bang, his entire body suddenly exploded. A thick green corpse chi burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the corpse chi passed, the ground corroded, the tables and chairs turned into dust, and the entire city lord's mansion shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the last moment, if not for Qianxia's protection with his Origin King realm cultivation, the city lord's mansion would have been destroyed. After all, the self-destruction of a third-order origin returning realm master was immeasurable. Sparing Fang Fengqi's life was originally to inquire about the situation of Corpse Spirit Church. But not only did he fail to get what he wanted, he even got himself into trouble. Qianxia's expression turned ugly. If every one of the Corpse Spirit Religion's members were as crazy as them, it would be troublesome. Outside the main hall, suddenly, an origin-returning realm cultivator hurriedly walked in, turned his head, and looked around, a look of shock filling his face, not knowing what was going on. "What's the matter?" Qianxiang asked in a deep voice. The man quickly cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Great Elder, the Corpse Spirit Church disciples hiding in Heavenly Fate City have been wiped out. Well done. Were there any casualties? With the assistance of High Heaven Sect's elders, only a dozen or so were killed or injured. Bury them. Yes. In Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were afraid of death and had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Church, there were also many who were able to stand their ground. Without exception, all of these people have been imprisoned and have been rescued 2 days ago. At this time, it was just the right time to serve Qiantong. In Heavenly Fate City, Fang Fengqi was not the only corpse spirit. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchong, and the others attacked the City Lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were all killed. Heavenly Fate City's corpse spirits had also been scattered and hidden, but at this time, they were all picked out one by one. It could be said that it was only now that the entire Heavenly Fate City had been refreshed and its internal troubles had been eliminated. Yang Xiaozhu and the others stepped in from the outside. Thank you for your hard work. Qiantong quickly got up and cupped his fists gratefully. Yang Xiaozhu waved his hand, his expression not relaxing in the slightest. It was just killing some small fries. It wasn't hard work, but if a trivial Heavenly Fate City is like this, I really don't know what the other cities on Shadowed Star are like. Fei Ji too sighed. In the past 2 years, Corpse Spirit Church has developed extremely quickly. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, making them even more loyal to them. When Corpse Spirit Church first appeared 2 years ago, there were only 1,000 of them, but now there are more than 10,000. Many of these 10,000 members are origin-returning realm masters from various great sects and families. They cannot be underestimated. Fang Fengqi had also planned to turn Fei Ji Tu into a corpse spirit before, so he had not wasted his cultivation or destroyed his meridians. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, even if he was beheaded, Fang Fengqi had a way to turn Fei Ji Tu into a member of the corpse spirit race, allowing him to display the strength he had when he was alive. Shadowed Star's great calamity. Qiantong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland had actually become like this. The joy of breaking through to the Origin King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. Everyone, I want to return to Clear Sky Sect to take a look, Mo suddenly said. He had been helping out in Heavenly Fate City these past 2 days and had only found some time to return now. Brother Mo, Qiantong opened his mouth, naturally understanding his mood. They did not know the current situation of Clear Sky Sect, but now, at least half of the great forces on Shadowed Star had been involved in this turmoil. Clear Sky Sect was one of the great forces on Shadowed Star and one of Corpse Spirit Church's key targets, so the situation was likely not optimistic. And Mo Yu wanting to return to Clear Sky Sect was perfectly justified. After all, he was Clear Sky Sect's great elder. However, at this time, letting him return alone was really unsettling. If possible, Qiantong would naturally be willing to accompany him. But although he had conquered Heavenly Fate City, the issue of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters had not yet been resolved. The headquarters was still in an abyss of trouble and urgently needed him to deal with it personally, rescue the disciples who were unwilling to submit to Corpse Spirit Church, and kill the traitors who had betrayed them. This MO is no longer an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. So you don't need to worry, I will be careful. Mo smiled lightly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Qiantong did not say anything more and simply said in a deep voice, since that's the case, Brother Mo should be careful on the way. Don't worry on Shadowed Star today. I'm afraid there are few who can stop me. Mo nodded. In the past, Mo was one of the top origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, and after experiencing the Blood Prison, although he was unable to break through to the Origin King realm in one fell swoop like Qiantong, his overall combat power had improved greatly. No matter how powerful Corpse Spirit Church was, as long as there was no Origin King present, they would not be able to do anything to him. Senior Mo, how about waiting for a while? I'll go with you, Yang Kai suddenly said. Yang Kai, do you want to go back to High Heaven Sect? Qiantong asked. Although High Heaven Sect is impregnable and there is no need to worry about it being broken through, I don't know how Elder Ye's situation is, so I want to go back and take a look. It just so happens that Senior Mo is on the way. Good. Although he did not understand why Yang Kai wanted him to wait for a while, Mo still agreed. After everything was discussed, Yang Kai immediately went to the location of Heavenly Fate City Space Array. When Corpse Spirit Church took control of Heavenly Fate City, they had destroyed the space array, so Yang Kai wanted to try and see if he could repair it. If possible, it would save some time on the road. After all, the journey to High Heaven Sect was not a short one. Yang Kai had borrowed Heavenly Fate City's space array more than once, so he naturally knew its location. Soon, he brought Su Yin and Xianning Chong to the location. The two women spread out to guard against the unexpected while Yang Kai came to the front of the space array and carefully observed it. Being proficient in the space array did not mean one could arrange a space array. This required a huge amount of knowledge about spirit arrays. Yang Kai had never arranged a space array before, but he had seen Yang Yin arrange one before, so he had some confidence. After observing for 2 hours, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense to spy on the internal structure of the destroyed space array and deduce its complicated circuits. After 2 hours, Yang Kai looked slightly happy. Fortunately, although this space array was destroyed, the damage was not too serious. There were still traces of its various patterns and structure. If it was just a copy, Yang Kai was confident he could restore it. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai leapt onto the space array. Various rare ores were taken out of his space ring and smelted with his conflagrated knowledge, to repair the destroyed parts of the space array. This was his first time arranging a space array, so it was inevitable that he would be unfamiliar with it. Several times, he fell short, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. However, as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the process. Moreover, arranging a space array seemed to be compatible with his mastery of the Tao of Space, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the Tao of Space. This inadvertent harvest made Yang Kai very happy. It seemed that there would be another way to cultivate the Tao of Space in the future. The Tao of Space had always been difficult to cultivate. In the beginning, Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing energy from space spirit crystals, but he had long since used them up. Now, Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space mainly by opening up the sealed world bead. Arranging a space array was undoubtedly a completely new method. Chapter 1676. A day later, the space array was repaired. Yang Kai summoned Mou, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others before bidding farewell to Qiantong. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the Shadow Moon Hall at all. Qiantong was now an Origin King and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star in the past 10,000 years. If even he couldn't handle the crisis in Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star would likely be finished. Brother Yang, take care. Wei Guchang cupped his fists and said goodbye. Yang Kai returned the gesture. Yang Kai, where does this space array connect to? Mou asked from the side. If I'm not mistaken, it should connect to Demon Blood City. What do you mean you're not mistaken? Mou was stunned. Demon Blood City was very close to the Lu Yin Desert and was not far from Clear Sky Sect. So Yang Kai had located the space array there, but what he said made Mou feel very strange. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I've arranged a space array, so I can't guarantee that it will teleport directly to Demon Blood City. Mou was dumbfounded while Yang Xiuzhu and the others also wore speechless expressions. But don't worry. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were worried about. Even if it doesn't connect to Demon Blood City, there won't be any danger in the teleportation, I can guarantee that. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A space array's teleportation was a very strict process. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would be banished into the endless void, never to return. Many such incidents had occurred on Shadowed Star over the years. Usually, there was a problem with the space array, resulting in the person being teleported either disappearing or being directly cut into pieces by the chaotic space force field. So when everyone heard Yang Kai's words just now, they were a little nervous. However, since Yang Kai could guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger in this teleportation, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the teleportation location was wrong, it didn't matter. At worst, they could just use their star shuttle to travel. It's getting late. Let's get going. Yang Xiaozhu also couldn't wait to return to High Heaven Sect to see how things were going. Everyone nodded and stood on the space array. Yang Kai stood at the center and pushed his Saint Chi, connecting it to the entire space array. In an instant, the Saint Crystal placed on the space array flashed with dazzling light, and a huge amount of energy was drawn out. The rich power of space fluctuated. The group of people disappeared. After Yang Kai and his group disappeared, Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "Destroy the formation first. Don't let anyone teleport in from the outside." Upon receiving the order, Wei Guchang threw a punch at the formation that Yang Kai had painstakingly rearranged. The formation was immediately split into two halves and could no longer be used. Qian Tong's eyes flickered. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a low voice, "It's time to return to Shadow Moon Hall." Fei Ji too, Wei Guchang, and the others all looked shocked as they looked in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. The void. With a flash of light, Yang Kai and the others strangely appeared. Apart from Yang Kai, the group of people was a bit dizzy. The others were a little dizzy, and it took them a while to gradually get used to it. Most long-distance teleportations were accompanied by such side effects. Only Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, could adjust his state in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, there was no danger nearby, otherwise everyone would have been caught off guard. Looking around, Yang Xiaozhu was stunned. "This isn't Demon Blood City. Where is it?" The place where everyone appeared was clearly a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of city. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the teleportation. Yang Kai was mentally prepared for this. Naturally, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he simply said, "We should be somewhere between Demon Blood City and Heavenly Fate City. Do you have any impression of this plane?" Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao slowly shook their heads, indicating that they did not recognize this place. Although they were cultivators born and raised on Shadowed Star, they had not cultivated for long periods of time. However, most of them had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. Even Yang Kai's knowledge of the outside world was inferior to theirs, so asking them to learn about the general situation at this moment was undoubtedly somewhat difficult for them. On the other hand, Mouyu's eyes lit up and he showed some joy on his face, constantly looking around before flying up into the sky to observe. A moment later, he returned with a look of excitement. "I know where we are. This is White Bone Plain. There is a heaven-splitting gorge nearby that is only a day's journey from Black Sea City." "Oh, Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, and Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seemed that the transmission error wasn't too outrageous, and for MOU, this might be good news. Black Sea City was a city under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect, so it wasn't too far from Clear Sky Sect headquarters, similar to the relationship between Heavenly Fate City and Shadow Moon Hall. Coming here by chance was a great opportunity for MOU. In that case, we might as well go to Black Sea City first. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He urgently needed to inquire about the situation outside High Heaven Sect, so going to Black Sea City was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, he did not know what the situation in Black Sea City was like, so he naturally wanted to go with MOU to investigate. Perhaps there was something he could help with. After all, it was on the way. "Many thanks." MOU quickly cupped his fists. This was the territory of Clear Sky Sect, so MOU was very familiar with it. Leading the group forward, it took only a day before they saw a majestic city standing on a plain in front of them. "That's Black Sea City." MOU pointed to the front and introduced. "There seems to be a battle going on." Yang Kai noticed the glow of many secret techniques and artifacts. "It's my Clear Sky Sect's people." MOU's face sank as he sped up. A battle near Black Sea City was neither good nor bad news. At the very least, everyone knew that Black Sea City had not yet been occupied by corpse spirit religion and that there were still people resisting, but they did not know what the situation was over there. On the city wall of Black Sea City, a beautiful woman stood with a pale face. Around her were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, but the situation of these Origin returning realm masters was not very optimistic. Almost all of them were injured, some light and some serious. The most serious of these Origin returning realm masters had even lost their right arm, and it seemed to have been cut off not long ago. Wrapped in white gauze, blood still seeped out and dyed the gauze red. This cultivator was quite stubborn. Even if the pain was unbearable, he grit his teeth and remained silent. Below the city wall, some corpse spirit race masters with white, green, or red hair were wantonly fighting some human cultivator. The situation was very chaotic. There were at least several thousand people involved in this battle, and the human cultivator was not standing on the same side. Many human cultivators were even assisting the corpse spirit race masters in killing their own kind. These people had obviously taken refuge with corpse spirit religion. City Lord, order them to return. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will all die. On the city wall, someone cupped his fists and said to the beautiful woman with a pained look on his face. This was a completely unfair battle. The enemy outnumbered them 10-1, and almost every cultivator on Black Sea City's side had to deal with multiple enemies. 600 people rushed out. In less than 15 minutes, there were only 200 people left who were bitterly holding on. These 200 people were also stretched to the limit and were surrounded by danger. That's right, City Lord, these are the last elites of my Clear Sky sect. If we were to lose them here, it would be a huge loss. If they die here, how will we explain this to our ancestors in the future? We can't withdraw. The beautiful woman shouted coldly. Black Sea City's barrier and spirit array are currently being repaired. If we withdraw now, Black Sea City will not be able to resist at all. When Corpse Spirit Religion's army arrives, all of Black Sea City will be destroyed. How can we not know this? But the person who spoke before said with a sorrowful expression, 600 elites had rushed out just to buy time for the city's spirit array to be repaired. This was nothing more than paying with their lives. The fact that Black Sea City had been able to survive until now was largely due to the many barriers and spirit arrays in the city. Without them, Corpse Spirit Religion's army would have razed the city to the ground. However, they'd already reached their limit. Corpse Spirit Religion only needed to organize one more powerful attack to break through the city. With Corpse Spirit Religion's history, at that time, only a few of Black Sea City's million residents would survive. Hateful Fierce Wind Pavilion and 100 Transformation Sect. Traceless Sect, these despicable people, always tried to curry favor with my Clear Sky sect, but now they are willing to follow Corpse Spirit Religion's orders and kill my sect disciples. If this old master can survive, he will make them pay for this blood debt. Someone roared angrily. Everyone else's expressions were extremely ugly. Fierce Wind Pavilion, 100 Transformation Sect, Traceless Sect. Many small sects and families were originally affiliated with Clear Sky Sect. When Clear Sky Sect was strong, these small sects and families had tried to curry favor with it, even wishing they could become its slaves. Clear Sky Sect had never been stingy with these affiliated forces and had even opened up some of its sect's secret techniques to them. Every year, Clear Sky Sect would accept their elite disciples to cultivate in Clear Sky Sect so they could be personally taught by masters. However, after the great changes on Shadowed Star, these greedy wolves took the initiative to defect, not only betraying Clear Sky Sect, but also launching an unexpected sneak attack on Clear Sky Sect's headquarters. In that battle, Clear Sky Sect's headquarters was destroyed and only a few people managed to escape. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, only Black Sea City remained. The beautiful woman's city lord did not say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world could remain steadfast under the oppression of powerful evil? As such, she was not angry. These people had chosen to drag out an ignoble existence, but what they had lost was their very foundation. Where's Xianxia Tao? The beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a beautiful woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard this, and quickly rushed over to the beautiful woman's side, cupped her fists, and said, Elder Du, disciple is here. Normally, such a woman would definitely attract the attention of many men, but at this moment, not many people were paying her any attention. The beautiful woman solemnly said, Xianxia Tao, this elder orders you to select 300 people from Clear Sky Sect's younger generation and take them through the space array to leave Black Sea City quickly. Xianxia Tao was stunned, but she was also an intelligent woman and immediately understood the intentions of this beautiful woman. Her pretty face paled as she called out, Elder Du. The beautiful woman smiled gently. My Clear Skies sect headquarters has been destroyed, and our sect master has been killed. Now, those remaining in Black Sea City are the last remnants of my Clear Skies sect's bloodline. Take those 300 people with you and survive no matter what. Only if you survive will my Clear Skies sect have a future and hope. Chapter 1677. Xianxia Tao's eyes immediately became red, but Elder, rest assured, we will buy you some time. Remember, you must go to High Heaven Sect. Only by going to High Heaven Sect can you survive. This task is very difficult, so you must find an opportunity to bring these disciples to High Heaven Sect. Elder, Xianxia Tao shook her head repeatedly. Why haven't you left yet? The beautiful woman glared at Xianxia Tao fiercely. Do you want my Clear Skies sect to be erased from Shadowed Star? Do you want us to have no face to see Clear Skies sect's ancestors? Xianxia Tao was stunned speechless. Another Clear Skies sect elder looked at Xianxia Tao softly and smiled. Remember, you must survive and wait for Great Elder to return. As long as Great Elder returns, my Clear Skies sect can be revitalized again. Let's go. The beautiful woman shouted. Xianxia Tao shed tears as her tender body trembled, and she knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the elders before getting up and preparing to leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall and the few remaining masters of Clear Sky sect seemed to have discovered something incredible and turned their eyes towards a distant place. As far as their eyes could see, the rear of Corpse Spirit Religion's camp was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the heavens and earth as dazzling brilliance bloomed. Every breath, hundreds of Corpse Spirit Religion's enemies were killed. Elder Du, someone seems to be attacking from that side. I see them. Who could it be? The beautiful woman gently nodded. Not many. It seems there are only 7 or 8 of them, but they're strong. The Origin returning Realm Master who spoke sucked in a breath of cold air. He only saw flashes of light as Corpse Spirit Religion's cultivator was cut down like grass. He could not help feeling shocked. Oh, that's the Azure Sun Chaos Tower. It's Great Elder. The Great Elder is back. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on a pagoda-shaped artifact in the sky that was more than 100 meters tall and exuding a mysterious blue light. The pagoda-shaped artifact continued to spin as it smashed down from the sky. Countless Corpse Spirit Cult disciples would be smashed into meat patties, and countless cyan mystic rays would be shot out from the tower. These mystic rays looked very sharp, and once struck by them, the disciples and lackeys of Corpse Spirit Cult would be turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. In a short while, more than 200 Corpse Spirit Religion disciples had died to this secret treasure. It really is the Azure Sun Chaotic Pagoda. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. It was as if she had seen hope again, and her expression was excited. The Azure Sun Chaos Tower was Clear Sky Sect's sect-hallowed treasure, an existence between Origin Grade and Origin King Grade artifacts. It could be said that it was already a quasi-Origin King Grade artifact. And this was a powerful artifact. The Great Elder, MOU, had always been in charge of it. At this moment, the appearance of the Azure Sun Chaos Pagoda was clearly because of MOU. Even though they couldn't see MOU's figure, They could feel the familiar energy fluctuations coming from MOU from afar. We're saved now. The Great Elder has returned. Haha, kill those corpse spirit religion bastards. Make sure they don't return. Avenge Sect Master and our dead brothers and sisters. In an instant, frenzied shouts rang out from the city wall as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the beautiful woman's order, they would likely have rushed down to support the Great Elder already. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned as a look of uneasiness flashed across her face. Great Elder's sudden appearance at this time, she didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the Great Elder's strength was unfathomable, and he had the help of an artifact like the Azure Sun Chaos Tower, there were simply too many enemies. If the Great Elder was surrounded and couldn't escape, Clear Sky Sect's last hope would be annihilated. Pass down my order. Those from Clear Sky Sect who still have the ability to fight, follow this city lord down to support the Great Elder. The beautiful woman's thoughts turned sharply, and she quickly made a decision. Yes, immediately, someone replied and passed down the order. Not long after, the remaining forces of Clear Sky Sect were integrated. The beautiful woman looked at the less than 1,000 people remaining, and a deep sadness appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the entire Clear Sky Sect, there were only a few people left, and almost all of them were injured, and their strength was mixed. Although there were 1 million residents in Black Sea City, only this number belonged to Clear Sky Sect. Most of the rest were ordinary people who had never cultivated before, or were cultivators whose strength was so low that they simply couldn't play a role. This time, only death awaits us. Are you all ready to support the Great Elder? The beautiful woman looked around and asked sternly. The 1,000 people all wore solemn expressions and shouted in unison, "We're ready." In the future, my Clear Sky Sect Soul Constellation Monument will definitely have your names on it. Let's go. The beautiful woman didn't waste any time and was the first to rush out of Black Sea City with a wave of her hand. The others followed closely behind. Everyone's faces were filled with an unforgettable hatred. Everyone's eyes were filled with the determination to fight for survival in the face of death. The 1,000 people rushed out of the city, followed by countless others. These were the residents of Black Sea City and the cultivators who had fled here. How could they not understand the principle that no egg could remain intact when a nest was overturned? Seeing Clear Sky Sect integrate all their remaining forces to launch an attack, they immediately followed and contributed their own strength. Below Black Sea City, there seemed to be a mighty army moving out. That woman Du Yinling is crazy. Ha ha. She wants to bring a bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Saint Realm to break through my corpse spirit religion's blockade. Kill them all and bring Du Yinling to me. At the center of corpse spirit religion's army, a burly man stood on top of an 8-horse carriage and shouted. Like Fong Fengqi, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his aura gave off a cold and gloomy feeling as well as a faint rotting smell. Corpse spirit race, and a top-level corpse general at that. As soon as these words fell, a blue tower suddenly descended from the sky. The burly man coldly snorted and leapt up, avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk Kong Long. Asterisk as the blue tower fell. The 8 horses pulling the carriage were instantly smashed into meat patties, red and white blood splattering all over the ground. Who goes there? Red needle-like bristles protruded from his body, and 2 terrifying fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. At the same time, he shouted. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. This beautiful figure was like a celestial maiden descending to the world. Behind her was a pair of crystal white wings that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. A bone-chilling aura exuded from her body, one that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. In her hand was a long sword that exuded a cold light. The long sword was swung, like mercury falling to the ground. The burly corpse general struggled to resist, but the pervasive cold aura froze the strength in his body. After only 3 moves, his head was cut off by the woman's sword. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk ice filled the air, and even though the burly man was a member of the corpse spirit race and possessed an extremely powerful vitality, his body was instantly frozen solid. His vitality was completely annihilated. Su Yan. This was the first time she had fought since leaving Scarlet Wave Star, and as soon as she attacked, she displayed an astonishing combat strength. At least, Mouyu's eyelids twitched as he watched. He could clearly feel the strength of the corpse general. Even if he were to fight it alone, it would take him at least 2 to 3 hours to determine the victor, and even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. But this woman of Xianxia's had actually dealt with the corpse general in just 2 to 3 hours. Xianxia was already a monstrous genius. But why was the woman following him also so monstrous? Mou was shocked. After killing the corpse general, Su Yan did not stop. Grasping the profound Frost Divine Sword and using her monster transformation secret technique, borrowing the power of the Ice Phoenix Source, she rushed into the corpse spirit race army on her own. Wherever she passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet, no one able to withstand a single blow. As for the enemies that were killed, they were all turned into ice sculptures. At the forefront of the battlefield was a small group of Clear Sky sect disciples. They had already rushed out before Xianxia and the others arrived in order to buy time to repair Black Sea City's barriers and spirit arrays. Of the original 600, there were now less than 100 people left. At this moment, they were surrounded on all sides. Surrounded by countless enemies, people fell every breath, dyeing the earth red with blood. In the middle of the crowd, there was a young girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Her figure was as agile as a rabbit as she dashed left and right in the enemy's formation. Her body flashed with multicolored light, and her seemingly weak body contained a terrifying power. When she punched out with her small fist, even the air was blasted out with a buzzing sound. Any enemy hit by her fist, as long as they were not origin-returning realm masters, would immediately explode and die. Even if it was a cultivator of the First Order origin returning realm, if they were hit by her fist, they would suffer severe injuries and howl miserably. Countless attacks flew towards her, but she dodged them with ease. Occasionally, some attacks that she could not avoid hit her body, but she did not suffer much damage and instead stimulated the fierceness in her clear eyes. This young girl's body seemed to be incredibly strong. If it were not for her protection, the remaining 100 people from Clear Sky Sect would have been wiped out long ago. Each of her companions who were still alive gave grateful looks to this young girl. Her activity finally attracted Xianxia's attention. The 5-colored glow that covered her body gave Xianxia a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. From a distance, Xianxia took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Xianxia. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xianxia and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Xianxia raised his hand to block. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, an unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang, Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Chapter 1678. Unable to defeat her opponent with a single blow, the girl's reaction was extremely quick. Lowering her body, she sent out a flying kick as a golden light flashed from the tip of her foot like a sword. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, golden sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed straight towards Xianxia's chest. Xianxia smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, he pushed his Saint Chi to resolve her attack. holding her in his hand like a toy. The girl's skirt fluttered in the wind, almost exposing her naked body, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and managed to grab hold of her skirt. Just as her face was filled with annoyance, though, she suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. "Oh, Uncle Sectmaster." The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance, and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face as she called out, "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai gently nodded before putting the girl down with a slight tug on his wrist. Staring at her young face, he frowned and asked, "Yin'er, why are you here?" This young girl was the little girl Huang had adopted. Lin Yin'er, when Yang Kai returned from the Emperor Garden and passed through a city beside the limitless ocean, he met Huang by chance and brought her back to High Heaven Sect. At the same time, he brought back a little girl. Lin Yin'er was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, but she had already displayed amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormalities in her body and had Yi Shiyin carefully investigate her. Later, Yi Shiyin told Yang Kai that Lin Yin'er was incredibly talented and possessed a special physique, the tyrant body of strength. This was a very rare physique that may be related to some kind of sea beast. After all, according to Huang, Lin Yin'er's mother had the bloodline of a sea beast. She was a cultivator with this special physique. She was born with divine strength, and as one's cultivation increased, so would their strength. Before leaving Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had passed down the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. The little girl who was 5 or 6 years old back then had now become a budding flower. Judging from the 5-colored light on her body, she had already reached the minor accomplishment level in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Coupled with her tyrant strength physique, the strength she could display could only be described as terrifying. Her cultivation wasn't high. Under Yang Kai's investigation, she was only a 3rd-order saint. Even if High Heaven Sect did not lack financial and material resources today, Lin Yin'er also had the personal guidance of a master like Yi Shiyun. So being able to cultivate to the 3rd-order saint realm in just 7 or 8 years was a testament to her talent. This little girl is definitely a dazzling star in the future territory. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a future supreme master. Furthermore, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art that he had passed down seemed to be tailor-made for her, matching it with the tyrant strength physique. She was actually able to fight against the cultivator of the 1st-order origin returning realm when she was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the saint realm. This level of leapfrogging far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Even he himself was unable to resist the attacks of an origin returning realm master when he was just a 3rd-order saint. However, it was obvious that although Lin Yin'er was extremely strong, she had almost no strength left in her body. Moreover, there were more or less injuries on her body, so she was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. However, her spirit was still quite good. When Shadowed Star was in chaos, Yin'er happened to follow Great Elder's orders to come to Clear Sky Sect, but in the end, she couldn't go back, so she stayed here. Lin Yin'er is said with some grievance. 2 years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old. She had been drifting for 2 years, so she missed High Heaven Sect very much. She missed Yi Shiyun, who taught her carefully, and Huang, who had always taken care of her like a mother. She missed her brothers, senior sister, and every blade of grass in High Heaven Sect. She had always been very strong, perhaps because of the loss of her parents when she was a child. But after seeing Yang Kai at this moment, a layer of mist filled her big eyes and her small mouth pouted. "So that's how it is. Then why did you appear on this battlefield?" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know who the city lord of Black Sea City was, but why did he arrange for Lin Yin'er to come out and fight? Yang Kai could also see that almost all of these people who had come out to fight were stalling for time with the determination to die. Lin Yin'er was still a disciple of High Heaven Sect, and, at such a young age, it was not her place to do such a thing. "I came out on my own. I just wanted to do what I could," Lin Yin'er sniffed. "Good." Yang Kai nodded heavily, stroking Lin Yin'er's head, thinking for a moment before taking out a restorative spirit pill from a space ring and handing it to Lin Yin'er. "Take this." Lin Yin was not wary of Yang Kai at all. So even if they had not seen each other for 7 or 8 years, she still swallowed this spirit pill without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at Xianxia, and said, "Little senior sister, escort them back to the city." "Yes," Xianxia responded, waving her hand as she formed a series of complicated hand seals. The world energy was mobilized, and under the guidance of Xianxia, this world energy seemed to undergo a strange transformation, transforming into streams of light that drilled into the exhausted cultivators' bodies. In the next moment, each of the Clear Sky sect cultivators' bodies shook, and they became full of energy, staring at Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't know how Xianxia had done it, but she had actually refined the world energy into their bodies, nourishing their almost dried-up meridians and dantian. "Come with me," Xianxia called out, the light sapphire on her forehead exuding a dazzling brilliance, making her look like a goddess. Wherever this brilliance passed, all the enemies felt an inexplicable power surge into their hearts, causing them to lose some of their fighting spirit. Xianxia led the team of less than 100 people, cutting a bloody path through the enemy and converging with Du Yanling and the others. Yang Kai flew high into the sky and released his divine sense, searching for stronger enemies on the battlefield, his golden blood threads transforming into streaks of golden light that wildly reaped the lives of corpse spirit religion's disciples. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao formed a triangular formation and had already set off a storm in the enemy's direction, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever they went. Under MOU's control, the Azure Sun Chaos Tower fluctuated in size, emitting a mysterious blue light that prevented the enemy from approaching. A group of 7 or 8 people had completely disrupted Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Soon, some people realized that the situation was not good. On the battlefield, Corpse Spirit Religion's masters were being killed one by one, and with no one to command them, the rest were scattered like scattered sand, unable to put up any effective resistance. This situation became even more serious after Du Yanling led her forces out. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was routed like a landslide. The Corpse Spirit Race clansmen screamed and fled, and the sects and families that had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion also fled. Du Yanling and the others' eyes turned crimson red as they chased after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples for several tens of thousands of miles. Only after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples suffered a crushing defeat did they finally return victorious. At this moment, Black Sea City was filled with people. The entire city seemed to be boiling with excitement. Corpse Spirit Religion's army had been besieging Black Sea City for a full year now, and Clear Sky Sect's forces had been damaged time and time again. Seeing that the city was on the verge of being completely destroyed, however, at this critical juncture, someone had suddenly appeared and turned the tide, saving Black Sea City from its current predicament. Not only did they save Black Sea City, but they also ruthlessly crushed Corpse Spirit Religion's morale. Everyone was inquiring about the origins of these reinforcements. In the end, after they learned that the ones who had come were Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder MOU and High Heaven Sect's Sect Master and Elders, they suddenly understood. No wonder these people had such powerful combat power. No wonder they could slaughter Corpse Spirit Religion's army until they cried for their parents. It turned out that it was these people. For a time, in Black Sea City, the reputations of Clear Sky Sect and High Heaven Sect rose like the sun. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the remaining high-level members of Clear Sky Sect sat with Yang Kai and the others. Black Sea City's City Lord, Du Yanling, who was also an elder of Clear Sky Sect, bowed deeply to Yang Kai and the others and quickly said, "Many thanks to Sect Master Yang and all of you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you, Black Sea City would likely be in a state of misery and suffering. On behalf of Black Sea City's millions of inhabitants, this mistress thanks Sect Master Yang and all of you for your life-saving grace." City Lord Du is too polite. This Yang and Senior MO are not outsiders. Naturally, we would help. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. His modesty gave Du Yinling a good impression of him, and she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai carefully. Speaking of which, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was almost a legend. He had only been famous for a short time. However, the things he had done were earth-shattering. The Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain made him shine brilliantly, and then he occupied the forbidden zone of Shadowed Star, the Lu Yin Sandfield, established his own sect, and then used its full strength, destroying Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and conquering Star Emperor Mountain. Yang Kai and High Heaven Sect had almost become the most famous existences on Shadowed Star. During the 2 years of Shadowed Star's chaos, High Heaven Sect had done many things. The sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and cities in order to express its gratefulness to the entire human race. Yang Kai, as the sect master of High Heaven Sect, could almost be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Every time he stamped his feet, Shadowed Star would tremble. This was the first time Du Yinling had met Yang Kai, so she was naturally a little curious about him. However, even with her third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she still couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths. This seemingly young man seemed to be even stronger than Great Elder and the sect master who had died in battle. Du Yinling was shocked. Junior Sister Du, the situation in Black Sea City is so bad. What about Clear Sky Sect's headquarters? Mou asked nervously. Du Yinling and some of the elders who knew about this situation wore gloomy expressions. Mou observed the situation carefully and couldn't help having a bad feeling. Asking anxiously, could it be that headquarters? Du Yinling nodded sadly. Headquarters has been breached, and Sect Master also died in battle. What? Mou got up abruptly and staggered slightly, seemingly unable to accept such an outcome. Yang Kai also sighed slightly. Yang Kai had met Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master Gu Zhen a few times. He was a good man, with a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, but now he had passed away. Great Elder, my condolences. Du Yinling didn't know what to say. How could headquarters have been breached? Why was Black Sea City able to hold on until now? Mou's face was gloomy and frightening. Du Yinling said bitterly, some people colluded with corpse spirit religion from the inside, so headquarters was not able to be saved. Who? Mou shouted. They're all dead. Sect Master took them down with him, Du Yinling said sadly. Mou was stunned for a long time before he seemed to lose all his strength and fell into a chair, unable to say a word for a long time. Chapter 1679. After letting Mou rest for a while, Yang Kai began to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Sect. However, Du Yinling didn't know much. Black Sea City had been besieged for nearly a year and had long been cut off from the outside world. Only when some cultivator occasionally fled into Black Sea City to seek refuge could they bring back some information. According to the cultivator who fled, the entrance to High Heaven Sect seemed to be surrounded by Corpse Spirit Religion's army, and no one could enter or leave. As for the situation inside High Heaven Sect, no one knew. A year ago, High Heaven Sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and forces, but with the loss of High Heaven Sect's masters, High Heaven Sect had not moved for the past year, and the situation seemed to be not optimistic. In order to prevent High Heaven Sect's masters from leaving, Corpse Spirit Religion had placed a large number of its members outside Lu Yin Sand Field to monitor the situation. It was even said that there was a protector station here. It could be said that although High Heaven Sect had not taken the initiative to help its fellow human race compatriots, its existence had pinned down a lot of Corpse Spirit Religion's combat power. If not for this, Black Sea City would not have been able to persist for so long without being breached. One had to know that Corpse Spirit Religion had at least 4 corpse generals on the same level as Yi Shiyun, not to mention the elusive religion master. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. After resting in Black Sea City for a day, Yang Kai took the people from High Heaven Sect to bid farewell to Mou. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all of Clear Sky Sect's people to High Heaven Sect. As long as they entered Lu Yin Sand Field, They could sit back and relax without worrying about being killed by corpse spirit religion's masters. However, after some consideration, MOU declined Xianxia's proposal. Clear Sky Sect did not have many disciples left. However, there were still millions of people living in Black Sea City. If Clear Sky Sect followed Xianxia, the millions of people living in Black Sea City would definitely be slaughtered by corpse spirit religion. Most of these people had fled over the past 2 years for the sake of Clear Sky Sect's reputation, so MOU could not abandon them. This idea might be a little pedantic. However, Clear Sky Sect's remaining upper echelons unanimously agreed. They were all willing to stay behind with MOU and continue protecting Clear Sky Sect's foundation. Xianxia was moved. Xianxia, you don't need to worry. Although my Clear Sky Sect doesn't have many people left, Black Sea City is now filled with people, so I will find a way to replenish our forces. As long as the cultivator here can unite, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect this city, MOU said to Xianxia with a smile before leaving. Xianxia nodded. In that case, take care of yourself, Senior MO. Cupping his fists deeply, Xianxia bid farewell to Du Yin and the others before leading Su Yin, Xia Chong, and the others out of MOU City. They headed straight for Lu Yin Sandyland. Watching the figures of Xianxia and the others disappear, MOU's expression became solemn as he waved his hand and ordered, "Inform all cultivator above the Saint Realm in Black Sea City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Clear Sky Sect and protect this city with me." Yes. Du Yin and the others immediately set to work. It wasn't that they hadn't considered borrowing the strength of the cultivator in Black Sea City before, but time was simply too tight. There was simply no time to do such a thing. And at that time, Corpse Spirit Religion's army was pressing down on the city, so the cultivator in the city didn't have much fighting spirit and couldn't display their full strength. But now, the situation was different. Corpse Spirit Religion's army that had besieged Black Sea City for a year had been repelled, resulting in countless casualties. Black Sea City's morale was high, so it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to strengthen itself and absorb new strength. Black Sea City was a long way from Luyin Sandyland to Black Sea City. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. Xianxia was eager to return to the sect, so he directly used the Origin King grade starship. Although this starship was extremely large, its speed was much faster than a star shuttle, and the starship was sturdy, so it was quite safe to stay inside. Along the way, they encountered a number of scattered corpse spirit religion troops, some numbering in the thousands, some in the dozens, all of them under the leadership of a single corpse spirit, wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star. The starship's crystal cannons fired a volley, and without exception, these enemies were blasted off their feet, suffering heavy casualties. Xianxia didn't give any orders to stop and immediately fled after this attack. After just 3 days of travel, the number of enemies killed by the starship's crystal cannons had reached tens of thousands. Only a small number of these enemies were from the corpse spirit race, while most of them were human cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the corpse spirit religion. These cultivators followed corpse spirit religion's lead, so naturally, there was no need to be polite to them. The masters from the 3 clans who had been staying in the sealed world bead were also released by Xianxia and placed on the starship's deck, allowing them to watch the slaughter along the way. Since they wanted to establish a foothold on Shadowed Star, they naturally needed to integrate with this world. Xianxia wanted them to integrate into this star as soon as possible and let them see the level of this place's cultivator. Sure enough, after perceiving the strength of these enemies, Ling Tai Su, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others all fell silent, but everyone's eyes flashed with a desire to become stronger. Lin Yun on the other hand, showed a liveliness consistent with her age. When she thought about returning to High Heaven Sect and seeing the people she missed so much, she was very happy. Along the way, she flew around Xianxia like a lark, chattering nonstop. Su Yin and Xia Chong both liked this little girl very much, and after learning about her tragic childhood fate, the 2 women's motherly love burst into tears, leaving Xianxia speechless. 3 days later, the Origin King Great Starship arrived at the periphery of the Luyin Desert. Standing inside the starship, through the polished crystal glass, Xianxia saw a dense crowd of people gathered around the periphery of the Luyin Desert. At a glance, there was no end to this crowd, and it was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of people had gathered here. So many. Yang Xiaozhu was also taken aback. They really think highly of our High Heavens sect. Chuhan, he said coldly. According to City Lord Du, our High Heavens sect has now become the last paradise on Shadowed Star. This is no longer just a matter of having a bone in one's throat, but also a symbol, an unshakable spiritual pillar. As long as High Heavens sect still exists, Shadowed Star will not give up resistance. If I were Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, I would also do my best to attack, Lin Yu Rao said faintly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Sectmaster, should we pass through? The High Heavens sect disciple, in charge of controlling the starship, turned his head and asked. Kill them all, Xianxia said coldly. Yes. The High Heavens sect disciple accepted the order and began directing the starship's crystal cannons excitedly. Being surrounded by so many enemies at his doorstep made him quite angry, so Xianxia's order had undoubtedly given him an outlet to vent his anger. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk white beams of light shot out from the starship's crystal cannons, and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. This Origin King Great Starship was personally built by Yang Yin, so its ability to attack and destroy cities was outstanding. On top of that, the energy source for the crystal cannons was the Saint Crystal sources condensed by the stone mongoose Xiaoxiao, which further increased the power of the crystal cannons. Under the barrage of crystal cannons, the momentum was terrifying, as if the end of the world was approaching. Each crystal cannons swept through a large area, and all the corpse spirit race and the human cultivator who had surrendered to them were unable to resist, turning to ash upon contact. Chaos reigned below. The appearance of the several dozen-meter-long, pitch-black starship brought an extremely oppressive atmosphere to the corpse spirit race, and now that it had revealed its ferocious face, they were naturally terrified. A human cultivator recognized the origin of this starship and began to flee while shouting. The starship ignored him and rushed into the sky above where countless enemies were gathered, firing crystal cannons one after another. The earth trembled as huge craters appeared in the ground one after another, with white smoke rising from them. Inside the starship, Xianxia sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction, sneering, "There's a big fish over there. I'll go meet him. Junior brother, be careful." Su Yin and Xianing Chang had just finished exhorting when Xianxia disappeared. On the periphery of the flowing flame sand field, there was a palace that seemed to be newly built. This palace wasn't very big, only occupying a few dozen meters in radius, but it was built magnificently, a stark contrast to the barren and hot-flowing flame sand field. Inside the palace, a white-clothed man was currently reclining on an armchair. His posture was languid, and his hand was supporting his chin. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he looked down at the dozen or so beautiful women who were singing and dancing. These women were all tributes from the major forces that had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Religion. Each of them was an outstanding beauty, a rising star of their respective forces. But now, they seemed to have become playthings that could only serve as entertainment for this white-robed man. They seemed to be very afraid of this white-robed man, occasionally meeting his eyes, but hurriedly looking away, each of them moving cautiously, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. The earth shook, the palace trembled, and an astonishing energy fluctuation and buzzing sound came from not far away. The white-robed man's face sank as he sat up straight and asked sternly, "What's going on?" The dozen or so young women singing and dancing below also stopped and looked around blankly. Immediately, someone rushed in from the outside and said in a panic, reporting to Protector Kong, "A black starship has sailed in from the outside and is wantonly slaughtering our Corpse Spirit Religion's disciples. Presumptuous! Who dares to do this?" The white-robed man suddenly stood up, and an astonishing momentum spread out. scaring the dozen or so young women pale and hugging each other. Subordinate. Subordinate doesn't know. The cultivator who came in to report replied helplessly. What do I need you for? The white-robed man coldly snorted and stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator. His hand seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and directly grabbed the other party. With just a gentle twist, the cultivator's neck was broken. The dozen or so young women exclaimed in unison, the panic in their eyes growing stronger. HM, you dare take the initiative to come here? Interesting. The white-robed man suddenly looked up at the void and released his divine sense from several dozen kilometers away, fiercely clashing with Xianxia. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk where the divine sense clashed, the void collapsed. Inside the palace, the white-robed man was forced to retreat a few steps, as if he was not a match for Xianxia. Chapter 1680. Xianxia's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger, he let out a loud roar, and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Feng Fengqi, who was killed by Xianxia in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size, and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. 2 fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Xianxia was coming from, he waved his 2 claw-like hands again and again, sending out one claw after another towards Xianxia. Scram! Xianxia roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed, and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Xianxia, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragonbone sword. Pouring his saint chi into it, the verdant dragonbone sword let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Xianxia stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin-returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Xianxia leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragonbone sword. Xianxia slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed, and an arm full of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kaisers of Yang before, Yangs before him. But of Xianxia, of this opponent, of his, of course, of this, his, of mine's, of him, he, and Yang BS's. SSS Yangs. His, hims, he's, he, s's. Yang, of with death's Yang Yang's man's spirit Yang, of hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow. The white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up, and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Xianxia did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart and turn to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Xianxia had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Xianxia just stood by and watched. Not stopping him, Xianxia waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Xianxia, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you, it's actually you. We really have met before." Xianxia smiled slightly. "It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you." When Xianxia first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time, he and Yin had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time, this white-robed man was a corpse general-level master and had forced Xianxia to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. "I also remember you." The white-robed man grinned. "It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things, but this protector must thank you." "Thank me for what?" Xianxia frowned. "Thank you for taking away that mass of Sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements." The white-robed man laughed. "What does that have to do with Sun's true essence?" Xianxia was puzzled. "You wouldn't understand, even if I told you." The white-robed man sneered. "This protector is Corpse Spirit Religion's white-robed corpse general, Kong Fei Rao." "Boy, report your name." "White-robed corpse general." Xianxia raised his brow. "Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals, and so on?" He remembered that in the corpse cave, he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. Indeed, Kong Fei Rao did not deny it. "Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young, but have such good cultivation. Why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master and make you a deacon." "Not interested." Xianxia curled his lips. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you?" Xianxia smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kong Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Xianxia, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Xianxia then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kong Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Xianxia had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely because of his Space Force. Now, seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of Space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kong Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. A trace of annoyance appeared on Xianxia's face, but soon a sly smile appeared on his face. Kong Fei Rao instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was puzzled, a huge force hit him from behind, causing him to feel as if a towering mountain had smashed into his back, causing the sound of countless bones breaking to ring out from his body. After suffering such a heavy blow, Kong Fei Rao opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of green blood, his aura greatly weakening as he fell towards Xianxia under the influence of his momentum. In vain, Kong Fei Rao managed to turn his head around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him such a heavy blow. But after a single glance, Kong Fei Rao was dumbfounded. The one who had attacked him was actually a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant didn't have the slightest aura of life. No wonder he couldn't sense it. "Let's see how you dodge now." Xianxia grinned as he waved his hands, causing void cracks to rapidly form and converge into a giant net that flew towards Kong Fei Rao, blocking all his escape routes. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed greatly as he felt the strange power coming from the void cracks, took a deep breath, and suddenly stopped. The next moment, his entire body seemed to turn into nothingness as he quickly dove into the ground. It was as if he could merge with the earth. The void cracks that had converged into a giant net flew over his head, but they didn't have much effect. Stop him! Yang Kai's face sank as he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow Kong Fei Rao to escape underground. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find him. Receiving this order, the stone puppet's body flickered, and it disappeared into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle fluctuation spread out from underground, causing the ground to rise up and down like a wave. A moment later, accompanied by an angry roar, Kong Fei Rao burst out from underground, his whole face twisted in anger. The stone mongoose chased after him, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand as if it was weightless as it swung its stick, forcing Kong Fei Rao to not dare to stop. Trying to escape underground in front of the stone mongoose, Kong Fei Rao could only be said to be stupid. Earth escape was one of the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. At some point, Yang Kai had arrived above Kong Fei Rao's head, and with a flick of his fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads shot towards Kong Fei Rao like golden snakes. In an instant, Kong Fei Rao was tightly bound. Kong Fei Rao still wanted to struggle, but the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar had already swept over. Under this one blow, Kong Fei Rao's lower body was pulverized and his body was sent spinning midair. His misfortune didn't end there, though. The void cracks opened like the maw of a beast and swallowed most of his body. By the time Kong Fei Rao landed on the ground, all that was left was a broken body. If it had been an ordinary person who suffered such a heavy blow, they would have long since died. However, the corpse spirit race was born from the dead, and their vitality was extremely tenacious, so this kind of injury wasn't enough to take his life. A violent energy fluctuation came from his abdomen and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and begin to repair his damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and inserted his hand into Kong Fei Rao's abdomen, grabbing his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, but Kong Fei Rao remained motionless as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. His eyes were filled with resentment, but in the end, he compromised and sighed. "Speak. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Are you negotiating with me?" Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "That's right. Do you think you have the qualifications?" Yang Kai continued to sneer. "You didn't kill me because you wanted something from me. Otherwise, why would you let me live?" Kong Fei Rao coldly snorted. "You're quite smart." Yang Kai nodded, "But you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can crush an existence like you with one hand." Kong Fei Rao's expression became gloomy, but in the end, he couldn't refute. Chapter 1681. Kong Fei Rao also realized that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man hadn't even used his full strength. How could there be such a powerful origin-returning realm master in this world? Kong Fei Rao had thought that he had reached the limit of the origin-returning realm, but today he discovered that he was wrong. "Tell me, what is this sun's true essence all about?" Yang Kai's voice came. "Why are you thanking me for all your achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you." Kong Fei Rao glanced at him, but didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he sensed a destructive aura from the corpse bead that his expression changed, and he quickly said, "You didn't do anything. Perhaps you don't know." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Do you think the sun's true essence was just placed there casually?" "You're wrong. The reason why the sun's true essence was placed there was to use its sun's true fire to suppress the underworld spring well." "Underworld spring well." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kong Fei Rao grinned. "And it is a passage that connects to the underworld, where a rich in-corpse death chi gushes out. This in-corpse death chi is useless to any living being, only harmful, but to our corpse spirit clan is a great supplement. With this in-corpse death chi, our strength can grow to the limit of the origin-returning realm. And perhaps not the limit." Kong Fei Rao thought that he was already standing at the peak of the origin returning realm, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he realized that he was still far from reaching that level. There is such a thing under Grand Burial Valley? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Fei Rao laughed. How do you think the corpse cave was formed? My ancient Yang sect's ancestors discovered the underworld spring well long ago, so they used the sun's true essence to suppress it. The reason why we were able to become the noble corpse spirit clan is also because of the corpse chi in the corpse cave. Before, we couldn't do anything about the underworld spring well, but after you took away the sun's true essence, things were different. So, shouldn't this protector thank you? Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he said gloomily, Shadowed star becoming like this because of me? Ha ha! Kong Fei Rao laughed to the sky. And naturally you have your reasons. Say, if the people on Shadowed Star learned about this, wouldn't they hate you to the bone? I've never been one to be threatened. If you want to use this to threaten me to let you go, then I can only say that you've made the wrong decision, Yang Kai sneered. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse bead was in Yang Kai's hands, his life and death were in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. Who is your cult master? Was he one of the corpse generals I saw that day? Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao shook his head. No. Who is that? I don't know. Nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand. Kong Fei Rao's corpse pearl immediately made cracking sounds, as if it would break at any moment. Kong Fei Rao's body trembled. Gnashing his teeth, he roared, I really don't know. Cult Master isn't a member of our corpse spirit race at all. He suddenly came to the corpse cave one day and taught us some corpse cultivation methods and how to transform our clansmen. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave. I'm afraid he's still exploring the corpse cave. After all, no one has ever walked this path before. While Kong Fei Rao was speaking, Yang Kai had been observing his expression and found no flaws. There were only two explanations for this situation. The first was that Kong Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or origin of this cult master. The second was that Kong Fei Rao's acting skills had reached such a high level that he couldn't see through any flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former was more likely. Then what is his strength? Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao hesitated a few times. Gritting his teeth, he said, If I said that I didn't know what his cultivation was, would you believe me? What do you think? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Kong Fei Rao sighed. But I really don't know what his cultivation is. He has never made a move before. Then how did he become the cult master of corpse spirit religion? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation methods to convert your clansmen, you were willing to follow his orders. How is that possible? Kong Fei Rao curled his lips. A trace of anger appeared on his face. The reason why us brothers submitted to him is because he has. Before Kong Fei Rao could finish his words, though, his expression suddenly changed, as if something terrible had just happened to him. His eyes suddenly widening as a look of shock appeared on his face, his expression one of extreme pain. A strange aura spread out from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. The next moment, Kong Fei Rao suddenly let out a miserable howl, followed by a destructive aura erupting from his corpse bead, turning into a green flame that burned Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears all spat out green flames, making for a terrifying sight. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful top-level corpse general who had fought against Yi Shiyun was incinerated by the green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black matter. Yang Kai watched this scene from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai didn't know what Kong Fei Rao had encountered, but he guessed it was related to the mysterious cult master of corpse spirit religion. Perhaps this cult master had placed some kind of powerful seal on Kong Fei Rao's body. So once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some critical information, this seal would immediately activate and detonate his corpse bead, creating a corpse fire that would instantly kill him. Although it was only a guess, Xianxia felt it was quite likely. What a vicious method! What a vicious scheme! However, what kind of sensitive information was Kong Fei Rao trying to reveal that actually triggered the seal on his body? Xianxia recalled the words Kong Fei Rao had said before he died. Although the other party hadn't said the complete sentence, Xianxia could infer something from it. That mysterious cult master may have had some kind of artifact in his hands that could control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely speculation. Kong Fei Rao was dead and could no longer be resurrected, so Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little bit of dread towards this mysterious cult master. Being able to place such a seal on his subordinates, this cult master was obviously not an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao saying that Shadowed Star's current situation had something to do with him, Xianxia did not deny it. Perhaps it was because he had taken away the sun's true essence that suppressed the underworld well, allowing the corpse spirit race's strength to soar. But the most critical reason for this was because the mysterious cult master had taught him the corpse cultivation secret art and the method to transform corpse spirits. Without this method to transform corpse spirit religion would never have been able to grow. So, Xianxia only thought about it for a moment before putting this issue aside. Looking up, the Black Origin King grade starship was wantonly crushing the corpse spirit religion army, each crystal cannon blast taking the lives of dozens of corpse spirit race soldiers or those who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. While Xianxia was fighting with Kong Fei Rao, the area around Luyan's desert was already filled with corpses. With a loud roar, Xianxia flew up into the sky, his figure flickering as he wrapped himself in his space force and returned to the starship. "Return to the sect," Xianxia shouted. After this round of cleansing by the starship, corpse spirit religion had lost more than half of its forces besieging High Heaven's sect. Even white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, who had been stationed here, had been killed by Xianxia. The rest of them had scattered and fled, so there was not much they could do to kill them. Returning to the sect was more important. The people from Tongxian realm needed to be settled down. After all, they had been trapped in the sealed world bead for several years now, so the sooner they could come into contact with this world and familiarize themselves with its world principles, the better. Moreover, Xianxia also wanted to know the current situation of High Heaven Sect. It was rumored that High Heaven Sect had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years, and Great Elder Yishi had been seriously injured. It was unknown whether she had recovered or not. The 3 blazing flame rings of Luyan's desert were extremely overbearing, and even an ordinary Origin King grade starship would be burned to ashes if it tried to enter. However, High Heaven Sect starship was personally refined by Yang Inflammation, so it was naturally branded with Yang Inflammation's aura. The 3 blazing flame rings did not repel the starship, allowing it to easily break through the flame barrier. Only after the huge figure of the starship disappeared did the fleeing corpse spirit religion cultivators breathe a sigh of relief, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the starship, they could not even muster up the will to resist and could only be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they naturally felt relieved. Without receiving orders to leave, no one dared to leave without permission. So after a short while, the corpse spirit religion cultivators gathered from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Fei Rao's instructions. None of them knew that Kong Fei Rao had fallen. It was not until an hour later that Kong Fei Rao did not appear. Feeling suspicious, they went to investigate the palace and learned that the white-robed corpse general had actually died. Countless people were in an uproar. One of corpse spirit religion's 4 protectors had died, and High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship had returned. All of this seemed to indicate something. High Heaven Sect was located in the 4th layer territory of Luyan Sandfield. However, after Yang Inflammation took back the first 3 blazing flame rings, Luyan Sandfield no longer had a 6th layer territory. Only 4 layers remained. So, strictly speaking, High Heaven Sect was located in the 2nd layer. The outer layer was surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings. The inner layer was also surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, and further inside was the loft where Yang Inflammation slept. After passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced around at the familiar scenery and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongxian Realm was his homeland, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star for the longest time since he came to Star Territory. High Heaven Sect was also located here, so he still had a strong sense of familiarity with this place. After all, this was the sect he founded himself, the place where his sect, High Heaven Pavilion, flourished. This kind of personal creation and support was irreplaceable. Chapter 1682. In less than an hour, High Heaven Sect, located among the mountains, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The mountain road, paved with white jade, was clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there was a huge plaque with the words High Heaven Sect written on it. Sure enough, this is a beautiful place. Ling Tai Su stood inside the starship and looked down through the crystal glass, very satisfied with the current environment of High Heaven Sect's headquarters. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile and explained to his grandmaster, what we see now can only be regarded as a part of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect is composed of 81 peaks, one main peak, and 72 auxiliary peaks, each of which has a different scenery. But because there were too few people before, we chose to settle down here. Even I haven't fully explored those peaks, but once everyone settles down here in the future, you can find a peak you like to live on. Good. Chuling Xiao also felt relieved. Before, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would not have a place to settle the nearly 10,000 people from the three clans. After all, the three clans had quite a large number of people, so if they wanted to completely settle down, they would need a large place. But now, looking around, there was lush greenery everywhere, with towering peaks rising and falling from the clouds and looming pavilions. Of the 81 peaks, there was enough space for all the masters from the three clans to settle down, and there was even a large part of it left empty. Will we live here in the future? Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked down with a flushed face. This place was hundreds of times better than the Beast Sea jungle on Tongxian Realm. Not only was the world energy extremely rich, but the scenery was also superb. If the monster race could cultivate and live here, their future achievements would definitely not be too low. A headquarter was a foundation. Thunder Dragon, as a monster race great senior, was well aware of the importance of a foundation to a race. Yang Kai, my demon race owes you. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word and my demon race will not hesitate, Zhang Yuan said proudly. Zhang Yuan spoke from the bottom of his heart, implying that he wanted to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai nodded. The monster race demon race was something Yang Kai had taken the initiative to bring out when he left Tongxian Realm. Strictly speaking, Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan did owe Yang Kai a favor, but Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan didn't think so. Yang Kai was their master. They had vowed to follow Yang Kai for the rest of their lives, and they would only feel proud of it. Leaving the masters from the three clans to immerse themselves in shock and joy, Yang Kai commanded the starship to descend towards the huge square below, while simultaneously sweeping it with his divine sense to see how High Heaven Sect was faring. But a moment later, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He found that there were about 1,000 people gathered in High Heaven Sect at this moment. However, none of these people had an aura that he was familiar with. Yi Shiyun, Wu Yi, Changqi, Haoan Huangwan, and all the others seemed to have disappeared. Even the auras of the masters who had submitted to Star Emperor Mountain seemed to have disappeared. The starship was such an obvious target, but no one from High Heaven Sect came out to greet it. Instead, from the lofts near the square, countless unfamiliar divine senses stretched out and constantly scanned the area. This discovery caused Yang Kai's face to sink and his expression to become ugly. Seemingly noticing something, Ling Tai Su leaned over and whispered, Yang Kai, is something wrong? Yang Kai sneered softly, something is indeed wrong. Grandmaster, you wait inside the starship for a while. I'll go take a look. Good. Ling Tai Su responded. Yang Kai waved his hand, opened the starship's hatch, and led Yang Xiozhu out. Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and Yang Xiozhu stepped out of the starship. Xianxia Zhu and the others obviously also noticed the problem, and after exchanging a glance with each other, none of them understood what was going on. But soon, Xianxia Zhu circulated his Saint Qi and shouted, "Sect Master has returned to the sect." A long howl rang out. This howl spread throughout all 81 peaks of High Heaven Sect. Still, no one came to greet them. On the other hand, the divine senses that had been investigating the starship seemed to have become entangled and were silently communicating. The atmosphere in the entire High Heaven Sect suddenly became extremely strange. After a while, those divine wills dispersed. They seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. At this time, some figures flew out from the pavilions in all directions. Yang Kai stood on the square, like a towering mountain, exuding a cold aura as he waited quietly. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk silhouettes landed nearby one after another, gradually forming an extremely terrifying force. All of these people were masters above the Origin Returning Realm, and there were even a few third-order Origin Returning Realm masters. However, when these people looked at Yang Kai, their gazes were all evasive, as if they had a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes at all. Occasionally, a few of them would glare towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if they were looking at an enemy. Yang Kai glanced around and fixed his eyes on an old woman with white hair who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. Standing next to this old woman was a beautiful young girl who had a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivation and was a rising star shadowed star. The reason why Yang Kai was paying attention to this old woman was because he recognized her. This old woman was clearly Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had intervened at the last moment in an attempt to snatch the Emperor Jade that had fallen to Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this old woman. Although she had not been defeated by Great Elder Jean Shur of Demon Blood Temple at that time, she had not had any good intentions. As for the beautiful young girl next to her with a shrewd light in her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai remembered her name was Feng Yin. She was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng. At this moment, Feng Yin was looking up and down Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes, an eager look flashing across her beautiful face, as if she wanted to fight with Yang Kai to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Yang Kai naturally had no interest in her. The other party was just a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. He could crush her with a single finger. Looking around, Yang Kai saw some familiar and unfamiliar faces, most of which he could not name, but judging from their robes, all of them were from first-class sects or great forces on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai also saw the current sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu, and the younger generation's disciple, Insu Dai. The previous sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Xing He, had fallen while exploring the Emperor Garden and was replaced by his daughter, Gong Ao Fu. Over the years, Gong Ao Fu had also become a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master. Dai Yuan was not here. Yang Kai frowned, wondering where this beautiful yet ugly girl had gone. Logically speaking, she was a disciple of Color Glass Sect and should be with Gong Ao Fu. In all of Color Glass Sect, Yang Kai only had a good impression of Dai Yuan. After all, he had cooperated with this little girl several times. In the square, there was silence as Yang Kai just looked around coldly. The Origin Returning Realm cultivator across from him also showed no intention of speaking. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled. Interesting, this sect master has returned to the sect, but none of the elders have come out to greet him. Sorry for the inconvenience. As for why these people had appeared in High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. When he was in Black Sea City, Yang Kai learned from Du Yanling that High Heaven Sect had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. Not only had they frequently sent masters to rescue the human race elites, but under the orders of Great Elder Yi Shiyun, they had also opened High Heaven Sect to accept the fleeing cultivator. These people should have come to High Heaven Sect to seek refuge. After all, this was the last pure land on Shadowed Star, and with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, no matter how powerful corpse spirit religion was, they could not invade. No one could criticize Yi Shiyun's actions, not even Yang Kai. If he had been in High Heaven Sect at that time, he would have done the same. Towards the fleeing cultivator, Xianxia was not so cold-hearted as to leave them in the lurch. However, the current situation made him extremely angry. Although Xianxia did not know what was going on in High Heaven Sect, or why Shiyun and the others had not shown up yet, he knew that there must be some kind of filthy plot going on. The Origin returning realm masters on the opposite side glanced at each other before finally focusing their eyes on Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. Old Woman Feng did not decline and stepped forward with a kind smile on her old face. Sect Master Yang is too serious. Now that the world is in chaos, High Heaven Sect has become the most indestructible haven for our human race. It is the last hope of our race, so it is understandable that we have come to greet you. Our human race? Xianxia looked at Old Woman Feng with a smile, keenly grasping the key point of Old Woman Feng's words. Senior Feng seems to mean that my High Heaven Sect has now become a shared territory of the human race. How come I, the Sect Master, didn't know anything about this? Old Woman Feng's face stiffened, not knowing how to answer for a while. She had not expected Xianxia's words to be so sharp. A burly man suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Sect Master Yang, is it? High Heaven Sect relies on its natural stronghold to prevent Corpse Spirit Religion's army from attacking. So this treasured land has naturally become the last barrier for our human race. Now that the Corpse Spirit race is wreaking havoc in the outside world, no place is safe. High Heaven Sect should serve the human race and share this treasured land. Does Sect Master Yang feel there is something wrong with this? You are. Xianxia squinted at him. The burly man coldly snorted. Floating Mist Palace's palace master, Tang Fu Shui? Xianxia nodded lightly. He had heard of Tang Fu Shui before, the strongest master of Floating Mist Palace, a third-order origin returning realm master who was on par with Fei Ji Tu, Qian Tong, and the others. After all, Floating Mist Palace's strength on Shadowed Star was not bad. Tang Fu Shui continued. If my Floating Mist Palace could obtain such a treasured land, we would naturally open our doors to accept the elites of our human race and contribute to the continuation of our human race's strength. Sect Master Yang, upon returning to the sect today, you immediately put on an air of condemnation. Could it be you want to drive us all away? As soon as this statement came out, many people's expressions changed drastically as anxious looks appeared on their faces. They had managed to escape to High Heaven Sect with great difficulty. So if Xianxia really drove them out, their good days would come to an end. In the future, they would likely have to face the encirclement of Corpse Spirit Religion's army at all times. In that kind of environment, no one could guarantee their own safety. When did I say that? Xianxia sneered softly as he swept his eyes around. What are you afraid of? Everyone who was caught in his gaze quickly averted their eyes. Chapter 1683. When did this king feel guilty? Tang Fu Shui's face turned ugly as he retorted with a tough attitude. A chuckle suddenly rang out as Feng Yin, who was standing next to Old Woman Feng, gracefully bowed to Xianxia before opening her beautiful eyes and saying, Junior sister greets Brother Yang. Brother Yang, please don't be impatient. You haven't returned to High Heaven Sect for a long time and don't know much about the situation here, so there may be some misunderstandings. Now that Corpse Spirit Religion is wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, all of us have fled to High Heaven Sect. Brother Yang, as High Heaven Sect Sect Master, is the master of this place. Please consider the overall situation first. If possible, why don't we sit down and talk? Old Woman Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that her granddaughter's words were very appropriate. Even Tang Fu Shui, who had momentarily lost his composure, calmed down slightly. Who do you think you are? Whose junior sister are you? Don't try to curry favor with this sect master. Xianxia glanced at her indifferently, not putting her in his eyes at all. Old Woman Feng's face sank. Feng Yan's beautiful face was filled with anger as she grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Myriad Beast Mountain, where she came from, was not weak, and she was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng, so her aptitude was quite good. Although she was not as famous as Wei Guchang and the others, she was still one of the best rising stars on Shadowed Star. Coupled with her beautiful face and shrewd mind, she had always been a target of pursuit for the young men of Myriad Beast Mountain and was regarded as a goddess. Even if the young men of other great forces saw her, they would definitely chase after her. She had seen too many people who were captivated by her beauty. As such, she had never put men in her eyes and felt that all men in this world were idiots who could be controlled by her. However, Xianxia's reaction made her angry out of shame. Since childhood, she had never been insulted like this. It was as if she had taken the initiative to stick to someone's cold buttocks in public, making it impossible for her to back down. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, Xianxia no longer paid her any attention. To Xianxia, she was just an insignificant pawn. This made Feng Yan even more furious. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she fiercely stared at Xianxia, as if she wanted to bite off a mouthful of his flesh. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Send someone out to explain the situation clearly to me. If this sect master still does not understand the situation, all of you will scram from High Heaven Sect. Xianxia's eyes swept around like a hawk as he coldly shouted. The audience was in an uproar. Those who had been avoiding Xianxia's eyes and didn't dare to look at Xianxia directly became angry and glared at Xianxia. As for the experts who were hostile to Xianxia from the beginning, they were all shocked. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. Xianxia sneered. His figure stood erect like a javelin, facing the various complicated gazes and emotions. It was as if he was in a violent whirlpool, and he remained unmoved. What a joke. He had even fought with a second-order origin king like Luo Hai, a star master. So how could Xianxia be afraid of these people? Although the people in front of him were all origin returning realm masters. There were also many of them, but if Xianxia really wanted to kill them, it was likely none of them would be able to escape from High Heaven Sect. The vicious looks in their eyes were no different from a prostitute throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. After issuing the ultimatum, Xianxia no longer paid any attention to these people and instead spread out his divine sense, trying to find the people from High Heaven Sect. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find any clues from the 81 Peaks. All the people from High Heaven Sect had disappeared. This discovery made Xianxia's face grow uglier and uglier. The current him. He could vaguely guess what had happened to High Heaven Sect. One possibility was that everyone had been killed by these guys, which was why he couldn't find them. The second possibility was that they had all evacuated from the 81 Peaks. As for where they went, Xianxia could roughly guess. The former was unlikely, although High Heaven Sect didn't have many people in the beginning. Their strength was mixed, but after subduing those from Star Emperor Mountain, even if High Heaven Sect didn't have many people, they were not soft persimmons that could be easily crushed. With the people in front of him, wanting to kill Yishi and the others was somewhat unrealistic. So, there was only the second possibility left. Yishi may have evacuated High Heaven Sect to the deepest part of the Lu Yin Sandfield. That was the place where Yang Yun was hibernating and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Xianxia didn't know why Yishi had made such a choice, but she had her own difficulties. Just as he was releasing his divine sense and thinking about this, an old man suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists in a dignified manner. Sect Master Yang. This old master is Medicine Pill Sect's great elder, Li Jianming. Sect Master Yang has just returned from a long journey and must have worked hard. Why don't you take a rest first before we discuss this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Sect. This sect was one of the most famous forces on Shadowed Star, and the reason for this was simple. The disciples of this sect were skilled in alchemy. Just like Medicine King's Valley status in the capital world, Medicine Pill Sect also had a special status on Shadowed Star. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 elders, all of whom were origin-grade low-rank alchemists. On Shadowed Star, these were extremely precious talents. Even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to treat these 5 with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Li Jianming, as the great elder of Medicine Pill Sect, was a famous existence on Shadowed Star, on equal footing with the sect masters of the various great forces. Naturally, he was qualified to stand up and speak. When the old man spoke, he stroked his white beard and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if he was saying, "Give this old master some face." Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before saying coldly, "There is still half a cup of tea left. If you want to compete with this sect master in terms of patience, this sect master is happy to accompany you. But what happens after half a cup of tea, this sect master cannot guarantee." After saying so, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, like a ferocious beast. Li Jianming's face changed as he angrily shouted, "Isn't Sect Master Yang being a bit too unreasonable? We came here to greet you. Yet Sect Master Yang doesn't give us any face and even dares to speak such words that disregard the righteousness of the human race. Aren't you afraid of courting disaster?" Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he stared at Li Jianming like a sharp sword. Although this old man was an origin-grade alchemist, his cultivation wasn't very high, only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so he couldn't bear Yang Kai's gaze and was forced to take 2 steps back. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him, otherwise Li Jianming would have been seriously injured. "Bold!" Tang Fu Shui suddenly shouted, a murderous light flashing across his eyes. "You dare attack elderly? Boy, you have no respect for your elders. You are the sect master of a great sect, yet you act on your own whims. Fine, this old master will teach you a lesson, so you know how to behave in the future." Tang Fu Shui shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi. His Saint Chi was of the fire attribute, so after circulating it, his entire body began to burn, making him look like a fireball with terrifying momentum. Tang Fu Shui simply stretched out his hand and summoned a huge flaming hammer from the void and smashed down towards Yang Kai. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they wouldn't have been able to easily deal with this flaming hammer. But this was the full-powered blow of Floating Mist Palace's palace master. Even Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, showed dignified expressions. Yang Xiaozhu even took a step forward, preparing to take action. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and laughed. "Good, good, good. Someone finally couldn't help but take action. Since you court death, don't blame this sect master." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai leapt up and met the flaming hammer head-on with a fierce look on his face. Returning to High Heaven sect full of expectations, Yang Kai suddenly found that the sect he had worked so hard to establish had been occupied by a group of completely unrelated people. His disciples and friends were all gone. Yang Kai had long been annoyed. However, before he could figure out what was going on here, he could only suppress his anger and communicate with these people verbally. Although it was unlikely, what if there was some kind of misunderstanding? However, Yang Kai had never imagined that his benevolence would be mistaken for weakness and that someone would be stupid enough to throw his life away. Yang Kai's anger completely erupted. "Courting death," Tang Fu Shui sneered. Seeing Yang Kai actually meet his killing blow with his bare hands, Tang Fu Shui not only did not restrain his strength, but also increased the output of his Saint Chi. In an instant, the flaming hammer expanded once again, and its might became even more intense. Countless people's eyelids twitched as they stared at Yang Kai, who was about to meet the giant hammer, many different thoughts running through their minds. The seemingly small figure and the huge flaming hammer finally collided, and in the next moment, Tang Fu Shui's face changed drastically as he was sent flying backwards involuntarily, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk, the giant hammer condensed from a third-order origin returning Realm Master's pure Saint Chi and secret technique actually collapsed mid-air, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure leapt out, his murderous intent and anger condensing into a stream of light as he rushed towards Tang Fu Shui. Under Tang Fu Shui's incredulous gaze, Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it down. Tang Fu Shui's reaction was extremely fast. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body, while at the same time spreading out his Shi in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as his Shi left his body, It shattered as if it had encountered its natural enemy, causing his body to be fixed in place and the surrounding air to solidify, making it impossible for him to move. Xianxia's fist rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. There are no Saint Qi fluctuations, but this fist was filled with an aura of death. Before this fist even arrived, Tang Fu Shui felt his Saint Qi barrier begin to shatter and his face begin to hurt. No! Tang Fu Shui screamed in horror. At this moment, he no longer had the graceful bearing of a temple master. His face pale and his eyes filled with fear as he desperately tried to survive. Kong. Yang Kai punch him in the face. Chapter 1684. The onlookers who were not weak almost couldn't help jumping up in fright. From what they could see, Yang Kai's punch had directly smashed Tang Fu Shui's head into pieces. They could even clearly see the entire process of Tang Fu Shui's head being smashed, a scene that seemed to have been played countless times in slow motion. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they stared at Kai Yang in a different light. The origin-returning realm masters who had been looking down on Yang Kai were now filled with fear. They were well aware of Tang Fu Shui's cultivation and strength. Of all the origin-returning realm masters present, Tang Fu Shui could definitely rank among the top 3. However, such a master had his head blown off by a single punch from Yang Kai, and he couldn't be more dead. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of using his Saint Qi at all. It was as if he had only relied on his physique and the strength of his fist to accomplish this feat. No one was stupid enough to think that Tang Fu Shui had underestimated his enemy, or had somehow led to such an outcome. Tang Fu Shui was floating Mist Palace's palace master and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With his rich experience, how could he underestimate his enemy? And judging from the way he attacked, it was clear he had gone all out. But he was still killed in a single blow. In other words, Yang Kai's strength had far surpassed Tang Fu Shui's, which was why he couldn't even take a single blow. Tang Fu Shui was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So is Yang Kai an origin king? Thinking so, a series of gasps rang out as everyone felt their lungs fill with cold air. Kill everyone from floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, not willing to give up. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and the other two had long been suppressing their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything. They could only wait and see. So when they heard Yang Kai's order, all of them let out a roar as they pushed their Saint Qi and domains and rushed towards a dozen or so people in front of them. These dozen people had come with Tang Fu Shui and were all wearing floating Mist Palace robes, making them easy to recognize. Yang Kai obviously wanted to kill them all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed into the floating Mist Palace camp, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters from floating Mist Palace had been completely subdued, encountering no decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, floating Mist Palace's force wasn't too weak, except for the dead Tang Fu Shui, who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. There was also a third-order origin returning realm master, 3 second-order, and 7 or 8 first-order. However, they had long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods. Yang Xiaozhu and the other two were top powerhouses who had survived the blood prison. So how could they resist the onslaught of these three? 10 breaths later, the square was filled with corpses. The smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't say a word. They returned behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The entire audience was silent. Everyone could hear the fierce heartbeats in their chests as they looked at Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others. It was as if they were looking at a group of evil demons, their eyes filled with horror and panic. You actually dare to be so ruthless? Feng Yan's tender body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end combatants of my Shadowed Star's human race. If you kill them, who will fight against Corpse Spirit Religion's army in the future?" Do you want to exterminate my shadowed star's human race? Listening to her naive words, Yang Kai sneered. Is that so? Since their combat strength is so high, why haven't they gone out to fight? Why are they hiding in my high heaven sect instead? Feng Yin was speechless for a moment and wanted to say something else, but old woman Feng suddenly glared at her. Feng Yin finally came back to her senses. Just now, she didn't know which nerve in her head had connected the wrong way to criticize Yang Kai's actions. Now that old woman Feng was glaring at her, her tender body couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching her clothes. My patience is limited, Yang Kai reiterated again. Everyone's complexion changed as they all stared at Yang Kai in fear, but no one spoke. Just now, relying on the numbers, they didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, thinking that no matter how angry Yang Kai was, he wouldn't turn hostile on the spot and would at least sit down and have a good talk with them. However, after witnessing Yang Kai's ferocious means and terrifying combat power, they realized they were wrong. This young high heaven sect master didn't need to talk to them at all. He could slaughter everyone present by himself. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and plans were useless. After a long silence, old woman Feng sighed heavily and said, "There will always be new talents in every generation. We admit defeat. Sect Master Yang, please tell us." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to know what's going on with my high heaven sect." Old woman Feng turned her head and glanced around, but everyone who met her eyes quickly averted their eyes, obviously not daring to speak to Yang Kai. Old woman Feng's expression dimmed as she said miserably, "Sect Master Yang, it's a long story, but we were forced into a corner. It seems you still want to test my patience." Yang Kai smiled wickedly as he began to circulate his Saint Chi. Old woman Feng's face changed drastically as she hurriedly retreated and assumed a fighting stance. "I'll tell you what happened to High Heaven Sect." At that moment, a voice full of vigor called out from not far away. Yang Kai found this voice familiar and turned his head to see an old man with a face as black as charcoal walking over. Beside the old man, there was a man in his 40s following behind him. When they arrived at the square, the man saw the corpses all over the ground and exclaimed in shock, "Treasure Trove Pavilions, Yin Pei and his disciple." Yang Kai had dealt with this auctioneer known as Old Blackface before and knew they had a good relationship with Qian Tong. So although he was still annoyed, he suppressed his anger and nodded. "So it is Senior Yin. Sect Master Yang is too polite. This Yin will tell you what happened here." Old Black Yin Pei cupped his fists and quickly explained everything he knew to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully. 2 years ago, corpse spirit religion had appeared out of nowhere, and its influence had snowballed like a rolling snowball. Many sects and clans have been exterminated and uprooted, and the reputable sects were the main targets of the corpse spirit religion. In front of such a powerful force in numbers, basically no great force on Shadowed Star could resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Floating Mist Hall, Colored Glass Sect, Clear Sky Sect, Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, all of them were destroyed one after another, resulting in countless casualties. Because of High Heaven Sect's special geographical location, corpse spirit religion could not do anything to it. When Yang Kai was away, Yi Shiyin took charge of High Heaven Sect and did not sit back and ignore the situation on Shadowed Star. Out of righteousness, she frequently sent masters from the sect to rescue these sects. Yi Shiyin herself personally took action. However, although High Heaven Sect was not weak, in the face of a behemoth like corpse spirit religion, this kind of support was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not only did it cause High Heaven Sect to lose a lot of strength, but it also failed to save the situation. In the end, High Heaven Sect was forced to open its gates and accept the fleeing cultivator. The thousands of people Yang Kai had sensed had come to High Heaven Sect for this reason. After entering High Heaven Sect, these people felt as if they had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, a stark contrast that made everyone ecstatic. Outside, they had to constantly worry about being hunted down by corpse spirit religion, unable to even heal their wounds in peace. But inside High Heaven Sect, with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, they no longer needed to worry about such things. They could live comfortably and safely here, and even if the outside world collapsed, it would not affect them in the slightest. What's more, the world energy inside High Heaven Sect was the richest on all of Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain could not compare to the weakest peak of High Heaven Sect. All of them deeply fell in love with this place. Before, no one knew the situation inside Luyin Desert, but after Yixian accepted them as refugees, they discovered that this place was simply a rich treasure trove. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure trove? The cultivator of every sect envied High Heaven Sect. If that was all, it would have been fine, as none of them were stupid enough to turn against High Heaven Sect as soon as they were accepted. But later, when Yixian wanted them to go with her to rescue other forces, the situation changed. They had come here with great difficulty and managed to save their lives. So how could they be willing to go out again and live in fear? As such, no sect cooperated. Instead, they were worried that their attitudes and practices would anger Yixian, lest they be driven out. As a result, after a series of conspiracies, they took the initiative and began causing havoc inside High Heaven Sect. Since High Heaven Sect accepted the masters from Star Emperor Mountain, its strength was definitely not weak, but in the past 2 years, many of its masters had died in battle outside, and almost all of those who returned alive were wounded. So how could it be a match for the joint forces of Shadowed Star's top sects? Yixian could only lead the people from High Heaven Sect to fight and retreat to the deepest part of Luyin Desert. This happened 2 months ago. With Yixian and the others retreating, these people naturally occupied High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Although they were also worried that Yixian would counterattack after her injuries healed, they were more afraid of Corpse Spirit Religion, which had gathered outside Luyin Desert. If they stayed here, at least they could survive, but if they left High Heaven Sect, only death awaited them. So even though they felt uneasy, they each occupied a good location and stayed in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. That's what happened. After old black-face Yin Pei finished speaking, he fell silent. On the other hand, his disciple, Ren Tianrue, who was known as Little Blackface, opened his mouth and argued, "My treasure trove pavilion did not participate in this matter, and there were also some other great forces that did not participate." Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. "Even if you did not participate, you didn't stop it, did you?" Ren Tianrue's face turned pale as he stammered, "We reported to Great Elder Yi. Then should this sect master thank you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1685. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this, Ren Tianrue opened his mouth to defend himself, but Yin Pei raised his hand to stop him. "There's no need to say anything. This matter is our fault. Sect Master Yang may rest assured. This old master will take Treasure Trove Pavilion's people away from High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai gave him a deep look, but did not say anything, simply turning his head to look at Old Woman Feng and the others and chuckling. Good. Great Elder Yi is benevolent and righteous, but in the end, he rescued a group of ungrateful wolves. Very good. The Origin Returning Realm Cultivator on the opposite side all wore guilty and embarrassed expressions. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. The people present were the upper echelons of the various major forces. Although most of them were as cunning as foxes and as ruthless as wolves, doing such a thing really made them feel ashamed. As such, in the face of Yang Kai's disdain, none of them could refute. They were even more afraid of provoking Yang Kai's anger and provoking him into a slaughter, so none of them dared to say anything. Old black-face Yin Pei stood to the side, feeling Yang Kai's thick murderous intent, his expression becoming extremely dignified. He wanted to say something, but hesitated several times before eventually letting out a deep sigh and remaining silent. "Who is the leader?" Yang Kai shouted, sweeping his eyes across the crowd like lightning. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. In the next moment, most people's eyes gathered on Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng. Old Woman Feng's complexion changed drastically as she shot a glance towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai grinned. Old Woman Feng no longer dared to remain in place, and with a loud roar, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her withered body as she transformed into a stream of light. She rushed out. "Want to leave? Leave your life behind first." Yang Kai shouted coldly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Old Woman Feng. Old Woman Feng, who was 1,000 meters away, suddenly felt the space around her solidify as a visible void crack formed around her, wrapping her in the middle and cutting towards her like the sharpest of blades. Sect Master Yang, if you have something to say, this old woman admits defeat. This old woman is willing to compensate you. Old Woman Feng cried out loudly, but she did not have the courage to resist this strange method and could only circulate her Saint Chi to resist the suction force of these void cracks. Too late. Yang Kai remained motionless, his space force erupting once again. In the void, the spatial rifts buzzed in unison. It was as if they had really turned into swords, cutting through Old Woman Feng's body. In the next moment, the aura of this third-order origin returning realm master from Myriad Beast Mountain disappeared, and his body became tattered. Most of the corpses had been banished into the endless void. He fell from the sky. He was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Yang Kai looked at the other people from 10,000 Beast Mountain. The faces of the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain who had followed Old Woman Feng here suddenly paled. Some people knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Some people begged for mercy, while others, like Old Woman Feng, made a prompt decision and tried to escape, while others knew they couldn't escape and just stood there with ashen faces, circulating their Saint Chi, ready to fight back at any time. Feng Yin was even more dumbfounded, her beautiful face filled with shock, as if she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed out again, but this time, without Yang Kai's order, they knew what to do. 10 breaths later, all the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain were wiped out, leaving only Feng Yin standing in place in a daze. The blood around her and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles and martial uncles finally sobered Feng Yin up. Her tender body trembled as her thoughts became chaotic, and she made an unexpected move, rushing straight towards Yang Kai and shouting, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai just stared at her blankly, not showing any intention to stop her. Lin Yu Rao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand gently, sending out a stream of light from her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she reached within 5 meters of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing from her slender white neck. At this point, all of Myriad Beast Mountain's members were dead, and this sect was completely erased from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me." From the crowd, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. This old master is the top alchemist on Shadowed Star and has made great contributions to the human race. "You can't kill me." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that the speaker was actually Great Elder Li Jianming of Medicine Pill Sect. His face was pale, and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods, he couldn't help collapsing. "It looks like your Medicine Pill Sect is also involved in this." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering slightly as he arrived directly in front of Li Jianming and stretched out his hand towards him. Although Li Jianming was Medicine Pill Sect's great elder, in the end, he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Years of alchemy left him with no spare energy to devote to the martial Tao, so his cultivation wasn't high and he didn't have much combat experience. When Yang Kai sent out his palm, Li Jianming didn't show any intention of dodging and instead just yelled, "You can't kill me." Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply smashed his head to pieces. "Stop!" A belated shout rang out, and it wasn't until Li Jianming's head exploded that this voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the other elders of Medicine Pill Sect glaring at him. As soon as they met these cold eyes, the elders of Medicine Pill Sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help shivering. The one leading them was another elder of Medicine Pill Sect. He was the one who had shouted just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, this elder clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to submit to High Heaven Sect. Please spare our lives." As soon as the statement came out, everyone couldn't help feeling moved. Although Medicine Pill sect didn't have many people, it had always been a proud and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them. But Medicine Pill sect refused to compromise, so even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year, they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today, the elders of Medicine Pill sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven sect. Although great elderly Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill sect still had 4 origin-grade low-rank alchemists. There are also more than a dozen Saint King-grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Xianxia's previous methods were chilling, when this elder from Medicine Pill sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Xianxia with some envy. "We are willing to submit. Please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another, they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Xianxia and the others raised their brow as they stared at Xianxia with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill sect's request. Xianxia smiled playfully, though. "I killed Li Jianming. Don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill sect changed slightly. The elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. We just made the best choice possible." "Ha!" Xianxia chuckled lightly before his face sank, and he waved his hand. "Kill them." Everyone from Medicine Pill sect was startled. Even Xianxia and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Xianxia to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and, after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and the others are all origin-grade alchemists." Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Chu Han Yi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill sect didn't have much combat power, so Xianxia and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above Saint King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't care. If it had been anyone else, they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was extremely precious. However, Xianxia himself was an Origin King grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own, so how could he care about a few trivial Origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Xianxia was still a little uneasy, so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the 2 culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Xianxia's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Xianxia exhaled and declared, "You now have 2 choices, submit or die." All the people here were origin-returning realm masters, so they weren't weak. Xianxia indeed had the ability to kill them all, but relatively speaking, Xianxia was more willing to subdue them. Corpse Spirit Religion was currently wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, and High Heaven sect had suffered heavy casualties, so it was now lacking powerful thugs. The people in front of him were the best choice. Little Black Face, Ren Tianrue, had also said that many great forces had not participated in forcing Yishi Yun and the others to submit, while others had simply gone with the flow. As such, after killing the main culprits, Xianxia wasn't going to investigate any further. Presumably, the blood of Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect would be enough to wake these people up. As soon as these words came out, the square fell silent. Everyone glanced around at each other, but compared to the panic they had felt just now, their expressions had finally eased a lot. They were really afraid that Yang Kai's murderous intent would soar and he would wipe them all out. With the means he had just shown and the strength of Yang Xiuzhu and the others, no one could resist. No one was stupid enough to question Kai Yang's tyrannical decision. Compared to his previous thunderous methods, the fact that he was willing to make such a choice was already a show of benevolence. Many people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Chapter 1686. So after a moment of silence, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, and after walking over, he cupped his fists with a dignified expression. This one is Extreme Path Sect Master, Wang Taijin. I am willing to submit to High Heaven Sect and will obey Sect Master Yang's orders in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to follow Sect Master Yang's lead. Even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not refuse. Boundless Pavilion is willing. Immediately, more than a dozen large and small sects expressed their intentions and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply stood in place, his attitude neither cold nor warm, appearing somewhat unfathomable. With the passage of time, more and more forces submitted to him. In the face of absolute strength, if they still did not recognize reality, it would be tantamount to courting death. These people had fled to High Heaven Sect to seek refuge. So how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a bit overbearing and his attitude was somewhat uncomfortable, at least they were able to survive. Color Glass Sect is willing to join High Heaven Sect. From now on, Color Glass Sect will no longer exist on Shadowed Star. I hope Sect Master Yang can be benevolent and accept us. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai and said sincerely. As soon as this statement came out, the masters who had previously expressed their willingness to pledge their allegiance all stared at the speaker in disbelief. Yang Kai also glanced over with interest and found that he actually knew this woman. The current sect master of Color Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons, Dai Yuan was not valued by Gong Ao Fu. On the other hand, In Su Dai was quite favored by Gong Ao Fu and was always with her, vigorously cultivating her. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed In Su Dai was standing beside Gong Ao Fu and even boldly throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at Gong Ao Fu meaningfully and slowly said, Sect Master Gong, do you know what you were saying? Gong Ao Fu smiled, reached out, and brushed her long black hair behind her ear, saying lightly, This mistress is not a child. Naturally she knows. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress will take responsibility for her words. Submission and joining were completely different meanings. Before, the sect submitting to Yang Kai meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of High Heaven Sect. They would retain their sect's name and status in their own sections. They would leave High Heaven Sect one day. He returned to his sect's headquarters. But if Gong Ao Fu wanted to join, things would be different. If she wanted to join High Heaven Sect, she would have to disband Color Glass Sect. In other words, Color Glass Sect was finished in her generation, but if Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven Sect in the future. Sect without permission, sect to sect. This was definitely a very bold decision. After recovering from their shock, the expressions of all the Origin returning realm masters on the square changed, and soon, most of them showed looks of admiration. Naturally, they knew what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai had made a strong return and displayed astonishing combat power, only High Heaven Sect was an absolutely safe place on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven Sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice, as it would provide Yang Kai with much better care. But understanding was one thing. If they were asked to give up their sects and join High Heaven Sect, not many of them would be willing. Cultivators had always attached great importance to their own inheritances. They were branded with the brand of their respective sect, which represented a kind of honor that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, an existence they were proud of and recognized. Even Xianxia was no exception. That was why the force he founded on Shadowed Star was called High Heaven Sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven Sect. Although the latter two sects had a close relationship with him, and he was even the holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. But no matter what, High Heaven Pavilion was a sect, and he had a special feeling towards it, one that Nine Heavens Holy Land and Soaring Heaven Sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu actually wanted to disband Color Glass Sect and join High Heaven Sect, which showed that this beautiful woman had a much deeper vision than most of the people present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make such a decision that would bring shame to the name of her ancestor. Xianxia stared straight at her, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not show any intention of evading, nor did she feel guilty, simply staring straight at Xianxia with clear eyes. Does Sect Master Yang despise my colored glass sect for being too weak? Seeing that Xianxia did not respond for a long time, Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little nervous. Colored Glass Sect has suffered such a disaster, so there really aren't many disciples left. Only 50 people followed this mistress to High Heaven Sect, but of these 50, 10 are Origin returning Realm Masters while the rest are Saint Kings. Being able to have 50 people escape is not bad. Xianxia praised casually, still not expressing any intention to take a stand. Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little embarrassed. This mistress knows that there may have been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass Sect and Sect Master Yang before. But if Sect Master Yang can accept this mistress in the future, this mistress will be willing to sacrifice her life for him. For a woman to be able to say such words, she must have made a great deal of determination. Even an average man would not be able to utter such bold words. As soon as these words fell, Gong Ao Fu shouted again, "Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know you've done something to make Sect Master Yang angry before." Hearing this, Su Dai's tender body trembled as she shot a pitiful look towards Xianxia, but she did not show any intention of disobeying Gong Ao Fu and really knelt down in front of everyone. Pleading softly, Su Dai was not sensible before and offended Sect Master Yang. I asked Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and not bother with me. She was now a master of the First Order Origin returning realm, so if not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been impossible for her to do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, she would never be able to see anyone again. Sect Master Yang, Gong Ao Fu looked at Xianxia expectantly. Xianxia pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning to Gong Ao Fu. I want to know where Dai Yuan went. Does Sect Master Gong know her whereabouts? Dai Yuan was definitely one of Xianxia's few friends on Shadowed Star. Although their friendship was not too deep, it was definitely not shallow. However, since Xianxia had appeared until now, he had not been able to find any trace of Dai Yuan. It stood to reason that if Dai Yuan had really fled to High Heaven Sect, she would have definitely appeared. However, Xianxia's failure to find her made him a little annoyed, wondering if Dai Yuan had met with some kind of accident. Hearing Xianxia's question, Gong Ao Fu actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled tenderly. If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress disciple, this mistress can assure you that there is no need for such concern. What do you mean? Dai Yuan retreated to the deepest part of Lu Yin Sandfield with Great Elder Yi that day, so she is now very safe. Xianxia's expression changed as he could not help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan retreating to the deepest part of Lu Yin Sandfield with Yi Shiyun was something Xianxia could more or less guess. Presumably, Dai Yuan did not want to associate herself with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Shiyun's side. There was definitely a reason for this. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would not have committed such a betrayal of her sect. Xianxia felt a little moved in his heart. He did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, but each one of them was worthy of deep friendship. There is no need to mention Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener. In order to rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, disregarding their own lives. Dai Yuan's actions were tantamount to betraying her sect. This mistress wonders if sect master Yang is satisfied with this answer. Although Gong Ao Fu asked this question, her face was full of smiles. She had already guessed what Yang Kai was thinking, so there was no longer any uneasiness on her face. Yang Kai laughed, stretched out his hand, and pulled Yin Su Dai up, nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, Sect Master would appear too unreasonable if he refused. From now on, Colored Glass Sect's disciples will be my High Heaven Sect's disciples. I hope we can share trials and tribulations together. Gong Ao Fu got the answer she wanted and was overjoyed. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. This mistress greets Sect Master. She immediately changed the way she addressed Yang Kai, drawing closer the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. Disciple greets Sect Master. In Su Dai also bowed gracefully, her pretty face blushing slightly, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, Yang Kai, who knew her temperament well, naturally would not be deceived by her pretentious appearance. This little girl cultivated charm techniques, so it was easy for her to change her temperament to attract a man's attention. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand and simply held it tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he glanced at her meaningfully, pulling back his hand without a trace before saying, Sect Master Gong's strength is extraordinary. Since you have entered High Heaven Sect, you will serve as an elder. The original disciples of Color Glass Sect will all be under your command. Gong Ao Fu's mouth opened slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Although she would not be ostracized or oppressed after entering High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai did not disperse the original disciples of Color Glass Sect, and instead allowed Gong Ao Fu to lead them. Even granting her the position of elder naturally moved this beautiful woman greatly. If there's an opportunity in the future, Elder Gong can also restore the glory of Color Glass Sect. Sect Master will not restrict you. Yang Kai thought for a moment before throwing out another bombshell. This time, Gong Ao Fu immediately showed a look of loyalty, her eyes slightly red as she bowed deeply. This mistress thanks Sect Master for his kindness. This mistress will do her best to contribute to High Heaven Sect and will not fail to live up to Sect Master's high expectations. This time, she was truly dead set on following Kai Yang. Joining High Heaven Sect was just a stopgap measure to protect the last of Colored Glass Sect's bloodline, but she had never expected to receive such a great reward in return. How could Gong Ao Fu not be moved? For a time, the people from the other sects showed looks of regret. Chapter 1687. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would be so kind as to allow Colored Glass Sect to be rebuilt in the future. If they had known this would happen, they would have joined him long ago instead of scheming against him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Although Yang Kai was easy to talk to, he was not a fool. After seeing the treatment Colored Glass Sect received, how could he accept it? Many people wore bitter looks on their faces, but they forced themselves to come forward and congratulate Gong Ao Fu. Gong Ao Fu was now an elder-level character in High Heaven Sect, so they naturally had to curry favor with her. Gong Ao Fu also seemed to shine brightly because of Yang Kai's words and responded to everyone with a smile, appearing quite generous and decent. After all, she was already a sect master, so it was a piece of cake for her to deal with this kind of situation. Yang Kai looked around before finally fixing his eyes on Yin Pei. Yin Pei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and no one could guess what he was thinking from the changes in his expression. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he opened his mouth but eventually sighed and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yang, take care, this old master will take his leave. Yang Kai chuckled. Where does Senior Yin want to go? Yin Pei frowned. I don't know, I'll just take one step at a time. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was rampaging outside, and although Treasure Trove Pavilion strength was not bad, it could not compete with Corpse Spirit Religion. Otherwise, Yin Pei would not have brought his people to hide in High Heaven's sect to seek shelter. Now that he was about to leave, his future was bleak, so he felt somewhat uneasy. If Senior Yin does not disdain it, you may as well stay. Although my High Heaven sect is not a great place to be, it is not a place to be. Although High Heaven sect is not extraordinary, it is large enough to accommodate your treasure trove pavilion's people. Yin Pei's body shook as his black face glowed with excitement. Looking at Yang Kai gratefully, he hesitated a few times before lowering his head and saying, "This old master is ashamed." When the masters from the other sects made trouble in High Heaven sect last time, although the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion did not participate, they also did not stand up to stop them, only informing Yixian. For a benefactor who had accepted him and sheltered him, doing so would undoubtedly be unethical. But now, Yang Kai didn't care about their former enmity and took the initiative to ask them to stay, repaying evil with kindness. This made Yin Pei feel a little ashamed. That was why he felt so ashamed. He knew that too. Yang Kai didn't have much of a relationship with Treasure Trove Pavilion. The few times they had interacted with each other, it was all about benefits. The reason why Yang Kai took the initiative to ask him to stay was because of Qiantong. Yin Pei and Qiantong had a good relationship. "Old Mr. Yin, you are too serious. After we survive this disaster, my High Heaven sect may still need Treasure Trove Pavilion's help. I hope Senior Yin will not refuse when the time comes." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sect Master Yang is too polite. In the future, if High Heaven sect has any use for my Treasure Trove Pavilion, just let us know, Yin Pei said solemnly. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction, secretly thinking that old blackface Yin Pei was quite tactful. Yang Kai opening his mouth to ask Yin Pei to stay was indeed because of Qiantong, but the main reason was that Treasure Trove Pavilion could not be underestimated. Perhaps their combat power was nothing in front of Yang Kai, but Treasure Trove Pavilion had many businesses all over Shadowed Star and had many channels that High Heaven sect did not. If High Heaven sect wanted to develop and grow, having such an ally was naturally not a bad thing. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyun to withdraw from High Heaven sect had all been killed, so Yang Kai's resentment had been vented, so he didn't intend to pursue this matter any further. If he had really killed all of these people here, it would have been a huge loss to Shadowed Star. Rather than dying at his hands, it would be better to let them fight against the corpse spirit religion and use their remaining strength. For a time, the square was filled with joy and harmony, but 90% of the masters present acted cautiously when facing Yang Kai, lest they upset Yang Kai. Only Gong, Ao, Fu, and the others, who had already joined High Heaven sect, acted more naturally. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven sect for a long time, so he was very concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also quite concerned about the injuries of Yi Shiyun and the others, so naturally, he had no intention of continuing to chat with them. After waving his hand and telling them to return to their residences, he summoned the people aboard the starship and had them come down together. Yang Kai did not need to greet these people as Yang Xiuzhu and the others had arranged for them. Yang Kai hurried to Lu Yan's 6th layer of the sandfield. What surprised him, though, was that before he even flew out of High Heaven sect, he saw a large mass of light approaching him from the distance. The aura at the head of this group was very familiar. Who else could it be but Yi Shiyun? Yang Kai was stunned, but soon understood. Although he had only fought in the square for a short time, he had still caused some disturbances. Yi Shiyun had probably noticed this and had brought the original High Heaven sect disciples out from the depths of the 6th layer. Since they had returned, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyun, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Shiyun's situation, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Have you dealt with them all?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling. "Does Great Elder trust me so much?" Yi Shiyun said lightly, "You are the sect master. Who else can I trust but you?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded. "It's been dealt with." Yi Shiyun looked towards the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong. Many people must have died, right?" Yang Kai sneered. "Myriad Beast Mountain? Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace, all three forces were annihilated. Yixian didn't have much of a reaction, but the people behind her all showed a look of excitement, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. It was these three sects who had misled the other masters into opposing High Heaven Sect, and in the end, Yixian had no choice but to retreat. Sect Master Xianxia suddenly walked out from the rear and bowed to Yang Kai. Sect Master should know that the reason Great Elder led us to withdraw from headquarters was not because we were no match for those bastards, but because Great Elder was afraid the fighting would affect the sect's disciples. My High Heaven sect's bloodline is still thin and cannot afford to suffer any losses. I know. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and without saying anything, he respectfully retreated behind Yixian. Yang Kai had thought that the reason why Yixian had retreated to the depths of the Luoyin Desert was indeed because she was outnumbered. After all, there were simply too many enemies, but after seeing the situation of these people, he immediately speculated the real reason. Although the number of people in front of him was much smaller than when he left High Heaven Sect, and almost all of them were injured, Yixian seemed to be fine. If she had really displayed her strength, how could Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace have been able to drive her away? The reason she had bravely retreated was entirely to take care of the others in the sect. She might be able to fight 10 enemies alone, but the others were not, especially the disciples of the Haiku family who had followed Yang Kai from the beginning. These people's cultivations were only around the Saint King realm. If Yixian had not retreated, they would have died without an intact corpse. In other words, if Yixian had chosen to fight to the death in that battle, High Heaven Sect would not have had a good end, and at least half of the people in the square would have died. Since Sect Master understands, this palace has nothing to say. Yixian nodded lightly, her expression as cold as ever. How are Great Elder's injuries? On the way back, I heard that you fought with 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion and were seriously injured. They were indeed strong. I was not their opponent when fighting 2 of them alone, but there are no problems now. I should be able to fully recover after a month or so of rest. That's good. There will be many people moving into the sect soon, so Great Elder will be needed to make arrangements. Yixian glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted. You seem to be quite happy. Yang Kai laughed. That's not my strong suit. Moreover, I've been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years now, so I really don't know much about it. Forget it. I'll make the arrangements when the time comes. Yixian took over. The group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the headquarters. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the Sealed World Bead, even the calm, Yixian could not help feeling a little moved. Although she had been warned by Yang Kai that a large number of people would be moving into High Heaven Sect, she had not expected it to be such a huge number. What's more, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from their homeland, so there was no need to consider their loyalty. In other words, in terms of numbers alone, the current High Heaven Sect had completely surpassed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, it still could not be compared to Corpse Spirit Religion. Now, more and more people were joining Corpse Spirit Religion, and almost half of all Shadowed Star had fallen into the clutches of its army. With nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans, how to deal with them was definitely a problem. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about this at all. After Yixian gathered the top masters of the human, monster, and demon races, she asked them about their respective requirements and quickly arranged for them to settle down in different mountain peaks. These mountain peaks all had ready-made, secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven Sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yixian had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven Sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future, it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven Sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven Sect before, so although Xianxia was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Xianxia somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Xianxia patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of a human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the three clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Tongxian Realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise, not to mention that High Heaven Sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1688. After the situation in the sect stabilized, Xianxia began to deal with other matters. The first thing he needed to do was naturally heal Yishi and the others. Of the original High Heaven Sect disciples, Yishi was not the only one who was injured. 90% of the other Origin returning Realm Masters were also injured. These injuries were all left behind during the battle with Corpse Spirit Religion's Masters. Injuries caused by Corpse Chi were very difficult to heal, as the insidious Corpse Chi had a corrosive effect that hindered the circulation of High Heaven Sect's Saint Chi. Only by using a special detoxification spirit pill could they be healed. Previously, they had not been able to recover from their injuries and had been forced to use their powerful cultivations to suppress them before using their Saint Chi to slowly dissolve them. This process was very long. However, after Xianxia returned, everything changed. He teamed up with little senior sister Xianxia to refine a special kind of spirit pill that could detoxify Corpse Chi. After giving one to each of the injured people, the Corpse Chi disaster was instantly resolved. Without the Corpse Chi, with their cultivations, it was naturally not difficult for them to recover, not to mention that Xianxia had also refined a large number of pills for them to take. As such, in just 10 days, the problem that had plagued the Masters of High Heaven Sect for countless days was resolved, and the high-end combat power of High Heaven Sect was completely renewed. In this incident, because of Yishi wise decision, High Heaven Sect did not suffer any losses. On top of that, before she left, she took away some of High Heaven Sect's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree. On the whole, High Heaven Sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses other than being occupied by someone else. After Yishi returned, the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were placed in specific places again. The former was the key to refining the Origin King pill, while the latter two were great aids to a cultivator's breakthrough. Both had unimaginable significance and role for the entire sect. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect was completely settled. In the main hall, Xianxia summoned all the high-level members of High Heaven Sect. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all gathered together on time to listen to his speech. Xianxia didn't have much to say, first expressing his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, then looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven Sect. They were all topics that were neither painful nor itchy. In the end, Xianxia suddenly smiled mysteriously and turned to the crowd. On this trip, I brought some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play the greatest role on Shadowed Star, they can be used to their full potential. However, it will definitely allow you to glimpse the barrier to the Origin King realm. He believed that as long as he accumulated enough, in the future, as long as I can get rid of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, I can smoothly break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Xianxia dumbfoundedly, as if they were unable to digest the news he brought. Even Yishi was taken aback, staring at Xianxia curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been a legend on Shadowed Star, a barrier that even Yishi could not break through. Although she did not choose to leave Shadowed Star with Xianxia and instead chose to stay behind, that did not mean she had no desire to break through to this realm. On the contrary, her desire to break through to the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's because she already had the qualifications to break through to the grand accomplishment stage. It was only because she had to protect Yang Yin that she chose to stay behind, lest there be no one to oversee the sect and an accident occur. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's words, she was naturally very concerned. Sect Master, what is this mysterious thing? Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had just joined High Heaven Sect as an elder, she had quickly integrated into the sect and was not a bad person. In less than half a month, she had already gained the recognition of her existence by the original High Heaven Sect Elder Committee. As such, she still had some say in this meeting. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looking forward to his answer. It's this. Yang Kai did not keep them in suspense, and instead stretched out his hand, grasped at the void, and took out a crystal-like object. As soon as this crystal appeared, a soft and mysterious power filled the hall, causing all the Origin returning realm masters present to show looks of shock and confusion. Although they could not see through the true essence of this power, they felt that it was more profound and mysterious than Sure, as if it was an upgraded version of Sure. Territory Stone. Yang Xiaozhu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately recognized the origin of this crystal. Chuhan Yi and Lin Yu Rao also recognized it and exclaimed, their eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. What is a territory stone? Yi Shiyun's brow furrowed slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the highest, so she was naturally aware of the indescribable mysteries contained in this crystal. She had only probed it slightly, but she felt as if her soul was being cleansed. It was easy to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for a long time. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Xiaozhu with a smile and motioned for him to explain. Yang Xiaozhu did not refuse and immediately explained the origin and function of this territory stone. When they heard that this thing was actually a treasure condensed from the territory of an Origin King Realm Master, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. After hearing that by sensing the mysteries of this territory stone, one could see through the power of a territory, all the elders in the hall breathed heavily as they stared unblinkingly at the territory stone in Yang Kai's hand, like a group of perverts who had just seen a naked beauty. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked lust. Territory stones are very precious treasures in the Blood Prison and can only be produced in Green Mountain's Stars Blood Prison. Each piece is priceless. Although this Yang entered the Blood Prison once, he had no chance to obtain such a treasure, but Elder Lin's luck was quite good, and she managed to obtain one. Yang Xiaozhu looked at Lin Yu Rao with envious eyes. Lin Yu Rao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hani watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the Blood Prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Qin Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the Blood Prison and broke through to the Origin King realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory and scrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any Origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Chang Chi sighed to the side. However, Chang Chi, Howen, Ning Xiang Chun, Huang Wan, and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the First Order Origin returning realm. So even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Sure. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Sure, so comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Sure. That being said, the importance of territory stones to Origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyin was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones. A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiaozhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyun with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiaozhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the Blood Prison, and only Lin Yu Rao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone, but Yi Yun actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiuzhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Yun snorted softly. Do you think Sect Master only has this one? With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off and show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiuzhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds. I can't hide anything from you. Sect Master. Yang Xiuzhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. During my trip to the blood prison, I did obtain a lot of territory stones. A lot. Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. A lot. How much is that? Chu Han, he asked in a trembling voice. Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces. Yang Kai smiled lightly. C. Yang Xiuzhu and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15, including Gong Ao Fu and Dai Yuan, who had recently joined High Heaven Sect. Gong Ao Fu knew that Yang Kai did not like In Su Dai very much and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan, so she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for In Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor and was not qualified to appear here. And it seems that Gong underestimated Sect Master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Yun frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If Great Elder wants more, I will naturally satisfy you. But with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of Sure, I think 2 or 3 pieces are already too much for you. Any more than that would be useless to you. If Gong has no use for them, she can give them to others, Yi Yun said lightly. But forget it, 10 is 10. Yang Kai did not say anything more and simply waved his hand, sending 10 territory stones to Yi Yun. Without seeing her do anything, the space ring on her hand flashed, and the territory stones were stored away, displaying the demeanor of a master. Sect Master. Yang Xiuzhu blushed as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Xiuzhu was not the kind of person who would flatter others. When he was on Star Emperor Mountain, his attitude was upright and unyielding. After joining High Heaven Sect, he was still like this, but this time he had no choice but to put aside his old face. A Third Order origin returning Realm Master valued territory stones more than others. Although he failed to break through to the Origin King realm this time, as long as he had a territory stone in hand and comprehended its power, the next time he left Shadowed Star, he had full confidence he would be able to break through. High Heaven Sect now had the ability to travel far, so Yang Xiuzhu believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again. Chapter 1689. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao each received 10 territory stones. Yang Xiuzhu believed that with so many territory stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory's power. Coupled with their experience in the blood prison, the next time they left Shadowed Star, they would have a great chance of breaking through the shackles of the Origin King realm and reaching the peak. Everyone else was also given a different number of territory stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai, who was at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm, was given 5, while Yang Kai, who was at the First Order Origin Returning Realm, was given 3. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy contained in these territory stones, it would not be a problem for them to condense their Sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It wasn't that Yang Kai was stingy and unwilling to give them more. It was just that it was useless to give them more. Although territory stones were consumables, they were different from Saint Crystals. Each territory stone could be used for a long time. The territory stones given out by Yang Kai were definitely enough for them to use. After giving out the domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts from his space ring. each of which had different appearances but weren't of low grade. These artifacts were all spoils of war from Xianxia's recent killing spree. Most of them had come from the monster race masters on Monster Star and were all origin grade or above, many of which were high rank. With these artifacts, Xianxia believed that the strength of everyone present would rise greatly, increasing their chances of survival in the future battle with Corpse Spirit Religion. As for how these artifacts would be distributed, that was not something Xianxia needed to consider, as Yixian would handle it. There were also a variety of cultivation pills. Xianxia's space ring was like a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out was astonishing. After dealing with these things, Xianxia took Xianxia and Su Yin back to First Heavenly Palace. Since entering this forbidden zone, Xianxia had been living in First Heavenly Palace. Although the area of this palace was not too large, it was definitely not small either. There were countless rooms inside. Previously, only Xianxia lived here, but now Su Yin and Xianxia naturally lived here as well, accompanying him. Although High Heaven Sect was safe and there was no need to worry about encountering any danger, Xianxia still hoped to increase the strength of his closest friends. There was no need to worry about Su Yin. Now, she already possessed the Ice Phoenix origin power. With Profound Frost in hand and a third-order origin returning realm cultivation on Shadowed Star, only Qiantong would be able to do anything. The others were no match for her. How could Qiantong attack Su Yin? Xianxia was about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Ever since he became the Star Master of Tong Xin realm, her cultivation speed had become much faster than before, and she had been engrossed in alchemy over the years, which was coupled with her special constitution. Even if she did not deliberately cultivate, her strength was rising steadily, and she believed that it would not be long before she broke through. However, the first-order origin returning realm was still too weak. Xianxia took out a turquoise artifact armor and a wheel-like artifact and handed them to Xianxia. Little senior sister, take some time to refine these two things. I believe they will be of great help to you. This artifact armor is so beautiful. Xianxia glanced at it, but did not pay much attention to the wheel-like artifact. Instead, she was very interested in the turquoise artifact armor. Xianxia chuckled. Although I don't know what grade this artifact armor is, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defenses. Xianxia was not very proficient in combat, so as a defensive artifact, this artifact armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. Junior brother, where did you get this? This thing must be very valuable, right? Xianxia looked left and right, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not. What matters is whether it can protect you from me. Xianxia raised her head and glanced at Kaiyang. Pursing her lips, she smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Xianxia obtained the Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal, he also brought out the corpse of Mad Crocodile Monster King, so there was no reason for him to let go of his space ring. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a top master in the Third Order Origin King realm when he was alive, so how could there be anything poor in his space ring? It could even be said that most of the artifacts and pills that Xianxia distributed in the discussion hall before came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King grade artifact armor, the rest of the wealth in this space ring was not worth much, but it still could not be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in this space ring was enough to support the current High Heaven Sect for some time. Take this too. Xianxia then handed over the wheel-like artifact to her. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King grade artifact, the sect-hallowed artifact of Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Xianxia fought with Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng, and killed him, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was one of his spoils of war and had been hidden away ever since. With two Origin King grade artifacts in hand, as long as she refined them properly, little senior sister would not need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xianxia did not say much and obediently put away the green artifact armor and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel according to Xianxia's request. Glancing over at Su Yin, who had been sitting quietly nearby. She quickly kissed Yang Kai on the cheek before running out like a frightened rabbit. Her steps were hurried, as if she had done something shameful. Su Yin looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, "Ning Cheng's courage has grown after being taught by you." Yang Kai chuckled wryly. He had nothing to give Su Yin. When he was in Ice Heart Valley, the most important Ice Phoenix inheritance had been handed over to Su Yin, and Yang Kai had even given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with profound frost in hand, Yang Kai believed she would no longer need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the Blood Prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King Great Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. "Senior sister, you cultivate first, I'm going out." Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yin nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and went straight to the center of Lu Yin Sandfield. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up, so Yang Kai was naturally worried. The 6th layer of Lu Yin Sandfield didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's 5th layer and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The 6th layer of Lu Yin Sandfield had always been a restricted area of High Heaven Sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here. No one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyun had to retreat to the 6th layer with her people, that High Heaven Sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense, and went straight up to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the decoration was simple, with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yun, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yun from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yun. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yun's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure. It's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yun was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yun. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yun who had always helped him. Without Yang Yun, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven Sect today. Yang Kai was very grateful to her. Perceiving that there was no problem with Yang Yun and that she was still asleep, Yang Kai nodded secretly and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed Yang Yun's finger move slightly. This discovery caused Yang Kai's body to shake, and he quickly came to a stop, holding his breath as he stared towards the wooden bed. An invisible force spread out from Yang Yun's body and wrapped around Yang Kai like the maw of a beast, not giving him any time to react or even resist. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he appeared in a somewhat familiar place. Below him was a roiling sea of flames that contained a terrifying energy aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Floating high up in the sky were a variety of different colored balls of light, and inside these balls of light, different scenes were constantly flashing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai was unable to see what these scenes were. This is... Kai Yang wrinkled his brow. Looking around, he quickly understood where he was. Knowledge Sea? Yang Kai exclaimed. Chapter 1690. Yes, this is my knowledge sea. A voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in the void, forming a strange seal. Her expression was solemn as various halos of light constantly appeared around her, giving her an extremely sacred appearance. She looked at him with a smile, no different from the Yang Inflammation in his memory. Is it you or her? Yang Kai frowned, not daring to be sure. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and asked, Is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It may be no difference to you, but it is to me. I don't want to be killed here by her in a fit of anger. Those are the great emperors of Starfield. I am one of the great emperors of Starfield. Yang Inflammation snorted. Forget it. It looks like it's you. Yang Kai relaxed. As long as it wasn't the legendary great emperors who were talking to him, there was no problem. Turning his head and looking around, he asked, Why are you looking for me? Nothing. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. I just felt your aura and brought you here. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was no longer the ignorant boy he was in the past. His strength had also undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now invincible under the Origin King realm, and even dared to fight an ordinary Origin King. But in front of Yang Yin, he had become a small fish that could be pinched and squashed at will. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Yang Inflammation giggled. You don't need to undervalue yourself. To be honest, I have never seen anyone with a cultivation speed as fast as yours. Even in that place, you are considered a top genius. All you lack is the tempering of time. As long as you are given enough time, you will be able to stand at my height one day. Are you trying to comfort me? Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. What is this place you speak of? Yang Inflammation smiled, but did not answer, appearing very mysterious. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Kai waved his hand, forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Suddenly, her expression became serious. Although I have been in a deep sleep, merging my embodiment and soul, I am not completely ignorant of the outside world. I feel like something big has happened on Shadowed Star in recent years. 2 months ago, Yixian even brought some people here. What exactly happened? Is High Heaven Sect? High Heaven Sect is fine, but Shadowed Star is star. Shadowed Star is star. Yang Kai sighed, flew over to Yang Inflammation, sat down cross-legged, and told her about the situation with Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Yang Inflammation listened attentively before finally nodding. It turns out that below Grand Burial Valley, there was an underworld spring well. This is our fault. If we had not taken away the sun's true essence, that underworld spring well would not have reappeared. That's why I feel troubled. If it were any other matter, my High Heaven Sect could simply ignore it and just stay in the headquarters. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it would have nothing to do with me, but in the end, this matter is partly my fault, so I can't just ignore it. Yang Kai sighed. Yang Inflammation obviously agreed with Yang Kai's point of view and thought for a while before asking, Can you go and meet the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion? Are you interested in him? Yang Kai raised his brow. It's not that I'm interested in him, I just feel that his method of transforming corpse spirits and controlling corpse spirit religion is very similar to someone I once knew. Who? Xianxia was surprised. That person called himself the Corpse Emperor. In the past, he also controlled a race that called itself the Corpse Spirit Race, which is why I was interested. Corpse Emperor. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing a few times. Is he on the same level as you? Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors of Starfield, and since this guy who called himself the Corpse Emperor dared to use the word Emperor, he was obviously in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation nodded lightly. Xianxia's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. You don't need to be so nervous. It's impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here, so that person can't be the Corpse Emperor. I'm just guessing that he has some kind of relationship with the Corpse Emperor, perhaps an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it's not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits. Xianxia grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Inflammation. Even if that person isn't the Corpse Emperor, since he's your old acquaintance, he's definitely not someone I can resist. If I rush to meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Of course I won't send you to your death. Yang Inflammation glared at Xianxia. If that person is really as I guess, his strength will definitely not exceed the Origin King realm, at most a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he remains on Shadowed Star, he won't be able to break through. Xianxia's face relaxed slightly. If this mysterious religion master was really just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what is the origin of that old acquaintance of yours that you care so much about? Xianxia asked suspiciously. Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before explaining. You should know that the reason my body fell into a deep slumber was because I was seriously injured in a great battle, so I had no choice but to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recuperate. The old acquaintance I'm talking about is the one who injured me. Xianxia tried his best to maintain the clarity of his mind and calmness of his soul as he asked bitterly, Didn't you say that person died in that battle? Xianxia also knew some of the secrets of the past. The reason why the great emperors of Starfield fell into a deep slumber was because they had suffered heavy injuries in a great battle, and her enemy had been killed on the spot. But now, Yang Inflammation actually said that person might still be alive. Xianxia suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone who could injure Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt that this person was on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Corpse Emperor. I smashed his body to pieces, but that guy's means of escaping are top-notch. Perhaps his soul managed to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is different from mine. I was injured, but as long as I had enough time to recuperate, I would be able to recover, but his body was destroyed, so even if he wanted to recover, it would not be so simple. Especially on Shadowed Star. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Nodding, he said, If that's the case, I can go and meet him, but even if what you said is true and the religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion is that person, what do you plan to do? Yang Inflammation shook his head. It's not what I plan to do. It's you. If that religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion is really him, you must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he recovers his Yuan Qi, the entire star territory will suffer. You're one of the great emperors of Starfield. Can't you just slap him to death? Xianxia looked at Yang Inflammation resentfully. Yang Inflammation shook his head. I can't act for the time being. Xianxia suddenly felt like cursing, but after a long silence, he nodded fiercely. Good, I'll go and meet him. You have to be careful. He has always been sinister and knows how to manipulate others to work for him. He rarely shows himself. So, if you find an opportunity, you must kill him. I know, Xianxia responded casually. Then go. Yang Yin waved her hand, and in the next moment, Xianxia felt an invisible force pushing against him from his knowledge sea, trying to expel him from it. When he recovered, Xianxia found that he was still standing beside the wooden bed. On the wooden bed, Yang Inflammation's eyes were closed, still in a deep sleep. Turning around, Xianxia strode out of the loft. Although he had promised Yang Inflammation that he would meet this mysterious religion master, the other party's actions were so mysterious that even the white-robed corpse general he killed did not know his true cultivation or appearance. Finding him would undoubtedly be very difficult. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qiantong. Now on Shadowed Star, Qiantong was the true leader of the Shadowed Star field. With his Origin King realm cultivation, he would definitely play a vital role in the next operation. Shadow Moon Hall should have been stabilized, and if Yang Kai wanted to solve the problems on Shadowed Star, he would first need to eradicate Corpse Spirit Religion. Qiantong should be happy to join forces with him to deal with this mysterious religion master. Shadow Moon Hall was not close to High Heaven Sect, so even if Qiantong wanted to arrive, it would take at least a month. While waiting carefully, Yang Kai was also improving his strength. In Iceheart Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight with Luo Hai and broke through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, only one step away from the Origin King realm. On the way back, Yang Kai's cultivation had also increased little by little, gradually approaching its limit, while his Sure had also reached the Grand Accomplishment stage. With the help of the power of the Territory Stone and his experience in the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai also had his own understanding of territory. In other words, if it were not for the current conditions, Yang Kai could already begin to break through to the Origin King realm. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivation was also the foundation of the Origin King realm. So the more solid his Sure was, the easier it would be for him to form his own territory after breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai intended to leave Shadowed Star after solving the problem with Corpse Spirit Religion, while also dealing with a few things he had been worried about. These matters were crucial to improving his strength and figuring out the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory. Time passed day by day, and High Heaven Sect remained undisturbed as almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. They all knew that these days would not last long. Once the time was right, Yang Kai would definitely attack Corpse Spirit Religion. At that time, even if they wanted to cultivate, they would not have time. It was for this reason that the masters in High Heaven Sect began to cherish the time they had now. Every bit of strength they gained was a bit more life-saving money, allowing them to kill more enemies in the future battle with Corpse Spirit Religion. After an entire month, Qiantong arrived at High Heaven Sect and immediately took charge of guiding the High Heaven Sect disciples from outside into the headquarters. Since Yang Kai beheaded white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, the Corpse Spirit Religion army that had besieged High Heaven Sect had dispersed. Now that High Heaven Sect had finally restored contact with the outside world, they were more or less aware of the situation outside, so Qiantong's journey here was unimpeded. Chapter 1691. After explaining his plan to Qiantong, Qiantong immediately agreed. Qiantong also understood the principle of capturing the leader in order to capture bandits. Corpse Spirit Religion had been like a rolling snowball in the past 2 years, becoming more and more powerful. The number of transformed Corpse Spirit race cultivators and human cultivators who had joined them was simply innumerable. Wanting to kill all of them was simply too difficult, so it was better to directly attack the root of the problem and kill the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion. After Qiantong regained control of Shadow Moon Hall, he had also investigated and studied Corpse Spirit Religion. All signs pointed to Grand Burial Valley as the source of Corpse Spirit Religion's rise and origin. Before this, he had been considering whether to go to Grand Burial Valley to investigate the situation, but now that he had received confirmation from Yang Kai, he naturally had no reason to hesitate. Together with Yang Kai, he immediately left High Heaven Sect and rushed to Grand Burial Valley. This time, Yang Kai did not bring anyone with him and only acted with Qiantong. Even Su Yin was left behind in High Heaven Sect by Yang Kai. Qiantong was already an Origin King Realm Master, so his flying speed was naturally extremely fast. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as Qiantong's, he was proficient in the Tao of Space, so in terms of speed alone, he was faster than Qiantong. In just 10 days, the two of them arrived at the Grand Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yin came here last time, although Grand Burial Valley was filled with yin qi, making every cultivator feel uncomfortable, it was still acceptable. But now, when Yang Kai and Qiantong arrived here and looked down from above, both of them could not help frowning. Down below, there was a thick fog. The entire Grand Burial Valley was shrouded in this fog, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. This thick fog was obviously filled with extreme yin and cold corpse qi, which was also poisonous. Any living person who entered this fog, if they were not strong enough, would likely be invaded by this pervasive corpse qi and transformed into a member of the corpse spirit race. Using their divine senses, both of them found that there were many life auras hidden in this corpse qi. Very active, these were undoubtedly members of the corpse spirit race. This was just the periphery. There were at least several thousand of them, and it was hard to imagine just how many of them there were in the Grand Burial Valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you run into the Corpse Spirit Church's churchmaster, don't hesitate. Remember to send me a message. I'll go kill them all first. There's simply too many of them, Qiantong warned, and immediately turned into a streak of light, like a bolt of lightning. It rushed straight into the Grand Burial Valley. Wherever the light passed by, terrifying storms and thunderbolts could be heard. The Grand Burial Valley, which had been filled with corpse energy, was cleared out by the Qiantong, creating a clear path. The surrounding corpse spirit race was in a complete mess. Qiantong didn't seem to make any moves, but it simply released its own territory field. The Wind Realm territory field pulled in all the corpse spirit race within a radius of more than a dozen miles and crushed them into dust. He obviously didn't intend to hide his whereabouts, and actually killed his way in so brazenly. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care too much. With Qiantong's current strength, there was really no opponent on Shadowed Star that he needed to care about, so he was fully qualified to do so. Moreover, by doing so, he could attract the attention of Corpse Spirit Church and create an opportunity for himself to act. This was also the plan the two had discussed on the way here. In just a moment, the thousands of Corpse Spirit Race people who had been detected by Yang Kai and Qiantong were wiped out, not a single one surviving. The methods of an Origin King Realm Master could be seen clearly. Qiantong was not satisfied, and he continued to advance with large strides. More and more corpse spirits were drawn out by him, and they were swept into his domain and died without knowing why. While Qiantong was wantonly attacking and attracting most of Corpse Spirit Church's attention, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Following the memories he had last explored, Yang Kai went all the way inside. The origin of Corpse Spirit Church came from the underworld spring well in the Corpse Cave, which was the foundation of Corpse Spirit Church. Yang Kai naturally wanted to go straight to the Corpse Cave. If he could destroy the underworld spring well, Corpse Spirit Church would become a tree without roots, a source without water, and it would be much easier to completely eradicate it. Otherwise, with the existence of the underworld spring well, no matter how many members of the Corpse Spirit race died, they could be transformed into new ones. In the distance, rumbling sounds could be heard as strange voices constantly shouted. It was Qiantong fighting with the masters of Corpse Spirit Church. Although he did not see this scene, Yang Kai knew that Qiantong must have been slaughtering the Corpse Spirit race and forcing them to retreat. It only took him half a day to reach the entrance of the Corpse Cave. Along the way, he encountered some Corpse Spirit race clansmen from time to time, but how could these small fries stop Yang Kai's pace, and were all killed? The entrance to the Corpse Cave had not changed and was not even hidden, still behind the concealment spear array. However, this spear array had been broken by Yang Yin last time, so it could not play any role now. Inside the Corpse Cave, a thick corpse chi was constantly rolling out. The density and damage of this corpse chi was far greater than that of Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate for a while before jumping into the Corpse Cave. The Corpse Cave was darker and more humid than before. Under Yang Kai's perception, there were many stone rooms inside the Corpse Cave, and there were many traces of Corpse Spirit Race activity. However, The commotion caused by Qian Tong outside was too great, so the corpse spirit race clansmen inside the corpse cave had long been alarmed and were rushing out in a steady stream, obviously wanting to provide support. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately hid in a nearby stone room to avoid the wave of corpse spirit race clansmen. His current task was to find the whereabouts of the mysterious religion master, so he did not want to expose his whereabouts prematurely. The corpse spirit race clansmen did not notice him, so after they left, Yang Kai frowned and looked around, seemingly sensing something. The stone room was pitch black, without the slightest light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At first glance, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone chamber. Each of these corpses was wrapped in a thick corpse qi, like a cocoon. Under the nourishment and effect of the corpse qi, the corpses that were wrapped in the corpse qi had undergone some subtle and undetectable changes. They were gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. Some of these corpses could already be considered half a corpse spirit race clansman. As long as they could absorb the cocoon-like corpse qi around their bodies, they would inevitably become part of the corpse spirit race. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Previously, he had speculated about the method the corpse spirit race used to transform their clansmen. It was impossible for every member of the corpse spirit race to appear out of thin air and would require a complete corpse to transform. The source of these corpses was obviously the disciples of the various great forces and sects that the corpse spirit race had attacked and killed. They would transport these corpses back to the corpse cave and use the rich corpse qi here to transform them. In a short time, they would be able to transform a new clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed. Yang Kai found some semi-finished corpses in this stone room without the slightest aura. These corpses had undoubtedly failed the transformation and were completely destroyed. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit race clansman was directly related to their cultivation before death. The higher their cultivation before death, the higher their strength after transformation. Therefore, in Heavenly Fate City, the corpse spirit race clansman named Fang Fengqi needed Fei Ji2's body. In any case, Fei Ji2 was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. The corpses stored in this stone room did not have high cultivations before death, all of them below the Saint King realm. Most of them were just saints, with some even being transcendence or immortal ascension boundary. These transformed corpse spirit race clansmen were undoubtedly just pawns for the corpse spirit religion's army. However, in this corpse cave, there were countless stone rooms, so Yang Kai guessed that the deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses would become before death. Yang Kai did not linger and continued deeper. Soon, he found that his guess was correct. The deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm, and then to the Origin returning realm. However, the number of corpses was also becoming fewer and fewer. Yang Kai even saw a fully transformed corpse spirit race clansman crawl out of a cocoon-like object, as if he had been reborn. This corpse spirit race clansman roared towards the sky, his body exuding a nauseating aura, two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and needle-like white hair all over his body. Having just completed the transformation, this corpse spirit race clansman obviously did not know how to control his strength. Yang Kai continued forward without disturbing any of the corpse spirit race clansmen and gradually approached the place where he had obtained the sun's true essence. This place was originally the ancient Yang sect's treasure house. It had 3 floors, the innermost being where the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were stored. Standing outside the treasure house, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, raised his head, and stared deeply into the depths of the room. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he strode forward and walked in. The first and second floors had corpse spirit race clansmen standing on both sides, all of them Origin returning realm masters, but when Yang Kai walked in, none of them immediately attacked. Instead, all of them stared at Yang Kai fiercely, hissing and threatening as they watched him walk inside. After he left, These corpse spirit race clansmen suddenly swarmed forward to block his path of retreat. Xianxia went directly to the third floor of the treasure house. The third floor of the treasure vault had undergone a huge change. The interior was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling and luxurious manner. Numerous fist-sized, luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a gentle light. The entire third floor of the treasure vault had clearly transformed into a magnificent palace. In the center of the palace, there was a pool with a radius of about 3 feet. Yellow water was constantly bubbling in the pool. Xianxia's eyes paused for a moment in this pool and immediately understood that this was the legendary underworld spring eye. The yellow water in this pool was not a liquid, but a direct manifestation of pure energy. This kind of energy had no effect on anyone and was even extremely harmful, but it had a great effect on the corpse spirit race. Xianxia even felt special space force fluctuations from the underworld spring eye. This made Xianxia have some speculations in his heart, but he was not certain. Shaking his head secretly, Xianxia looked up and saw a figure sitting on a chair in front of him. Chapter 1692. The figure sitting in the chair was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his face was covered in a strange layer of energy. Even when Xianxia used his divine sense, he was unable to see his true face. However, Xianxia felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. This discovery made Xianxia frown. If his guess was correct, this person should be the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. However, Xianxia could not feel any corpse chi from him. In other words, this person was not a corpse spirit. Could it be that, as Yang Inflammation said, this person was the one who had fought with Yang Inflammation in the past, but had mastered a method to transform and control the corpse spirit race, allowing him to act so high and mighty? Just as Xianxia was pondering, the man suddenly laughed and clapped his hands lightly, saying in a tone of praise, "You really found this place. Your courage isn't small." Hearing this person's voice, Xianxia raised his brow and his expression became strange. Staring straight at this person, Xianxia felt as if he could see through the barrier and see his true appearance. The other party did not intend to conceal his identity, and the strange energy covering his face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face. "Lu Yi," Xianxia called out. This guy was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, who had made things difficult for him several times and even tried to kill him. The first time Xianxia had come into contact with him was when the Flowing Flame Sand field opened. During the fight for the red candle fruit, Lu Yi had secretly tried to kill Xianxia. Xianxia had fought with him for a while, and as a result, Lu Yi had managed to cut off one of Xianxia's arms, allowing him to escape. Later, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Xianxia had learned that Lu Yi was behind the Xie family. It was Lu Yi who instigated Xie Li and the others to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. Xianxia did not know what kind of hatred there was between him and Lu Yi that caused him to be so concerned about him. In the past, Xianxia thought that Lu Yi simply hated him, but now, Xianxia's mind suddenly flashed as he connected all the clues together and came up with a bold conjecture. Perhaps I shouldn't call you Lu Yi. After all, this is just your body after possessing it. Xianxia's mouth curled slightly, his expression confident. Lu Yi, who was sitting in his chair, was stunned for a moment, as if some secret had been revealed. Staring at Xianxia in surprise, he muttered, "You actually guessed it? It seems this seat has underestimated you." "Is that so?" Xianxia chuckled. "You and I first met in Lu Yan's soul, cleansing soul. I obtained an origin essence crystal from there, and from then on, you never forgot about me. So, that origin essence crystal is yours?" Lu Yan's handsome and peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Xianxia, where did you take it? Why has this master been unable to sense its aura all this time?" This matter was simply a nightmare for Lu Yi. If Xianxia had not taken away the origin essence crystal, he would have been able to completely refine it. After seizing this body, Xianxia only needed to fuse with his own origin essence crystal to restore at least half of his strength in an instant. Even if the world principles of Shadowed Star suppressed him from breaking through to the Origin King realm on the spot, leaving Shadowed Star with a peak Origin returning realm cultivation wasn't a big problem for him. As long as he could find a place to retreat for a few dozen years, restoring his original cultivation would not be a dream. At that time, the entire territory of Shadowed Star would be his. But all of this was ruined by Xianxia. Lu Yi could not even sense the existence of his Origin Essence crystal, let alone retrieve it. That was the crystallization and essence of his cultivation. Without it, with Lu Yi's current aptitude, restoring his strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After so many years, he had only managed to reach the Third Order Origin returning realm. This was simply unbearable. Sorry, I've already fused with that thing. Xianxia smiled and pointed to his head. Impossible. Lu Yi denied immediately, as if he was looking at an ant, turning a contemptuous look towards Xianxia and sneered. With your strength, you want to fuse with my Origin Essence crystal? The soul that possessed Lu Yi's body was in existence on the same level as the great emperors of Starfield when he was alive, so the Origin Essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an Origin King Realm Master tried to fuse with it rashly, their knowledge sea would burst and their soul would be destroyed. Xianxia only had the cultivation of a First Order Origin returning realm at that time. So how could he have fused with it? Lu Yi obviously did not believe this kind of nonsense, and only thought that Xianxia was lying and had used some special method to hide the Origin Essence crystal, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Xianxia shrugged indifferently. Of course, he had no obligation or need to explain clearly to the other party. With a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, fusing with the Origin Essence crystal root didn't require him to do anything. Even he didn't know that this crystal root was an Origin Essence crystal until a long time later. Enough nonsense. Since you've come here today, don't even think about leaving. Where's this Origin Essence crystal? As long as I capture you, do you think I won't have a chance to ask? Lu Yi coldly snorted, his aura suddenly becoming violent and evil. Xianxia laughed. You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly began to shake as an extremely fierce aura suddenly descended from above. This aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, only able to stand in place with an ugly expression on his face. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the earth seemed to crack open as a huge rumbling sound spread from above. A moment later, a hole appeared above the palace where Xianxia and Lu Yi were standing, and a figure leapt out from it and sent a palm towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face changed drastically as he madly pushed his Shi, trying to escape from this overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. His Shi was easily shattered and the palm fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a pitiful cry before his entire body was crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Qiantong landed, a look of suspicion on his face as he exchanged a glance with Xianxia. Xianxia also wore a stunned expression. Neither of them had expected that Lu Yi would be killed so easily. Is it the religion master of corpse, spirit religion? Qiantong asked in amazement. Xianxia nodded. Yes, that's him. This old master overestimated him. Qiantong coldly snorted. Although he had never put this religion master of corpse, spirit religion in his eyes, he hadn't expected the other party to be killed so easily, making him feel like he had punched cotton. Xianxia didn't say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, he felt that Lu Yi couldn't have died so easily. After all, he had escaped from Yang Yun's hands in the past and hadn't even noticed Yang Yun. Even if Qiantong was an Origin King Realm Master, how could he compare to this guy in terms of cunning? Considering all this, Xianxia was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, spreading it outwards frantically. Under the perception of his divine sense, the situation in Grand Burial Valley became clear to him in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed a strand of obscure aura that was fleeing towards the outside at an unbelievable speed, and it was concealed to the extreme. If it wasn't for him arousing suspicion in his heart and intentionally searching for it, he would probably really be unable to notice it. As this aura escaped, it carried with it a slight fluctuation of space principles. Elder Qian, Xianxia let out a low shout as he suddenly thrust his hands forward and stabbed them into the void. Then, he tore them apart, and a void crack immediately formed. Qian Tong frowned. Although he didn't understand why Xianxia was doing this, he still chose to believe him subconsciously and without even asking, directly entered the void crack with Xianxia. Outside Grand Burial Valley, a corpse general in black robes was meditating in a secluded location. He seemed to have been sitting here for a long time without making any movements. At a certain moment, this black-robed corpse general suddenly trembled, and his hidden aura climbed all the way to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Not much worse than Yixiyan. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of resentment and shock flashed across his pupils as he ground his teeth and roared, "An Origin King! An Origin King! How could there be an Origin King here? Old dog, this king will remember you. This king will definitely repay you for that palm strike. You won't have the chance." A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and quickly turned around, only to see a void crack open silently and Xianxia and Xiantong step out from it. The black-robed corpse general was shocked, and without even thinking about it, he immediately roared and tried to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiantong shouted angrily, his territory suddenly expanding and wrapping around the black-robed corpse general. Xianxia didn't take action and instead just stared at the black-robed corpse general while pushing his divine sense to the limit to pay attention to his movements. The black-robed corpse general Xianxia had seen him before and should have been brother to the white-robed corpse general Kongfei Rao. But at this moment, he had been occupied by Lu Ye's soul and had become a completely different person. Although the peak of the origin returning realm was powerful, in front of Qiantong it was nothing. The moment the black-robed corpse general's body was pulverized and his soul extinguished, Xianxia noticed a hidden aura leaping through space, directly leaving this place and arriving a few hundred kilometers away without pausing for a single moment. This was obviously the aura of corpse spirit religion's religion master. If Xianxia wasn't proficient in the Tao of space, it would have been impossible for him to detect such a change. After Qiantong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say a word and simply tore space again, the next moment appearing several hundred kilometers away. As soon as they emerged from the void crack, Xianxia and Qiantong saw a corpse general in blue robes frantically fleeing into the distance. Without waiting for Qiantong to act, Xianxia summoned a dozen golden blood threads, which intertwined together to form a golden arrow that pierced through space and pierced a hole in the abdomen of the azure-robed corpse general, shattering his corpse bead. The golden blood threads circled outside before flying back, but Xianxia didn't show any joy after killing a powerful enemy. Instead, his expression became gloomy as he tore space a third time. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Xianxia and Qiantong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit clan. Instead, it belonged to a human cultivator. His cultivation level was not high, and he was only at the first-order origin returning realm. However, this was the 27th body possessed by the mysterious corpse spirit cult leader. He didn't seem to have damaged his spirit due to possession. On the contrary, he could possess an unlimited number of different bodies. This was completely contrary to Xianxia's common sense. When a powerhouse's physical body was destroyed, their divine soul could indeed find a suitable body to seize, but seizing was a very dangerous matter. It was very likely that the divine soul would suffer a backlash and be swallowed by the target of the seizing, leading to the destruction of the divine soul. Even if the divine soul was not swallowed, every seizing would consume a great deal of soul force. It was impossible for anyone to perform a second possession in such a short period of time. However, The mysterious cult leader of corpse spirit religion had broken this rule. In just 5 days, he had attempted to possess 27 bodies. Although Yang Kai had caught him by the tail each time, pursued him relentlessly, and even killed the bodies he possessed, he had always been able to escape with his soul. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the cult leader of the corpse spirit religion. Both Yang Kai and Qiantong realized how tricky this enemy was. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. They discovered that the cult master of corpse spirit religion couldn't possess anyone's body. Only those who had the 10,000 poison evil goo planted in their minds could become his targets. Yang Kai had come into contact with 10,000 poison evil goo once. Back then, Xieli of the Xie family had been controlled by this 10,000 poison evil goo and had foolishly launched an attack on Dragon Cave Mountain with his entire family. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This kind of strange, insect-like existence was the cult master of the corpse spirit religion's unique secret technique. Once the 10,000 poison evil goo was implanted in someone's body, any living creature would have to obey his orders. He had also used this method to enslave his rebellious subordinates, and he had even used this method to carry out possession and escape with his soul. As long as there was a 10,000 poisons evil insect within a certain distance, his divine soul could instantly arrive at the location of the 10,000 poisons evil insect without being restricted by space. In addition to this, Yang Kai and Qiantong keenly discovered something else. The cult master of the corpse spirit religion chose to possess the body. He was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, the body he possessed was still a third-order origin returning realm corpse general, a top-level corpse general, but after 2 days, he could only choose the second-order origin returning realm. Until now, he could only possess beings from the first-order origin returning realm. His possession technique was not flawless, but there was a certain degree of damage, and this damage should be targeted at the divine soul. Even the corpse spirit religion's church master couldn't avoid it. Even so, Yang Kai and Qiantong were mentally and physically exhausted. Come again. He won't be able to jump around for long. This old master doesn't believe he can escape from this old master's grasp. Qiantong was also annoyed. He was now an Origin King Realm Master, the #1 master on Shadowed Star. But now he couldn't even deal with the cult master of corpse spirit religion. This made him very angry. What Qiantong did not know was that the origin of this cult master of corpse spirit religion was much greater than that of an origin king like him. Have you caught his movements? Qiantong turned to look at Yang Kai. After a few days of pursuit, Qiantong also learned about the strangeness of the cult master of corpse spirit religion. If not for Yang Kai tracking him, he would not have been able to eliminate this cult master on his own. He could not detect any trace of the cult master's soul escaping at all. Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed for a while before suddenly opening them and stretching out his hands to tear the void without saying a word. In a certain jungle, a handsome young man was fleeing in distress. This young man looked to be in his 30s, and his body was pulsing with first-order origin returning realm Saint Chi fluctuations. His appearance was quite distressed, as his eyes were red and his face was filled with malevolence. While fleeing, this young man restrained his aura and released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. There was no movement within a 30-kilometer radius of him. However, the handsome young man did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to flee, as if something terrible was chasing him. His face was filled with ruthlessness, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. In the past, even in that place, he was a famous existence, and there were not many people who dared to provoke him. But since he came to this star field and fell on this cultivation star, over the past 10,000 years, his luck had become worse and worse. First, he was smashed to pieces by Yang Yan, and after 10,000 years of slumber, he was finally able to recover. Today, at this moment, he was being chased by a piece of third-order origin returning realm trash. If he was at his peak, he could tear this piece of trash into 10,000 pieces with a single glance. But now, he had no choice but to flee. The handsome young man suddenly felt a sense of grief and indignation, like a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being toyed with by a shrimp in shallow water, causing his blood to boil and his breathing to become difficult. His soul escape technique was so exquisite that even an origin king would not be able to detect him. But this little brat named Xianxia actually cultivated a rare space secret technique. If not for this, how could he have been caught every time? Even in that place, very few people could cultivate the space secret technique. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how someone could cultivate the space secret technique to such a high level in such a place. They could even tear space and instantly travel thousands of miles. Just as his thoughts were running wild and he was gnashing his teeth, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the void in front of him. The handsome young man's footsteps paused as his face turned pale. This situation had occurred dozens of times already, so he was no stranger to it and knew what would happen next. "You forced me to do this." The handsome young man's eyes flashed viciously as if he had made an important decision. He stopped and stood in place, waiting quietly. The strange energy fluctuations coming from the void in front of him became more and more obvious, and soon, a crack suddenly appeared. Inside this crack was a dark and chaotic void. Two figures walked out of this crack, the one in front being Qiantong, while Xianxia followed behind. As soon as Qiantong appeared, his powerful soul immediately locked onto the position of the handsome young man. Without even saying a word, he expanded his territory domain and wrapped it around the handsome young man. His wind concept filled the air and condensed into a variety of killing moves within his territory domain that shot towards the handsome young man. The other party's cultivation after possessing this body was now only at the first order origin returning realm, so Qiantong did not even need to take action. Just by relying on the power of his territory domain, he could easily kill him. The handsome and evil young man laughed out loud. "Lowly ant, bear the supreme fury of this seat." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a turquoise aura. The turquoise aura twisted slightly in the void and suddenly turned into a turquoise long saber. There were complex runes and patterns on the long saber, making people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The turquoise long saber slashed down viciously in midair without making a sound. But a shocking scene appeared. Qiantong's territory domain was directly cut open by this saber and instantly collapsed. At the same time, Qiantong and Xianxia's expressions changed greatly. In their vision, the turquoise long saber rolled up a mysterious concept and broke through the seal of their soul. It directly descended into their knowledge sea, transforming into the appearance of a turquoise long saber and slashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The knowledge sea was cut open by the fierce chi, and the entire sea was divided into two. In the knowledge sea, waves surged in an instant, a strong wind blew, and the sky changed color. The space in the knowledge sea was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia and Qiantong's soul power was directly cut off by more than a third. Both of them couldn't help but groan as they had a splitting headache. Their vision blurred, and they almost fainted. Both of their expressions changed greatly. They didn't expect the other party to have such a tyrannical move. They hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to protect themselves. After the handsome young man displayed that move, his face turned pale and his whole body swayed. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack Xianxia and Qiantong again, but he was powerless. Cursing fiercely, the handsome young man's body suddenly burst into powder and disappeared. At the same time, a soul power rushed out from the handsome young man's original position. It made a turn in the air and swept up the turquoise chi that could transform into a long saber. It then cut through the void and fled far away. Xianxia stared in the direction of his escape. He wanted to sense it, but the surrounding area was filled with a strange concept. It seemed to have sealed off this part of the world, making it impossible for him to track the other party's movements. Once again, there was a piercing pain in his mind. Xianxia couldn't help but howl. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and poured out some spirit pills. He gave half to Qiantong and stuffed the other half into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Qiantong also hurriedly took a spirit pill and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He had a supreme treasure like the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if his soul was damaged, it didn't matter much. After a day of nourishment, he had almost fully recovered. On the other hand, Qiantong seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Even if he was an origin king, it would take at least a year or so for him to recover from such a blow. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Qiantong also opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. After a long silence, he asked, "Did that guy run away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qiantong sighed heavily and said, "That guy is incredible. This old master was invincible on Shadowed Star after breaking through to the Origin King realm, but I never expected to suffer such a big loss at his hands. The world is so big, and there are so many capable people. What kind of artifact did he use? How could it be so powerful?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "Probably an Emperor artifact." "An Emperor artifact?" Qiantong frowned as he sensed his surroundings thoughtfully before nodding. "That makes sense. There is indeed an Emperor pressure around here, but why is it different from the Emperor pressure I felt in the Emperor Garden before?" Yang Kai glanced at him, thinking that there were more than one great emperors in this world, but he didn't say anything. It was this Emperor pressure that had isolated Yang Kai's space secret technique, allowing Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master to escape. Chapter 1694. After losing track of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, with his methods, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to find him again. This time's operation was not a success, but in the short term, Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master would not take action again. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy, especially when he used his Emperor artifact at the end. It was definitely a heavy burden on his body, otherwise he would not have waited until now to use it. Qiantong obviously knew this, so he did not have any intention of asking Yang Kai to pursue, instead saying, "Although that person escaped, Corpse Spirit Religion is still a big problem. Let's return to Grand Burial Valley first and destroy that corpse cave." This old master felt that many Corpse Spirit race clansmen were hibernating their last time. That's what I was thinking," Yang Kai agreed. After a brief discussion, the two of them immediately set off in the direction of the Grand Burial Valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Grand Burial Valley. The Corpse Spirit race in the valley had been slaughtered by Qiantong and had suffered heavy losses, but they had not been completely wiped out. The remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen were now hiding somewhere, leaving only those who had not yet fully transformed in the Corpse Cave. Before Qiantong destroyed the Corpse Cave, Yang Kai returned to the location of the Underworld Well again to see if there was a way to destroy it. After all, this was the source of the Corpse Spirit race. As long as it was destroyed, the Corpse Spirit race would no longer be able to grow in numbers, and the remaining survivors would need to be slowly cleaned up. One day, Shadowed Star would return to peace again. However, to his disappointment, there was no way to destroy this underworld well. The Yellow Spring, I seemed to be connected to another world. The dense in-corpse chi was flowing from that world, converging into the spring water form in the Yellow Spring Eye. It was rumored that the underworld well was connected to the underworld. The only way to destroy this bridge was to go deep inside and destroy it. Yang Kai did not dare to take this risk, and could only join forces with Qiantong to temporarily seal the aura of the underworld well before destroying the Corpse Cave and killing the Corpse Spirit race clansmen who were still in the process of being transformed. By the time Yang Kai and Qiantong returned to High Heaven Sect, 10 days had passed. After that, Yang Kai briefly explained the operation to Yi Shiyun and the others. Yi Shiyun was also shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a strange method of unlimited possession in this world. The rest of the elders sighed as well. According to what Sect Master said, doesn't that mean Corpse Spirit Religion Master has an immortal body? Yi Shiyun frowned. That's not the case. Although his possession technique is strange and unpredictable, it will definitely cause some damage to his body. This could be seen from the changes in the target of his possession. But this time, he managed to escape. Now that we don't know where he is hiding, it will be difficult to find him. Yang Kai sighed. Wuxia nodded lightly. Although we failed to kill Corpse Spirit Religion Master, being able to seal the underworld spring well is enough. Presumably, the Corpse Spirit race would not increase their numbers. It's time for us to strike back. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled lightly. What does Great Elder think? Pursue the victory, Wuxia quickly said. The reason why Shadowed Star situation has been getting worse and worse over the past 2 years is partly because the Corpse Spirit race is too strange and is constantly transforming into more and more masters. Another reason is that there is no one who can trust to lead them. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now, things are different. The Origin King Grade Starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up, with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Wuxia turned her eyes to Yang Kai. I also have no problem with that. Yang Kai chuckled. Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized. I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Wuxia was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate Corpse Spirit Religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven Sect's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action, with his Origin King Realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand, and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the Origin King Grade Starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by Corpse Spirit Religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, Corpse Spirit Religion would no longer exist. Wuxia even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally, he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the Corpse Spirit race and the human race cultivator who had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this, and instead went to Yang Yun's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the Insect Emperor. Inside Yang Yun's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the Insect Emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor, Yang Kai suddenly realized, and he was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He could place his soul on the creatures he cultivated, which was why he was able to carry out so many seizing attempts. The 10,000 poison evil insects were just one of the exotic insects under his control, so they were nothing special. They were only useful for controlling his subordinates, but he also had many other powerful means at his disposal. Wherever the Insect Emperor's insect cloud passed, he could destroy an entire star territory. Yang Kai's face was horrified. He noticed that Yang Yun was talking about an entire star territory, not a single cultivation star. Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. To control exotic insects, one must have the corresponding cultivation. Right now, he can only possess a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he control too many exotic insects? If he really did that, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Being able to use the 10,000 poison evil insects was already beyond my expectations. Trust me, he won't show his face again for the next few years. But as long as this person is alive, he will always be a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He was deeply wary of the insect emperor. That was an existence on the same level as Yang Yin, who knew how strong he was. Yang Yin looked at him deeply. I have a way for you to kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yin didn't speak, instead reaching out and grasping at the void. In her knowledge sea, a beautiful ball of light emitting a colorful light was suddenly caught in her hand and immediately pressed her palm against Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, seemingly casual, but Yang Kai didn't react until the ball of light in Yang Yun's hand suddenly disappeared into his soul avatar. Yang Kai was shocked. What is this? Yang Yin pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when you refine it. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul avatar. The strength of this aura made him unable to resist. His soul avatar directly collapsed, and his divine sense returned to his body. The next moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes, but instead of seeing the scenery in the loft, he found himself in an empty and chaotic space. There was no light or anything around him. He couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, not knowing where he was, but after all, he was someone who had braved many storms and waves, so he didn't panic and just quietly observed his surroundings. This empty world gradually had a trace of obscure existences, and as time passed, these things condensed together and grew larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, a huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was completely devoid of vitality. Not even a single plant could be seen. It was simply a dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star and faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. Shadowed star. Yang Kai suddenly realized. When he observed Shadowed star from the star field, it was exactly this size and appearance. But the current Shadowed star was filled with vitality, unlike what he saw in front of him. I understand. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Yang inflammation had done to him, and while feeling grateful, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity and quickly calmed down to comprehend it. In this strange world, Yang Kai Jin was unable to perceive the passage of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like hundreds of millions of years. Finally, some vitality appeared on the desolate Shadowed star. The sea rose and fell. The plants were lush, and some creatures with flesh and blood began to appear. Different races rose up one after another, sweeping up waves in the long river of history before disappearing. Different civilizations, one seemingly immortal period after another, passed by under Yang Kai's indifferent gaze. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak, and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was this stars, and this stars was him, the Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xianxia was refining Tong Xian Realm Star Source, Yang Kai assisted him and accompanied Xianxia to observe the evolution and development of Tong Xian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining Star Source and becoming a Star Master. Chapter 1695. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. All of Shadowed Star seemed to have become a part of his body, allowing him to perceive any piece of land on Shadowed Star at will. He could perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, as well as the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the people who lived on this cultivation star. If he wanted to, he could easily travel to any place on Shadowed Star without the slightest hindrance. If he wanted to, he could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse with a single thought. Clenching his fist lightly, Yang Kai caused the world energy in the surrounding area to tremble slightly as a loud bell rang out from the void. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of living beings on Shadowed Star were shocked as they looked up, not knowing what was happening. All of Shadowed Star also underwent a subtle change the moment Yang Kai became the Star Master. This change was inexplicable, and only a few masters were able to sense it, while most others were unaware of it. From now on, Shadowed Star would be closely related to Yangkai. As Yangkai's cultivation rose, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also become more and more vibrant. Yangkai inspected his body and found that inside Dantian, there was a small sphere that looked like a shrunken version of Shadowed Star that was rotating at a subtle speed. Star's source. If one wanted to become the Star Master of Cultivation Star, they had to refine the source of that Cultivation Star, and what Yang Yin had injected into his body before was undoubtedly Shadowed Star's source. Shadowed Star, which had shrunk countless times, was constantly rotating. Every time Shadowed Star rotated, it would release a mysterious and subtle force that nourished Yang Kai's body while also absorbing Yang Kai's strength to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial process. While Yang Kai was excited and happy, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Did I just become the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Did I just become the ruler of this world? He couldn't help but have a surreal feeling. Little senior sister being able to become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm was a stroke of luck. Tongxian Realm's world energy was barren, like an old man on the verge of death, struggling to survive. That was why Tongxian Realm Star Source had taken the initiative to seek out Xian Ningchang. Let her refine it. However, Shadowed Star was different. Even if there was the suppression of world principles here, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tongxian Realm was an old man with one foot in the grave, Shadowed Star was a young man full of vitality. To refine the source of such a cultivation star, without an Origin King realm cultivation, it was impossible, and one had to be a third-order Origin King. For example, Luo Hai had become a Star Master while still a second-order Origin King. In the entire star territory, there was only one such family. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's doubts, Yang Yan's voice passed into his knowledge. See, Shadowed Star's source has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has a chance to escape my control, do you think it will obediently cooperate? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yin chuckled. Don't worry, its temper has long been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile in the past, which is why I imprisoned it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he understood the whole story. Anyone who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years would not have a temper. Although the Star Source did not have its own sentience, it knew that it could not resist Yang Yan's methods and could only compromise. The position of Star Master had come so easily, and simply that Yang Kai was still somewhat unable to adapt. With a thought, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense, sending it out in all directions like a tide of spiders, soon covering most of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai noticed the movements of many battles, as if he was witnessing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge, was decreasing at a terrifying rate. After Yang Kai took back his divine sense, he found that in just 5 breaths, his knowledge, had been reduced by a third. In other words, he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge, would completely dry up, and he would not be able to monitor it completely. Calculating this, Yang Kai was not dumbfounded. Although he was only a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, the power of his soul was comparable to an Origin King, and with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, it was impossible for his knowledge, to dry up under normal circumstances. It seemed that even if he became a Star Master, without the corresponding strength, he would not be able to act as he pleased. However, this was enough for now. I'm going to deal with some small troubles. I'll come see you later, Yang Kai said, but before Yang Yin could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were fiercely counterattacking, while a group of human cultivators struggled to resist. Since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to issue a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had set off a wave of resistance against corpse spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shi Yun and Qian Tong, Corpse Spirit Religion's army was forced to retreat while countless Corpse Spirit race clansmen were killed or wounded. Those who had lost their homes and sects spontaneously gathered together and launched an attack on corpse spirit religion, who had occupied their sects. Without the corpse cave to transform their clansmen, the corpse spirit race clansmen that died were one less, and without fresh blood to supplement their numbers, coupled with the rumor that their religion master was dead and their sect leaders slaughtered, corpse spirit religion did not have much strength to resist. The human cultivators were like a hot knife through butter as they slaughtered corpse spirit religion's army. More than 80% of the sects had already recovered their lost territories. On the one hand, they had left enough manpower in their headquarters to prevent corpse spirit religion's counterattack, while on the other hand, they had sent their own masters to reinforce their allies. They were really afraid of corpse spirit religion and knew that if they did not completely destroy it this time, this strange race would eventually rise from the ashes in the future. Most of the families and sects had mustered all their strength and were determined to fight corpse spirit religion to the end. Now, a very common scene on Shadowed Star was playing out in this place. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen had been hiding here and were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human cultivators to rush over and besiege them. Although there were less than 1,000 corpse spirit race clansmen here, they were still very difficult to deal with. What's more, corpse spirit race clansmen were transformed from the dead, so they had little fear of pain and their bodies were tough as steel, making them very difficult to kill unless they destroyed their corpse beads. At the same level, a human cultivator was no match for a corpse spirit race clansman. Thousands of human cultivators surrounded the corpse spirit race clansmen in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a fierce attack. They could only selectively eliminate the corpse spirit race clansmen in the periphery, slowly weakening their strength. The corpse spirit race clansmen had obviously discovered their enemy's scheme, so how could they be willing to just sit back and wait for death? They organized several waves of fearless attempts to break out of the encirclement, and although they suffered many casualties, they also took the lives of many human cultivators. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. The corpse spirit race clansmen were at the end of their rope, and each one of them was extremely fierce, while the human cultivator was hesitant. Just as the human race masters were at a loss of what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in midair. He had arrived suddenly, without the slightest warning, and by the time everyone noticed his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley, then raised his palm and gently slapped it down. His movements were very casual, as if he was swatting mosquitoes and flies. However, under this palm, the spirit chi between heaven and earth gathered crazily, converging into a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. This palm print covered the sky and the earth as it slammed down with lightning speed. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the earth shook violently, causing the thousands of human cultivators to almost lose their footing. In the next moment, everyone paled in horror. They clearly saw that under the giant palm of world energy, the thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen that they had been helpless against, regardless of their cultivation, were all smashed into meat paste. Over 90% of them died in an instant, with only a few lucky ones not affected, but their faces were bloodless as they stood trembling in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man at this moment was like a god who dominated this world. After that palm print, the young man just flickered slightly and disappeared as if he had never appeared. However, the huge palm print in the mountain valley and the dead corpse spirit race clansmen proved that everything just now was not an illusion, but had actually happened. Who is this person? How could he be so strong? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Shadow Moon Hall's Temple Master Qian, right? I heard that Temple Master Qian is already an Origin King. Could there be a second Origin King on Shadowed Star? No. 5 months ago, this old master had the privilege of witnessing Temple Master Qian's shocking means, but compared to that palm, it seems he is still slightly inferior. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than Temple Master Qian? I don't believe it. Haha, I know who that person is. It's High Heaven Sect Master Xianxia. I've seen him once before, back when he was still on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect's sect master? Everyone suddenly realized and immediately felt that the rumors were true. High Heaven Sect, being able to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star, was not without reason. With such a powerful sect master, how could the sect not prosper? Enough idle chatter. There's still a few small fries that haven't been cleaned up yet. Sect Master Yang helped us solve the biggest problem. We can't trouble him to come back and slap the rest, right? A group of masters nodded repeatedly before stepping forward, all of them staring maliciously at the few surviving corpse spirit race clansmen as they slowly approached. If I had known earlier, I would have just been slapped to death. Looking at the people gathering around them from all directions, the surviving corpse spirit race clansmen couldn't help thinking. Yang Kai experienced the various conveniences of becoming a Star Master and could not help feeling a little ecstatic. No wonder those third-order origin kings all aimed to refine star sources and become a Star Master. This was simply too convenient. Once one became a Star Master of a cultivation star, they could travel to any place on that cultivation star in an instant. This was much more convenient and faster than using space arrays. Chapter 1696. Moreover, after becoming a Star Master, there were many other benefits that Yang Kai had not had the time to carefully experience and grasp, so he was not clear about them for the time being. However, this alone was enough. Wherever he went, the corpse spirit race had nowhere to run. With just a casual wave of his palm, Yang Kai was able to wipe out groups of corpse spirit race cultivators. Now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, who on Shadowed Star could resist his methods? Even Qiantong would not be able to resist. In just half a day, Yang Kai had traversed most of Shadowed Star, killing all the corpse spirit race cultivators he could sense. Before the human cultivator could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai had already flown away, leaving these people looking at each other in confusion. On the shores of the limitless ocean, a group of cultivators who had broken away from the human race army were fleeing as a dozen or so corpse spirit race cultivators pursued them relentlessly. The corpse spirit race had not had an easy time in the past year. Their powerful corpse generals had been wiped out one by the masters of Qiantong and High Heaven Sect, and even their religion master was rumored to have been killed. Without a leader, they could only be suppressed by the united human race, retreating back to the limitless ocean step by step, trying to escape into the vast sea to seek a chance of survival. However, their hopes were dashed as Qiantong and Yi Shiyun had chased after corpse spirit religion cultivators all the way to this point, blocking their path of retreat, making it impossible for them to enter the limitless ocean. Today, corpse spirit religion was on the decline and was no longer as strong as it was a few years ago. Cornered, the corpse spirit race cultivators could only hunt down lone human cultivator to vent their frustrations and grievances. This group of 7 or 8 human cultivators was quite unlucky, as they had encountered the corpse spirit race cultivators who were both stronger and more numerous than they were. In just one battle, they had lost several people and had no choice but to flee in the direction of a human army. The woman leading the group had a face as beautiful as peach blossoms, a seductive figure, and a pair of large breasts that surged fiercely in front of her. However, under the pursuit of the corpse spirit race, her beautiful face paled, and as she fled, she continuously poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in her hand. She hoped to be able to contact her elders. Let the elders come to the rescue. Another scream came from behind. The woman turned around and saw a scene that made her tremble. One of his companions who had fallen behind was caught by a few corpse spirits and was knocked to the ground. Those cruel corpse spirit clansmen didn't intend to kill him directly. Instead, they swarmed forward. It gnawed at his flesh with its sharp teeth. Her companion's screams and cries for help made the woman's legs tremble. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen. He nearly lost control of his bladder on the spot. After a short while, the voices of his companions gradually faded away. After the corpse spirit race had eaten their fill, they chased after him even more ferociously, getting closer and closer to him. When she thought about how her delicate skin and flesh would become food for the corpse spirit race like her companion, and eventually become a skeleton without any sense of beauty. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The great panic made her footsteps feel as heavy as lead, and her Saint Qi was unable to circulate properly, making it difficult for her to even move. The corpse spirit clan behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the thick scent of blood. The woman exclaimed. Right at this moment, her vision blurred as a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out a hand towards her. With a light grab, he pulled her behind him. Then, the young man flicked his fingers, and along with the sound of a few strong winds, the dozen or so corpse spirits that were chasing her all exploded into powder without exception. A disaster was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her, a feeling of having just survived a disaster rising in her heart as she called out, Xianxia? Her voice was still trembling and her face was pale. Obviously, she had not yet recovered from the thrill and excitement she had just experienced. Hearing this woman's name, the other human race cultivator was taken aback for a moment before they all turned to look at Xianxia with excitement. They had naturally heard of Xianxia's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. This time, the sect master of High Heaven Sect had personally stepped in to save them, so they were naturally grateful. Insu Dai. Xianxia glanced back at the woman and frowned. Why are you here? Where's your master? This little girl was Insu Dai of Colored Glass Sect. In Colored Glass Sect, she was considered one of the best cultivators of the younger generation. Few people could resist her beguiling technique, but facing the corpse spirit race, her beguiling technique was ineffective. With her first order returning realm cultivation, the strength she could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Insu Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, Master is in Sea Corner City. Xianxia released his divine sense, and soon noticed that a large number of cultivator auras had gathered in a city several tens of thousands of kilometers away. That should be Sea Corner City, a city near the carefree seaside. Why aren't you with your master? What are you doing out here? Xianxia asked with some displeasure. Although the human race had won a great victory and the corpse spirit race had almost no place to stand, acting alone was still very dangerous, especially in the carefree seaside. Although Xianxia did not like Insu Dai very much, she was now a disciple of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master, he could still reprimand her. Insu Dai immediately became speechless. Back when Xianxia was still unknown, she had even tried to deal with Xianxia, but things were different now. Insu Dai understood better than anyone that the gap between her and Xianxia was now immeasurable. If Xianxia stood atop the clouds, she could only stay on the ground and look up. She had envied Dai Yuan's ugly senior sister countless times, wondering what kind of method she had used to obtain Xianxia's care. It was precisely because of Xianxia's attitude that her honored master Gong Ao Fu began to like her senior sister more and more, while Insu Dai had gradually been neglected in the past year. Forget it. Xianxia waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Turning his head to look at the other cultivator, he found that each of them was a young man. This group of people had obviously been dazzled by Insu Dai's beauty and were willing to follow her around. Xianxia was very clear about Insu Dai's methods, and even found that when some of these people looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust and vigilance. I'll send you back to Elder Gong, Xianxia said, waving his hand and wrapping Insu Dai in his Saint Qi. What Xianxia didn't expect, though, was that Insu Dai actually took advantage of this opportunity to squeeze herself into his arms. Wrapping her arms around his waist like a little bird, her pair of bountiful peaks pressing against his chest without any hesitation. Xianxia shook his head, but did not push her away immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he swept up the other cultivator, and with a flicker, they arrived directly in Cape City. Gently patting Insu Dai on the shoulder, Xianxia said, "We've arrived." Saying so, without caring about what she thought, he disappeared again. Insu Dai looked around and was surprised to find that she had really returned to Cape City. The buildings in the city were so familiar. Her arms were still in a hugging position, causing Insu Dai to feel a little lost. Cape City was not very large and was now completely occupied by the human race cultivator. Xianxia found Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and the others in the city and had a good chat with them before learning about the recent situation. Refining the star source had not taken Xianxia much time, but now it had taken him more than a year. During this year, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to uproot Corpse Spirit religion. The remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen wanted to escape into the limitless ocean, but they were blocked and could only hide in a mountain range 30,000 meters away from Cape City. Qian Tong went out to kill a group of these Corpse Spirit race clansmen every now and then, but some of them had hidden so deeply that even Qian Tong had no way to find them all, giving him a headache. Peace had been restored to the entire Shadowed Star base. About 80% of the remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen were hiding in the mountain range. So as long as these Corpse Spirit race clansmen were wiped out, the remaining ones would be nothing to fear. At that time, there would be no need for High Heaven Sect or Shadow Moon Hall to act. Just the strength of these sects would be enough to wipe out the remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen. Is that so? After Xianxia inquired about the situation, he grinned. I'll go. You have a way? Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. During this meeting, Qian Tong felt that Xianxia had undergone some changes, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. In his perception, Xianxia was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although his aura had become more vigorous, he still gave Qian Tong a sense of danger. It was like if he were to fight with Xianxia, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out what was going on. You'll know when the time comes. Xianxia smiled lightly, not boasting too much. I'll go with you, Qian Tong quickly said. Xianxia nodded, stood up, and suddenly said to Yi Shiyun, disperse the people gathered in Cape City. After a few years of turmoil, their sects need to recuperate. It's not good to waste time here. Yi Shiyun was startled for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. Xianxia had already reached out and grabbed Qian Tong's arm, and in the next moment, the two of them disappeared from under Yi Shiyun's nose. Even someone as strong as Yi Shiyun was unable to detect any trace of them. Yi Shiyun's expression changed a few times before she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. So that's how it is. She obviously understood something. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and issued an order. A short time later, the human race cultivator gathered in Cape City received an order from High Heaven Sect. The Corpse Spirit race army had been completely wiped out. All sects should return to their headquarters and recuperate. The cultivator from the various sects who received this order looked at each other and ran around to inquire. But the final result was no different from the order. The elders of Shadow Moon Hall and High Heaven Sect all confirmed this. Although they didn't know why the Corpse Spirit race had suddenly been wiped out, the human race cultivator was still overjoyed that the catastrophe on Shadowed Star had been resolved. Out of their trust in High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, they all returned to their headquarters and discussed how to revive their sects. Chapter 1697. Revitalizing a sect was a major event that may take decades or even centuries of effort. But the most urgent task at hand was to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall so that they could follow these two forces' lead in the future. In this catastrophe, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall rapidly accumulated prestige that far surpassed that of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain. These two forces had become the most powerful representatives of Shadowed Star. It could be said that the catastrophe of Corpse Spirit religion had indirectly contributed to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall. In front of Cape Mountain Range, a light flashed, and Qian Tong and Xianxia appeared side by side. Qian Tong glanced sideways at Xianxia, almost speechless with shock. He was now an Origin King, one step higher than Xianxia in terms of cultivation, but he still could not figure out how Xianxia had brought him here. This was definitely not a simple space secret technique. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong suddenly made a shocking guess. You refined Shadowed Star's source and became its Star Master? Only by becoming a Star Master could Yonkai bring him here from Cape City in an instant without him noticing. Thinking about the subtle changes he had felt some time ago, Qiantong was almost certain his guess was correct. Haha, Elder Qian has good eyesight. I have indeed refined Shadowed Star's source. Yonkai did not deny it. In any case, this kind of thing could not be concealed, and Qiantong was not an outsider. Qiantong was stunned for a moment before sighing with a strange expression. I didn't expect that you would actually walk ahead of this old master. Youth is truly fearsome. He looked both happy and discouraged for Yonkai. It's just luck. Yonkai naturally would not be complacent. Him being able to refine the star source was entirely due to yang inflammation. Otherwise, he would have needed to cultivate to the Third Order Origin King realm before attempting such a feat. Shadowed Star Source had been imprisoned by yang inflammation in his knowledge for tens of thousands of years and was no longer willing to be left alone. With Yonkai's acceptance, it was naturally very obedient to Yonkai. This was indeed luck. Since that's the case, then this old master doesn't need to act. The next step is up to you. Qiantong chuckled and quickly returned to normal, not showing any envy or jealousy, instead taking the initiative to take a step back. They watched quietly. Yonkai didn't speak any nonsense, spreading his divine sense. Sea of Heaven Hand, Yonkai could Yonkai's heaven's will. Yonkai's heaven hand slowly rose. Following his movement, the entire Cape Mountain range began to shake. Intense sounds came from the depths of the mountain range, like the sound of war drums being beaten underground. That sound spread to every corner of the Cape Mountain range. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, rose up at a subtle speed. Qiantong sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart filled with yearning and desire. This was the might of Star Master. With a single thought, he could transform the world, move mountains, and add to the sea. Moreover, this was a method Yonkai used without destroying the mountain range. Otherwise, he could have flattened it directly. Even if Yonkai tried his best, he would not be able to accomplish such a feat. The anomaly in the Cape Mountain range obviously alarmed the corpse spirit race hiding inside. Countless corpse spirit race clansmen flew out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon they were shocked to discover that the entire Cape Mountain range was imprisoned by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to fly or escape from their hiding place. The place they used to hide and survive had now become a cage. The corpse spirit race clansmen cried out in panic, not knowing what was happening. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the Cape Mountain range had risen a few meters. Yonkai let out a light breath as he suddenly pressed his hand back down. Hong Long, the mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell down again. The earth shook violently, and a burst of explosive sounds came from inside the mountain range. At this moment, the world energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, wreaking havoc inside the bodies of the corpse spirit race clansmen. Pung 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 pung. One after another, the corpse spirit race clansmen burst into dust and disappeared. After the sound subsided, Yonkai released his divine sense again and found that there were no longer any traces of the corpse spirit race clansmen in the Cape Mountain range. The thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen who had fled here had all been killed without exception. Qiantong watched in amazement for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. This catastrophe should end here. After killing corpse spirit religion's religion master, I can be completely at ease. Yonkai smiled lightly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. This old master is now in. After you kill him, this old master will tell you more about it. There's no need to rush. Qiantong obviously had something he wanted to say, but since he didn't want to talk about it now, Yonkai naturally wouldn't force him. The two soon separated, Qiantong returning to Shadow Moon Hall to preside over the reconstruction of his sect, while Yonkai went straight to the limitless ocean. He was going to find the Insect Emperor and make him disappear from this world completely. When he was searching for the corpse spirit race before, he had also paid attention to the aura of the Insect Emperor, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find him. As such, Xianxia directly set his sights on the limitless ocean as he believed his judgment was correct. Shadowed Star was very large, and the forces on the sea and on land were two completely different systems. Each side's cultivator rarely interfered with the lives of others. So although corpse spirit religion had caused a great deal of trouble on Shadowed Star this time, causing many of the great sects to suffer heavy losses, the forces in the deep sea had not been affected. It was for this reason that the corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape to the limitless ocean to avoid being hunted down by the great sects. This was not the first time Xianxia had come to the limitless ocean. When he left the Emperor Garden last time, he had accidentally passed by this place, but at that time he was anxious to return to his sect and had only seen the tip of the iceberg. This time, Xianxia had deliberately searched for the whereabouts of the Insect Emperor, so along the way, he had experienced a completely different atmosphere from the one on land. The forces in the deep sea were definitely not to be underestimated, and many of these islands had powerful third-order origin, returning realm masters presiding over them. However, now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, whether it was on land or sea made no difference to him. He could easily dominate everything on Shadowed Star. Sunrise Island belonged to the largest sect in the limitless ocean, Sea Temple. Sea Temple had a prominent reputation in the limitless ocean. Residents of the limitless ocean might not know about High Heaven Sect or Star Emperor Mountain, but they would definitely have heard of Sea Temple. This great force's history was definitely not shorter than Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sects. After countless years of accumulation and the abundance of marine resources, Sea Temple's influence had grown larger and larger, occupying almost half of the entire Limitless Ocean's territory. In the Limitless Ocean, Sea Temple was definitely a behemoth. If it weren't for the fact that most of the secret arts they cultivated were of the water and ice attribute, greatly reducing their strength on land, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would likely have long ago ceased to exist on Shadowed Star. Sea Temple alone would have been enough to unify the entire Shadowed Star. However, due to various constraints, Sea Temple could only show off its might in the limitless ocean and was unable to extend its claws to land. On this day, Xianxia arrived at Sunrise Island, which covered an area of about 1,000 kilometers. Even in the limitless ocean, this island was not small, occupying one of the top 10 spots among the islands under the name of Sea Temple. This island was rich in resources and seafood, and every year, Sea Temple would send a large number of cultivation resources to this island, making it one of the most important islands for Sea Temple. When Xianxia turned into a stream of light and landed on this island, he was immediately noticed by the disciples of Sea Temple. There were some obvious differences between a cultivator on land and a cultivator at sea, whether it was in terms of clothing or skin color. So as soon as Xianxia landed, he was surrounded by a group of Sea Temple disciples who were responsible for patrolling the island and maintaining security. Sunrise Island was not a place where anyone could enter and leave as they pleased. Anyone who wanted to enter had to enter from a specific location, have their identity verified, and pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals before they were allowed to enter. For Xianxia to land so brazenly was undoubtedly a provocation to Sea Temple. As such, the group of Sea Temple disciples all wore unfriendly expressions. Although they realized that Xianxia was very strong, they did not show much fear. Xianxia didn't have any intention of dealing with them, and simply took a step forward, disappearing in the next instant. Where did that little brat go? Among this group of cultivators, the strongest one called out in alarm as he looked around, but was unable to find any trace of Xianxia. The others also looked at each other in confusion, some of them feeling their blood run cold. The other party had mysteriously disappeared without anyone noticing. This meant that if the other party wanted to, he could also take their lives without anyone noticing. Only now did the group of Sea Temple disciples feel some fear. You all scatter and search for traces of that guy. I'll report this to the island master. The expression of the leading cultivator changed a few times before he immediately made a decision. Such a powerful master had suddenly appeared on Sunrise Island. So no matter what the other party was up to, they needed to inform the island master first. Everyone roared in agreement and immediately dispersed. In front of a remote wooden house on the island, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, looked up, and smiled slightly. The scenery here was quite good, facing the sea with Sunrise Island behind. At this time, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sun illuminated Sunrise Island, making it a good place to recuperate and heal. A few weaker cultivators were standing guard outside the wooden house, but when they saw Yang Kai appear, they were all stunned for a moment. But immediately after, as if they had received some kind of order, all of them pushed their Saint Chi fiercely, summoned their artifacts, and rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned as he noticed that something was wrong with their situation, but he did not immediately kill them, and instead stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. The heaven and earth spirit Chi automatically turned into firm ropes, binding these martial artists with low strength, making them unable to move. The faces of these several cultivators suddenly turned ashen as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. Since I'm already here, you won't be able to hide, so why don't you just show yourself? There's no point in hiding, right? Yang Kai shouted in the direction of the wooden house, standing in place with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Chapter 1698. After a while, the sound of light footsteps came from inside the wooden house, and a moment later, a handsome young man walked out. This young man looked to be in his 20s and was only a third-order Saint King. He stared at Yang Kai with resentment and fear, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes, as if he couldn't understand how he had been so easily found by Yang Kai. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's lips curled into a faint smile, while the handsome young man seemed to be facing a great enemy. How did you find this king hiding here? The young man finally couldn't bear this silent suppression. Now that Yang Kai was giving him a lot of pressure, he could no longer remain as calm as before. This king is certain he didn't leave behind any clues. It wasn't easy to find you, Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for your 10,000 poison evil insects, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to find you. Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to the cultivator he had imprisoned. The young man's expression became gloomy as he glanced over at the subordinates he had planted with the 10,000 poison evil insects, a look of annoyance flashing across his eyes. He hadn't expected that subduing a few subordinates would turn out to be such a huge mistake. He had been very cautious. This time, when he fled to Sunrise Island to heal his wounds, the people he had subdued were all very weak. So generally speaking, it was impossible for them to be noticed, but Yang Kai had unexpectedly seen through them. Even so, it will still be difficult for you to kill this king. It's not like you haven't tried before. So how about this? How about we discuss this? The young man raised his chin slightly and proposed proudly. Not interested. Yang Kai shook his head. The young man was stunned. You won't even listen before saying you're not interested? Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? There's nothing to regret. Today you'll die without a doubt. Yang Kai sneered. The young man also laughed as he stared at Yang Kai sarcastically, saying in an arrogant tone, "Little brat, your ability to talk big isn't small. Last time, this king was able to escape from you, so this king could do the same this time, but if you don't bother this king anymore, this king can give you some benefits. I guarantee you a lifetime of benefits." What benefits can a guy who can control exotic insects give me? Yang Kai laughed. The young man's expression changed again as his brow furrowed and asked tentatively, "Do you know this king's background?" "It doesn't make any difference whether I know or not. I'll kill you today." Yang Kai, Yang Kai, and Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Boys. Yang Kai's Yang He knew that with his current strength, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he had no intention of protecting this body. Instead, he planned to self-destruct. Yangs. S-Yang's Yang escape. Yang Yangs of S's of Est, S to his. The heaven and earth spirit Chi quickly gathered, and the youth in front of him seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. Frozen mid-air, Yang Kai was no longer able to move, and the Saint Chi that was about to explode seemed to be suppressed and instantly calmed down. The young man's eyes finally revealed a look of fear as he asked in horror, "What kind of technique is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai. You can mobilize the power of the stars. Have you refined the origin of the stars? As expected of the insect emperor, you have good taste. Yang Kai sneered. His hand didn't stop moving, and he clenched it hard. With a loud explosion, the young man's body exploded into a bloody mist. Amidst the blood mist, a strand of spirit power frantically tried to escape. Last time, Yang Kai and Qiantong had joined forces to deal with the insect emperor, but this time, Yang Kai had become the star master of Shadowed Star. What's more, Yang Kai was prepared, so how could he allow this insect emperor to escape? With a single thought, Yang Kai transformed the surrounding several dozen meters into a solid cage. No matter how the strand of spirit power struggled, it was unable to escape, as if there was an invisible barrier around it that prevented it from escaping. After several attempts, the insect emperor obviously knew that he was doomed and no longer tried to do anything useless. Gathering his spirit power at a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into a vague figure in the void. The figure looked at Yang Kai with gloomy eyes, his body flickering like a burning flame as he said in a deep voice, "This king concedes. Let me go, and whatever benefits you want, this king will give you." Yang Kai curled his lips and stretched out his hand to grab him. The insect emperor was unable to dodge at all, and his spirit power was directly grabbed by Yang Kai. He struggled violently, but was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp, only able to curse loudly and scream hysterically. Yang Kai rubbed his hands together, and with a sharp scream, the insect emperor's soul turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. A turquoise, saber-shaped artifact that seemed to have shrunk countless times, and a small and exquisite bracelet appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Both of them exuded an evil emperor pressure. There was nothing unusual about the bracelet, but when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, a strange power surged out from the turquoise, saber-shaped artifact and cut off Yang Kai's divine sense. An emperor artifact? Yang Kai raised his brow as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Now, he did not lack artifacts, and even had two emperor artifact-grade artifacts. One was the offensive-type Annihilation Thunder Bead, and the other was the Sealed World Bead. These two things were known as the two emperor artifact beads in Star Emperor Mountain. Now that he had suddenly obtained two more, Yang Kai was overjoyed. No one would complain about having too many treasures, especially emperor artifacts. Yang Kai knew about the turquoise saber that had shrunk countless times and could cut off soul sense. The last time the insect emperor used it, Yang Yin had said that it was the soul-splitting saber and that its power was unfathomable. As for that small bracelet, Kaiyang didn't know what it was or what it was used for. He tried to release his divine sense to investigate, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate it at all. Yang Kai could only give up. After all, this bracelet was the insect emperor's artifact, and the barrier it set was not something he could easily break. Although he didn't understand the use of the bracelet, Kaiyang could feel a fiendish power coming from it. That power made him tremble with fear. After fiddling with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the soul-splitting saber and the bracelet. He did not have time to refine these two things for the time being. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura flying over from the center of the island, quickly approaching him. Obviously, the elders of Sunrise Island had noticed the world energy fluctuations just now and had come to investigate. Yang Kai did not leave immediately and instead stood in place, waiting thoughtfully. A moment later, a burly man suddenly descended from the sky. He was over 4 meters tall and had a wide nose and mouth, giving him an oppressive majesty that made anyone who stood next to him tremble in fear. This man had a long scar on his face that stretched from the tip of his brow to his chin, making him look even more terrifying. After the man arrived, he saw the blood on the ground at a glance and could not help but fly into a rage, shouting, "Where did this bastard come from? How dare you act so presumptuously on Sunrise Island?" Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai without giving him a chance to explain. This man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, no weaker than Qiantong and Fei Ji II in the past. His huge body and huge palm contained infinite power, causing the air around him to crack. Even a cultivator in the same realm would have at least a dozen broken bones if they were hit by this palm. Xianxia's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat displeased that the other party had attacked him without asking for a reason, he remembered that he was also an uninvited guest, so he didn't care too much. He just casually waved his hand, and the sturdy man was sent flying by an invisible force. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Xianxia, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Soon after, he landed lightly on the ground, no longer looking down on Xianxia. He also discovered that Xianxia had no intention of harming him. Otherwise, how could he have landed so calmly? With the means Xianxia had just shown, he could have killed him in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, the man took a deep breath and no longer dared to act arrogantly, shouting, "Who is your excellency? State your name." Xianxia grinned, cupped his fists, and said, "High Heaven Sect Xianxia." High Heaven Sect. The man thought for a moment before his body shook, and he exclaimed, "Your sect Master Xianxia of High Heaven Sect?" Although he lived in the internal sea, the man had obviously heard of High Heaven Sect and Xianxia. However, he never expected that this High Heaven Sect's sect master would be so strong. "This friend is—" Xianxia looked at him and asked. The man frowned but still answered truthfully, "Sunrise Island's Island Master, Pang Zhen." "So it is Island Master Pang. A pleasure to meet you." Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted. Pang Zhen's expression changed as he recovered from his initial shock. Although he knew he was not Xianxia's opponent, he could not lose his backbone and the prestige of Sea Temple. So he quickly said, "Although Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, my Sea Temple has nothing to do with High Heaven Sect. Sect Master Yang can't just casually kill someone on my Sea Temple's island, right?" This Pang would like to ask why this is so. As the master of an island, he naturally had to protect the safety of the martial artists on the island. Pang Zhen could not pretend that he did not see a person die on the island for no apparent reason. Otherwise, if word got out, it would damage his reputation. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, "Island Master Pang, please forgive this Yang. This Yang did not kill him for no reason, but he had no choice but to die." To tell Island Master Pang the truth, this Yang set out to see this time to find him. Can Sect Master Yang explain? Seeing Xianxia act so politely, Pang Zhen's expression eased greatly. Naturally, Xianxia smiled faintly and explained the reason behind it. Pang Zhen listened in shock, unable to believe what Xianxia said was true. He thought Xianxia was just making up an excuse. Knowing that he had doubts, Xianxia smiled and said, "Island Master Pang will understand after looking at these things." Saying so, Xianxia reached out and grabbed one of the cultivator he had previously imprisoned. Chapter 1699. The weaker cultivator had originally been controlled by the insect emperor's 10,000 poison evil insects, so after Xianxia arrived here, he had no intention of harming them and had simply imprisoned them in place. At this moment, following Xianxia's actions, these cultivators all trembled and their faces distorted, as if they were enduring great pain. Two of them even began foaming at the mouth and collapsed, but their lives were not in danger. Pang Zhen watched on coldly, no longer acting as rashly as before. A moment later, accompanied by a series of creaking noises, several streams of light suddenly shot out from the minds of these cultivators. Xianxia grabbed these things and then spread his hands, gesturing to Pang Zhen. A few strange-looking black and red insects the size of fingernails struggled to break free from Xianxia's grasp, but they were unable to break free from his grasp. Pang Zhen stared blankly for a long time before gulping. "These are 10,000 poison evil insects." He had never seen these insects before, but he felt a trace of barbaric aura from them, as if these insects were from ancient times, giving him a sense of danger. Those who have been implanted with 10,000 poison evil insects will be subjected to the control of their master. Xianxia smiled lightly. "Can I take a look?" Pang Zhen was delighted and wanted to take one of these 10,000 poison evil insects back to study. Although these things were dangerous, if he studied them thoroughly and understood how to use them, it would be tantamount to learning a new secret technique. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. If Island Master Pang is not afraid of them drilling into his knowledge sea, I can give them to you. Pang Zhen's face paled, and he hesitated for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. This Pang doesn't have enough strength. Sect Master Yang can deal with these things himself." Yang Kai smiled lightly and flicked his wrist, crushing the struggling 10,000 poison evil insects into dust. After understanding that what had happened before was really a misunderstanding and that Yang Kai had not indiscriminately killed the innocent on Sunrise Island and had instead helped him solve a huge problem, Pang Zhen's attitude towards Yang Kai suddenly became much warmer. Perhaps what he was more afraid of was Yang Kai's strength. No one in the entire untroubled ocean had the ability to send him flying with a wave of his hand. Pang Zhen tried his best to invite Yang Kai to his mansion. Yang Kai also intended to communicate with him. Naturally, he had no choice but to obey. Pang Zhen was the island master of Sunrise Island. The mansion occupied the best piece of spiritual land on Sunrise Island, and the construction was extremely majestic. After entering the mansion, Pang Zhen immediately ordered the servants to serve up delicacies and fine wine. More than 10 of them were dressed in gauze. Beautiful young girls with faintly discernible bodies were singing and dancing to Guan Xian's music. A group of origin returning realm masters on the island accompanied him. The atmosphere was very lively, regarding the changes that had taken place in the inland in recent years. Ocean Palace had also heard a lot about it, but because it hadn't spread to the deep sea, Ocean Palace wasn't too clear about the details. Pang Zhen warmly invited Yang Kai. On one hand, they were optimistic about Yang Kai's strength. On the other hand, they wanted to find out about the current situation on the mainland. Of course, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. When they learned that corpse spirit religion had been uprooted, everyone from Ocean Palace exclaimed. And when they learned that Xian Tong was really an Origin King Realm Master, Pang Zhen and the others showed deep worry on their faces. Shadowed, Star hadn't seen an Origin King Realm Master for tens of thousands of years. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Xian Tong's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Xian Tong had such intentions. Even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Please speak, Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I would like to meet with the temple masters of your Ocean Palace," Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is?" Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. A good thing. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland. Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Otherwise, after killing the Insect Emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven Sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate. But now, Xianxia had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tongxian realm with him. Every month, they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven Sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation, after the war with corpse spirit religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Xianxia had taken a fancy to the difference in material output between the uncharted ocean and the inland. If he could really achieve this, not only would he be able to relieve some of his current worries, but he would also no longer need to worry about a lack of cultivation materials in the future. All he needed to do was resell these materials, and he could quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. Although he was now the master of Shadowed Star and could freely travel to any place he wished, even forcing Sea Temple to submit by force, Xianxia did not want to do so. He would rather have the inland and the deep sea interact with each other and mutually benefit each other. Standing at the height of Shadowed Star's master, he sometimes needed to consider the entire Shadowed Star. Hearing this proposal, Pang Zhen's eyes lit up, but he soon frowned and said, "Sect Master Yang is not the first person to want to do this. Someone from my Sea Temple has also proposed such a thing. But due to the difficulty in transporting some special materials and the inconvenience of traveling back and forth, the matter was left unsettled. Although there are now some trade exchanges between the uncharted ocean and the inland, these are limited to the few coastal cities." Seeing Xianxia's expression, Xianxia knew that it was not that Sea Temple's people were not interested in the inland materials, but rather that it was simply too troublesome and would take too long. If not for that, Xianxia would not have even considered this matter. The most important thing was that they did not have a fixed trading partner. With Sea Temple's huge force, only a few sects on the inland continent were qualified to stand on equal footing with it, while the other great forces could only look up to it. None of these great forces had any intention of trading with Sea Temple, so Sea Temple itself was in a difficult position. Xianxia smiled and said, "What if I can solve these problems?" Pang Zhen's expression brightened. "Can Sect Master Yang really do this?" Xianxia nodded with a serious expression. Pang Zhen laughed and said, "If Sect Master Yang can do this, then this matter can be discussed. However, I cannot decide on this matter and can only report it to the several temple masters and let them decide." This Yang has long heard of Sea Temple's great name. The several temple masters are wise and will not refuse such a good thing. Xianxia chuckled. Pang Zhen was in a good mood and raised his glass. "Then I wish this matter a success. When the time comes, this Pang will likely have to ask Sect Master Yang to take good care of him. If this matter really came to fruition, Pang Zhen would undoubtedly take the credit for it. This was a win-win situation for him, and he might even be able to use this opportunity to raise his status in Sea Temple. As such, his attitude towards Xianxia became more and more amiable, treating him as an honored guest. Deep into the night, the banquet ended and Kai Yang was arranged to rest in a luxurious room. There were several beautiful young girls who served him at his beck and call. Xianxia sent them out, each of these young girls looking at him with resentful eyes, causing Xianxia to feel quite guilty. Xianxia thought that the matter he proposed would also be of great benefit to Sea Temple, so Sea Temple should be quite enthusiastic, but to his surprise, after waiting for 3 days on Sunrise Island, not a single Sea Temple master came to negotiate with him. This made Xianxia feel somewhat confused. Logically speaking, although Sea Temple was a huge force, there were space arrays between each island, so if Sea Temple's headquarters really attached enough importance to this matter, they could have rushed to Sunrise Island in half a day. Delaying for 3 days could only mean that the other party did not have enough confidence in his ability or were not enthusiastic about this matter. Xianxia was not in a hurry, though. Now that the hidden dangers of corpse spirit religion had been eliminated, there was nothing important for him to decide on in High Heaven Sect. With Yi Shiyin in charge, it didn't matter whether he returned or not. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia carefully considered the various changes after becoming Star Master. As the Master of Shadowed Star, Xianxia could naturally travel anywhere at will. As long as he had enough divine sense and Saint Chi, He could cross millions or even tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, but doing so would place a great burden on his body. Crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant was not difficult for him. This was just a minor convenience after becoming a Star Master. Of course, the biggest benefit was that Xianxia could cultivate on Shadowed Star. The world energy was fierce and unrestrained, allowing Xianxia's cultivation speed to increase by several dozen or even 100 times compared to before. This was something no one else could achieve. In battle, Xianxia could easily mobilize Shadowed Star's world energy and kill all his enemies without any effort. This had been verified before. However, there was one thing that Xianxia was very concerned about. He vaguely noticed that there was an invisible force covering Shadowed Star. This force had characteristics of imprisonment and sealing, like a barrier that prevented any cultivator on Shadowed Star from exploring and comprehending more profound cultivators. It was because of the existence of this barrier that no origin king had been born on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1700. These were Shadowed Star's world principles, profound and unfathomable. Even Origin King Realm Masters could not touch them. Although Xianxia had become a Star Master, he was still helpless against these world principles. He had tried to break through or disperse them, but had failed. Sighing, Xianxia took back his divine sense and stopped trying. Although these world principles restricted a cultivator on Shadowed Star from breaking through to the Origin King realm, they were not harmful to the cultivator, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Another day passed, but there was still no news from Sea Temple. This made Xianxia a little impatient, and just as he was considering whether he should go to Sea Temple's headquarters in person, he suddenly frowned and spread out his divine sense. A few thousand kilometers away from Sunrise Island, there was a giant wave over 1,000 meters high that was rapidly approaching the island. This giant wave seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, giving off an extremely great momentum. Atop this wave, there were many creatures treading on it, each of them at least 100 in number. Among these 100 people, there were both men and women. The men were burly and did not seem to be from the human race. Each of them was at least 45 meters tall and had ugly and ferocious faces that would cause anyone who saw them to shudder. The women, on the other hand, were all beautiful, with flawless white skin and supple waists. Some were charming, some were pure, some were hot, some were sexy, some were enchanting, some were pure, and some were hot. What caught Xianxia's attention, though, was that all of these people were masters at the Origin Returning Realm or above. Xianxia thought they were masters from Sea Temple, but upon closer inspection, he found that this was not the case. These people were not from the human race. Xianxia pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. In the deep sea of Shadowed Star, not only did the human race thrive, but there was also a race called the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was just a general term that encompassed many branches. They were masters who were naturally proficient in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, and in the deep sea, they were giants. However, the Sea Clan rarely dealt with the human race, so there was no cultivator on Shadowed Star. In their entire lives, they might not even be able to see a single member of the sea race. Even human race martial artists who lived in the deep sea rarely had the opportunity to encounter such creatures. Xianxia observed for a while and found that there were at least 4 or 5 branches of the Sea Clan. Some of them were covered in scales, some had long barb-like tails, and some had arms that were shaped like crab pincers. They looked very strange. This was also the first time Xianxia had seen a sea race group, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised, wondering why they were rushing towards Sunrise Island in such an aggressive manner. After observing for a while, the burly sea race leader atop the giant wave seemed to notice something, and his eyes flashed a terrifying light as he turned his gaze towards the void. It was as if he wanted to find out where Xianxia was hiding. Xianxia smiled and withdrew his gaze. To Xianxia, no one on Shadowed Star was worth his attention. These 100 or so sea race masters at or above the Origin Returning Realm might be an extremely powerful force to Sea Temple, but to Xianxia, they were nothing. Above, the burly sea race man frowned and glanced at the void thoughtfully, a suspicious look on his face. Xianxia, did you discover something? Next to him, a woman wearing a voluptuous dress with more than 60% of her skin exposed to the air frowned and asked. Xianxia slowly shook his head. It seems like someone is monitoring us, but there are no obvious signs. Perhaps I sensed wrongly. The woman was stunned. She knew Xianxia's strength. As one of the commanders of the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace, he was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star, and rarely made mistakes in his senses. However, since Xianxia said so, the woman didn't ask any more questions and instead frowned deeply. But this time, I'm afraid things won't be easy. The princess went missing near Sunrise Island, and although it is very likely that she was taken away by the human race, what if they refuse to admit it? Xianxia coldly snorted. If they dare not admit it, this commander will raze Sunrise Island to the ground. These humans should have already left the limitless ocean. This is my Sea Clan's territory. Huh! The woman sighed deeply. Her brow was filled with worry as she stared in the direction of Sunrise Island, secretly praying that her princess had really been taken away by the human race. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know where to start searching. This time, the Sea Clan had sent troops to Sunrise Island with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one. They were truly desperate. Otherwise, with the power of Sea Temple, Sea God Palace wouldn't have dared to start a war. However, Xianxia seemed to be certain that the princess had been taken away by the human race, so this trip would likely be difficult to resolve. It would be best if they could find the princess, but if they couldn't, the two races of the limitless ocean would really have to fight each other. The giant wave moved extremely quickly and pushed forward 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. When the giant wave was about 1,000 kilometers away from Sunrise Island, Pang Jun and the others also noticed a change in world energy and rushed out of their respective residences to look into the distance. A moment later, Pang Jun's face changed greatly. These arrogant Sea Clan bastards dare attack Sunrise Island? Activate the defensive spirit array. As soon as this order was given, Sunrise Island immediately buzzed, and soon, the huge island was covered in a layer of transparent energy. All the cultivators on the island also moved out and gathered around Pang Jun, each of them wearing dignified expressions. Xianxia didn't know what was going on, so naturally, he was curious and also came to Pang Jun's side. Sect Master Yang, the Sea Clan has come to cause trouble. I must ask Sect Master Yang to withdraw. Pang Jun tried to persuade him. Xianxia's previous proposal was very much to his liking. Whether or not he could obtain a higher status in Sea Temple depended on whether Xianxia's proposal was successful, so he was very concerned about Xianxia, lest Xianxia be implicated. It's fine, Island Master Pang can do as he pleases. I'll just take a look around, Xianxia chuckled. Seeing him like this, Pang Jun thought for a moment and no longer tried to persuade him. After all, Xianxia had proven his strength before. Why is the Sea Clan so aggressive? Did Sunrise Island or Sea Temple provoke them? Xianxia asked casually. Pang Jun shook his head. I don't know, but there is no harmonious relationship between Sea Temple and the Sea Clan. After all, they are two different races that live together in the deep sea, so friction is inevitable. However, this Pang has never seen a situation like today's. My Sea Temple and the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace also have some agreements that prevent us from dispatching so many masters to deal with the other side. Xianxia's eyes flashed a few times before he asked casually, the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace should also be able to collect a lot of cultivation resources from the deep sea, right? Pang Jun was so focused on wondering why the Sea Clan had dispatched so many masters that he didn't have time to ponder over Xianxia's question, and simply said, they have a natural advantage in being able to collect resources from the deepest depths of the sea, something our Sea Temple cannot compare with. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Jun realized something and quickly turned to look at Xianxia, only to find that he was smiling happily. Pang Jun's expression couldn't help becoming serious as he said, Sect Master Yang, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. The Sea Clan is not easy to deal with, so if you want to exchange any cultivation resources with them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Sea Clan has always looked down on our human race. You have lived inland for a long time, so you probably don't understand this. Many thanks for Island Master Pang's reminder. Yang Kai responded casually. Pang Jin naturally knew what Yang Kai was thinking and why Yang Kai would think this way. Yang Kai had been waiting here for several days now, yet no one from the Sea Clan's headquarters had come to discuss the matter of trading resources with him. Anyone would have been resentful. If Sea Temple was the sole ruler of the Endless Sea, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait patiently. But now that Sea God Palace had suddenly appeared, Pang Jin knew that Yang Kai had set his sights on Sea God Palace. If he could establish a connection with Sea God Palace, it wouldn't matter whether he had Sea Temple or not. If he lost this merit, Pang Jin would find it difficult to advance and could only remain on Sunrise Island as an island master for the rest of his life. Although he was free and unfettered, he was still some distance away from the true center of power. Seeing Yang Kai not take his words to heart, Pang Jin also felt a little resentful. He didn't resent Yang Kai, but rather was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Sea Clan's headquarters. However, he didn't have time to think about this right now. While he was chatting with Yang Kai, the monstrous wave had already arrived a few kilometers in front of Sunrise Island and without stopping, rushed straight towards the island. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk Sunrise Island's spirit array restriction shook violently, nearly breaking apart. After a long time, the monstrous wave subsided and swept across the entire Sunrise Island before disappearing. Pang Jin raised his head towards the sky with an ugly expression and shouted, Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Does Sea God Palace want to declare war on my Sea Temple? Pang Jin, hand over that person, otherwise I'll make sure your Sunrise Island will never be able to rest in peace. Xianxia roared, his voice like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Pang Jin was stunned. Hand over who? He had no idea what Xianxia was talking about and felt completely baffled. Don't play dumb. This general officer will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If you don't see the person this general officer wants to see, you can just wait for your death. Although Xianxia was strong, he was obviously simple-minded. Once he set his mind on something, no matter what others said, it was useless. Now, he was certain that the person he was looking for was on Sunrise Island. Xianxia, being so rude and unreasonable, angered Pang Jin greatly, and he sneered coldly. This island master doesn't know who you're talking about, and even if he did, this island master wouldn't hand her over to you. Pang Jin was a third-order origin returning realm master, an island master. Xianxia had come here to cause trouble for no reason and even dared to threaten him, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Good, since you said so, don't blame this general for being ruthless. Xianxia's face became fierce, and just as he was about to begin a slaughter, the scantily clad woman beside him suddenly pulled him back. Wait a moment. Although Xianxia's expression was unpleasant, he didn't refute her words and instead stood mid-air with an angry look on his face as he squinted towards the people below, his eyes filled with contempt. He seemed to look down on everyone, even Pang Jin, but when he saw Yang Kai, his eyes narrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Yang Kai, who had a harmless smile on his face, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This caused Xianxia to take a few more glances at Yang Kai. Chapter 17:01. Although the existence of Yang Kai had caught Xianxia's attention, he did not pay much attention to him. The sea race was an arrogant race. They had always thought that they, who were born in the sea, were the noblest creatures in the world. All other races should bow down to them, especially the human race, which had a large population. They were qualified to be so arrogant. Every Sea Clan member, from the day they were born, was naturally proficient in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, unlike the human race. Many Sea Clan members never cultivated in their entire lives and could not escape death, forever living as ordinary people. For the first time, Yang Kai experienced the arrogance of a Sea Clan. The beautiful woman standing next to Xianxia looked down and lightly opened her lips. Island Master Pang, this is not the first time this mistress and you have met. Since everyone knows each other's roots, this mistress will speak frankly. An important person from my sea god palace has gone missing near your Sunrise Island. We have reason to suspect that Sea Temple's people have abducted this important person, so we ask Island Master Pang to hand over this person. Although the woman tried to keep her tone as calm as possible, her expression inadvertently revealed her inner anxiety. Pang Zhen naturally recognized this Sea Clan woman and frowned. An important person from your Sea Clan? Who is it? He was very curious about the identity of this missing Sea Clan master and faintly felt that this person's status in the Sea Clan was definitely not low, most likely a member of the royal family. Otherwise, Xianxia and this woman would not have come together in such an aggressive manner. No matter what, he had to find out. The woman shook her head gently and said in a pleasant voice, "Sorry, this mistress cannot tell you who it is." Pang Zhen sneered. "Great Commander Qianmo, are you sure you're not joking? Based on your guess, so many origin returning realm masters from Sea God Palace came to embarrass my Sunrise Island. Do you think my Sea Temple is easy to bully?" The woman named Qianmo frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is not just this mistress' guess. The master disappeared near Sunrise Island. Otherwise, we would not have rushed here." Pang Zhen's eyes shrank. Qianmo was one of the 8 great commanders of Sea God Palace. She was in existence on the same level as Xianxia and had a venerated status. In the Sea Clan, there were not many people with higher status than her. Yet, she still had to address the missing sea race as master. Could it be that a member of the Sea God Palace's royal family had really gone missing? This was no small matter. Pang Zhen immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. If it was just a little-known member of the sea race, he could just ignore it. After all, he really hadn't seen him before. But if it was a member of the royal family, he couldn't do that. If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely trigger a war between Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God Palace. That was an outcome that no one wanted to see. After pondering for a long time, Pang Zhen said with a solemn expression, "My Sunrise Island has not seen any sea race members recently." Perhaps Commander Qianmo was mistaken. Qianmo interrupted him. "If it is convenient for Island Master Pang, this mistress would like to search Sunrise Island. Is that okay?" "Just searching?" Pang Zhen looked at her carefully. Compared to the current situation, this request was not too much. If it was any other occasion, at any other time, Pang Zhen definitely wouldn't agree. But since it involved a member of the royal family, if he didn't agree, it would most likely trigger Xianxia's simple yet sturdy nerves, and a great battle would ensue. As such, Pang Zhen had to make some concessions. "Just searching," Qianmo promised. "This mistress is very familiar with that master, if she really is on Sunrise Island. This mistress will definitely be able to sense it, whether or not someone is hiding her." When she said this last sentence, Qianmo's eyes became as sharp as a blade. It was easy to imagine that if things were really as she guessed, Sunrise Island would be bathed in blood today. Pang Zhen hesitated. With the other party speaking so confidently, he didn't dare to be too sure of his own judgment. Although he was the island master, there were so many disciples of Supreme Ocean Palace living on Sunrise Island. If one of them was blind enough to secretly bring back a member of the sea race, all right, I agree, Pang Zhen quickly said. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided, so Pang Zhen could only hope that the sea race's guess was wrong. "Many thanks." Qianmo nodded and then released her divine sense, spreading it inch by inch across Sunrise Island. Everyone waited quietly. On the vast coast, there were hundreds of masters, but none of them spoke. Even their breathing was suppressed to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Xianxia was so anxious that he felt like he was constipated, the scar on his face becoming more and more terrifying as he glanced between Qianmo and Pang Zhen, his eyes wide open. After a long time, Qianmo suddenly opened her eyes. Pang Zhen's expression became serious as he stared at her without blinking. "How is it?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. Qianmo showed a look of disappointment as she turned to Xianxia and slowly shook her head. "She's not here." "Impossible!" Xianxia shouted. "She disappeared near Sunrise Island." How could she not be here? There must be some kind of mistake, right? Did they move her somewhere else? Sunrise Island has a space array that allows passage between the various islands of Sea Temple. Xianxia, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't be so noisy. Pang Zhen shouted angrily, this time with much more confidence. Xianxia was already annoyed to begin with, so Pang Zhen's words were undoubtedly aimed at him, causing him to glare fiercely as the surging strength in his body surged. Qianmo was the first to speak. Island Master Pang, this time this mistress and the others made a mistake. This mistress apologizes for the trouble this mistress has caused to your esteemed island. This mistress will definitely come to apologize again in the future. Hearing her say this, Pang Zhen's complexion improved greatly. The sea race had always looked down on the human race. So, Qianmo being able to say such words clearly showed how anxious she was and was no longer in the mood to maintain her arrogance. As for whether or not she would really come to apologize in the future, that was no longer important. Pang Zhen was also a shrewd person, so he naturally understood when to stop and gently nodded. Since that's the case, please forgive this Pang for not seeing you out. Have a safe trip. The Sea Race Masters did not say a word and quickly retreated. Only Xianxia glanced at Pang Zhen unwillingly before leaving, as if he couldn't wait to have a big fight to vent the bitterness in his heart. After the Sea Race Masters retreated 1,000 kilometers away, Pang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. The other leaders of Sunrise Island also looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Don't be fooled by their tough attitude just now. In fact, everyone's hearts were in their throats. With Sunrise Island's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for them to resist the elites led by the two Sea Clan Great Commanders. Fortunately, in the end, the matter was resolved perfectly and no real battle broke out. Island Master, who from the Sea Race went missing? Why are both Xianxia and Qianmo so nervous? Someone asked from the side. Pang Zhen winked at this person, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, Sect Master Yang, this Pang has just received news that the people from the Sea Race's headquarters will arrive on Sunrise Island in 3 days. I hope Sect Master Yang can be patient and stay on Sunrise Island for a few more days. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This Yang will naturally accept Island Master Pang's hospitality, but your Sea Race doesn't seem too interested in this Yang's proposal. Pang Zhen opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. From his point of view, Sea Temple had indeed been somewhat negligent, so he could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to embarrass him, and simply said a few words before taking his leave and returning to the place Pang Zhen had arranged for him. Since Sea Temple was not enthusiastic about his proposal, Yang Kai would not ask them for help and instead turned his attention to the Sea Clan. Pang Zhen also said that the Sea Clan had a natural advantage and could mine far more cultivation resources than Sea Temple. If the Sea Clan could reach a cooperative relationship with High Heaven Sect, their future would be much brighter than if they cooperated with Sea Temple. However, if he wanted to cooperate with the Sea Clan, it would be very difficult. Unless he directly used force to subdue them, there was probably no possibility of success. Late at night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared thoughtfully in a certain direction. Just now, he noticed that Pang Zhen and some of the masters from Sunrise Island had left the island, but he didn't know what they were going to do. However, Yang Kai guessed that they were looking for the missing important figure from the Sea Clan. For Xianxia and Qianmo to attach so much importance to this person, their status was definitely not low. If Pang Zhen could find them, it would undoubtedly be a great merit. At that time, whether it was using them to negotiate with Sea God Palace or to exchange for some supplies, it would be a simple matter. From what Yang Kai could perceive, the masters from the Sea Clan had not gone too far from Sunrise Island, only moving about 30,000 kilometers away. They seemed to be certain that their clansmen had gone missing near Sunrise Island, so they were only searching within this area. Yang Kai watched with interest and secretly wondered what kind of scene it would be if the two sides met. However, this idea was obviously superfluous. Whether it was the cultivator from Sunrise Island or the cultivator from a sea clan, both sides were trying their best to avoid interfering with each other. Suddenly, an aura suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's perception. Before he could figure out what was going on, another aura disappeared, followed by a third, a fourth. In just a short time, the auras of more than a dozen creatures had mysteriously disappeared. This wasn't the annihilation of death, but the complete disappearance of one soul. Yang Kai was stunned. He was now the Star Master of Shadowed Star, so, as long as he wanted to, he could monitor the movements of any place he wanted to. However, he had not been able to figure out how these creatures had disappeared. They had simply disappeared for no reason. Even their companions had not noticed. At first, only the Sea Clan disappeared, but soon, the masters from Sunrise Island also disappeared one after another. By the time the remaining people realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Of the 100 to 200 masters from the two clans, only a few were left. In the next few moments, these people had disappeared as if they had never existed. Chapter 17:02. Yang Kai suddenly got up, and his figure flickered, flying directly from Sunrise Island to the territory where the incident had occurred. Floating mid-air, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards, trying to find the real reason for the disappearance of these creatures. Such a strange phenomenon appearing in this territory made Yang Kai, the sect master of Shadowed Star, both confused and shocked. Yang Kai stood quietly mid-air, not missing any details, but still could not find any clues. The surrounding heaven and earth was filled with a creepy and mysterious atmosphere that made one's hair stand on end. At a certain moment, though, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, an island shrouded in shadows had strangely appeared. This island was hazy, like the moon in the water or flowers in the fog, making it impossible to see clearly. No matter how Yang Kai condensed his divine sense, he was unable to grasp any trace of it. It was as if this island did not exist, its distance fluctuating, but it was filled with an inexplicable aura. A dark hole silently split open behind Yang Kai, and by the time Yang Kai noticed, it was already too late. The dark hole was like the maw of a fierce beast, swallowing Yang Kai in one gulp. After that, it disappeared. A strong wind blew and ripples appeared on the surface of the sea, but within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, there were no longer any signs of life. The place where Yang Kai reappeared was a sandy beach with the usual humidity and smell of the sea. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, though, he heard the sound of fighting, some of which sounded familiar to him. Looking towards the source of these voices, Yang Kai quickly found that a large number of the human race and Sea Clan masters who had disappeared from his senses were on this beach. Pang Zhen, Xianxia, and Qian Mo were among them. However, their situation was very bad as they were being besieged by a group of unknown cultivators. Although Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were not on good terms with each other, with friction occurring every year, they at least knew each other well. Now that they had suddenly fallen into such a predicament, they naturally put aside their former enmity and worked together to fight. There were not many people besieging them, only around 30 to 40 of them. But even so, the powerhouses of Supreme Ocean Temple and Sea God's Palace were still retreating. If it wasn't for the fact that those people of unknown origin didn't have the intention to kill them all, Pang Zhen, Xianxia, and the rest would most likely suffer heavy losses. Yang Kai found this situation quite strange, as he found that none of these people showed any signs of using their Saint Chi. Instead, they were all fighting with their own physical strength. It wasn't just the cultivator with unknown origins. Pang Zhen, Xianxia, and the others were the same. Xianxia was tall and strong. As a member of the Sea Clan, the quality of his physical body was extremely strong. So even if he was besieged by 4 or 5 enemies, he could still barely cope. He wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Pang Zhen, on the other hand, was in a difficult situation. In terms of combat power, he was actually not much worse than Xianxia, But without being able to use his Saint Chi, his combat effectiveness plummeted, causing him to be forced into a corner. The other human race cultivator was the same. Without the natural advantage of the Sea Clan's physical strength, not only were they no match for the Sea Clan's men, but they were also no match for a woman like Xianxia. Xianxia pondered for a moment before trying to circulate his Saint Chi, but was surprised to find that the Saint Chi in his body remained motionless. This strange place actually had a power that restricted his Saint Chi. This discovery startled him. Xianxia tried to use his divine sense, but found that his divine sense could only extend 500 meters out of his body. What was this place? Why was there such a powerful restriction on his Saint Chi and divine sense? Xianxia was puzzled. Two people nearby saw that Xianxia wasn't very old and grinned wickedly as they attacked him from the left and right. Xianxia hadn't figured out the situation here yet, but he didn't want to show off too much, so while dealing with these two, he secretly scanned his surroundings. In terms of physical strength alone, Xianxia could be said to be a top-level existence. The life-revitalizing jade cream he brought out from the Emperor Garden was not for nothing, and he also had a large amount of golden blood in his body. Coupled with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he could even face an Origin King without fear. Xianxia was now certain that this was not Shadowed Star, or rather, this place was no longer under the control of Shadowed Star. Because even his connection with Shadowed Star had been severed, he could not take advantage of the various conveniences of the Star Master to act. This was definitely an independent, sealed space. The battle was in full swing as both sides fought fiercely. Constantly, a human or Sea Clan cultivator was captured, tied up, and sent to the side. However, Xianxia and the others were still struggling to resist, injuring many of their enemies. A tall, skinny man stood nearby and watched. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to resolve the battle after such a long time, he couldn't sit still any longer and sneered. As soon as you enter Serene Soul Island, you are separated from the heavens. Don't resist and obediently follow this king to see Island Master. As long as you are obedient, Island Master will not embarrass you. Serene Soul Island? Pang Zhen, Xianxia, and Xianxia exclaimed at the same time, all of their faces turning extremely pale. Even Xianxia was shocked. This place is actually Serene Soul Island. He couldn't believe it. He had long heard of the name Serene Soul Island. There were originally 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. One was the Luyin Sandfield, the second was the Emperor Garden, and the third was Serene Soul Island. Needless to say, the Luyin Sandfield was originally a place that opened once every few hundred years for the younger generation cultivator of various great forces to enter for life experience. Normally, no one could enter it. The Emperor Garden was also a famous place. It was the private home of Starfield's great emperors. The last time it opened, many geniuses gathered in Star territory and obtained great benefits from it. Serene Soul Island was different from the other two. The other two were places where one could experience life experience and obtain benefits, but Serene Soul Island was a land of death. It was rumored that Serene Soul Island existed in the limitless ocean, but no one had ever seen it. Anyone who had seen it had disappeared, never to return, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Many Shadowed Star cultivators doubted whether Serene Soul Island really existed because no one could provide any evidence to prove it. Serene Soul Island. It only existed in legends. But now, this thin man actually said that this place was Serene Soul Island. How could Pang Zhen, Xianxia, and the others not be shocked? They were all creatures who had lived in the deep sea for a long time and were familiar with all kinds of legends. So when they heard the word Serene Soul Island, all of them turned pale. If this place was really Serene Soul Island, it meant that the legends were true and they would never be able to return to the limitless ocean. They would be trapped in this damned place where they could not use their Saint Chi and their divine sense was infinitely suppressed. Furthermore, they would have to obey the orders of an unknown island master. This was something no master could tolerate. Indeed, this is indeed Serene Soul Island. The thin man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He had the same reaction when he heard the news when he was trapped in this place. Calculating the time, he thought. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Xianxia and Peng Zhen glanced at each other. Both of them roared in unison. Only a fool would believe you. Umph. Stubborn fools. The thin man coldly snorted, not wanting to waste any more time, and stepped forward. His entire body was emitting an aura that made people raise their eyebrows. With a casual wave of his hand, the few human race and sea clan masters who stood in his way were smashed to pieces without being able to put up the slightest resistance. He didn't use his Saint Chi, instead relying on his brute physical strength. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as a solemn expression appeared on his face. He could tell how powerful this lanky man was. That skinny body of his was actually able to produce such an unimaginable amount of strength. The thin man only took a few steps forward before arriving in front of Xianxia. He wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, so naturally he wanted to kill Xianxia. After all, Xianxia seemed to be the strongest among this group. He didn't make any special movements. He simply threw out a punch towards Xianxia's face. His punch caused the air to explode. Xianxia roared as his burly body stood in place like a wooden stake, clenching his fists and crossing them in front of him to block. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the thin man's fist slammed into Xianxia's arms, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Xianxia's burly body was sent flying like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. When he struggled to stand up, his eyes and nose were full of blood, giving him a ferocious appearance. After swaying for a moment, he fell backwards. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them showing looks of horror. The human race and sea clan masters who were still resisting stopped what they were doing one after another. This thin man could knock out Xianxia with a single punch, so killing them would be a piece of cake for him. Even Peng Zhen, after changing his expression a few times, signaled to the Sea Temple cultivators with his eyes, telling them to give up resisting. In the face of absolute strength, resistance was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. Seeing this, the thin man showed a satisfied expression and laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Very good. Don't worry, this king doesn't want to kill you all. Serene Soul Island hasn't had anyone here for a long time, so your arrival is just in time to replenish the population here. The island master doesn't allow anyone to kill. Of course, the premise is that you all must be obedient. Perhaps soon, we can even become companions. Stay here for a while, and you will know what kind of place Serene Soul Island is. He smiled happily. The faces of the human race and sea clan masters were ugly. Xianxia frowned slightly as his expression changed a few times before he quickly made a decision. He did not intend to be manipulated by this thin man. Whether or not this place was Serene Soul Island, he had to take the initiative in his own hands. Thinking so, he made a feint and directly escaped from the battle, quickly running away. This action finally caused the thin man to notice Xianxia's existence, causing his face to sink as he coldly snorted, "You don't know what's good for you. Go kill him." Xianxia's actions had undoubtedly annoyed him, so his last sentence was directed at his two subordinates. Receiving the order, the two of them quickly chased after Xianxia. The Sea Clan masters did not recognize Xianxia and only thought that he was a disciple of Sea Palace, so they only glanced at Xianxia's back and did not pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Peng Zhen was stunned, wondering why Xianxia would appear here. But now that he could not even protect himself, he did not have the spare time to think about Xianxia, so he just stood there with a pale face. Chapter 17:03. As soon as the skinny man in the lead gave the order, his subordinates immediately rushed forward and tied up the remaining human and sea race cultivators. But those who resisted were beaten black and blue. Regardless of the cultivation of these people who followed the slender leader, without exception, all of them had physiques far superior to those of the outside world, so the human and sea race cultivators had no chance to resist and were quickly suppressed. The slender leader put on a fake smile and said, "Be obedient, and there will be benefits for you. But if you dare to act rashly, Many people die on Serene Soul Island every year. Think carefully. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others' faces sank as a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. 100 kilometers away, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the two corpses on the ground and sighed slightly. He had just arrived and didn't want to start a massacre. But the two people who had chased after him were unwilling to let him go. They looked like they were determined to kill him. With no other choice, Kai Yang had no choice but to kill them. Without using Saint Shi, those who could fight Yang Kai with their physical strength were probably less than 5 in the entire star territory. So how could these two unknown minions be Yang Kai's opponent? After a few moves, they were lying on the ground. Yang Kai plundered their space rings before quickly leaving in a certain direction. Half an hour later, another cultivator arrived, and after seeing the two corpses on the ground, his expression changed, and he quickly returned to Serene Soul Island to report the situation. At this time, Yang Kai was already a few 100 kilometers away. In a natural cave on the coast, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. This cave was relatively damp and not suitable for living, but Yang Kai couldn't care less. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai tried to circulate his Saint Chi and communicate with Shadowed Star, but to no avail. All failed. This strange place really cut off his connection with Shadowed Star, depriving him of his greatest advantage. Yang Kai's face turned ugly. Fortunately, although his divine sense was infinitely suppressed, he could still use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take out anything from his space ring, let alone use the artifacts he had been nurturing inside his body. Whether it was using space rings or artifacts, they all required a certain level of divine sense as a bridge. Once divine sense could not be used, these external forces would not be able to be used. This made Yang Kai feel slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out the space rings of the two people he had killed before and began checking their belongings. With Yang Kai's current net worth, he naturally wouldn't care about the wealth of two ordinary cultivators. However, Yang Kai could use these two people's belongings to investigate the situation on Shadowed Soul Island. So before leaving, Yang Kai took their space rings with him. The original cultivations of these two were not very high, so the barriers on their space rings were easily broken by Yang Kai. Carefully rummaging through their rings, Kai Yang discovered that these two fellows were relatively poor. Aside from some food, there was nothing else in their rings. Apart from their rings, there were only a few Saint crystals, a few low-grade artifacts, some martial arts records that Yang Kai didn't care about, and a few jade bottles. Saint crystals were completely useless here. Yang Kai couldn't even use his Saint Chi here. So how could Saint crystals play a role? Yang Kai didn't care about the artifacts and martial arts records. He took out the jade bottles, opened the caps, and poured out a gray pill from the bottle. As soon as it entered his hand, Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. With his current identity as an Origin King Great Alchemist, he could naturally see at a glance that the refinement of this pill was incomplete. Although it couldn't be said to be a failure, it definitely didn't display the full efficacy of the raw materials. The refinement technique was very rough, and the medicinal efficacies of the raw materials were not even fully condensed. This medicinal pill was a failed product that was formed by mixing several different ingredients together at will. However, Yang Kai remembered that he couldn't use his Saint Chi in this damn place. Yang Kai was relieved. Without being able to use Saint Chi, alchemists had no way to condense medicinal liquids and fully display the effects of the raw materials. This was probably the reason. As a result, the refinement of this pill was incomplete. Although with Yang Kai's vision and level of expertise, he didn't care about this kind of spirit pill at all, he was still very curious about its function. None of the spirit pills he had mastered so far matched the one in front of him, which made him feel a little surprised. After observing for a while and smelling the scent of this pill, Yang Kai determined that it was not poisonous and simply threw it into his mouth. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of amazement, muttering, "So that's how it is. No wonder the physiques of each of them are so good. It turns out it was because of this pill." After tasting it, Yang Kai immediately understood the purpose of this pill. It was actually a pill used for body tempering. After taking this pill, Yongkai clearly felt a stream of heat rise from his lower abdomen and flow into his limbs, transforming his 5 viscera, 6 organs, and tendons, allowing his body to develop in a better direction. The effect of this pill on Yongkai was negligible, almost negligible. But for those cultivator who had not specifically tempered their physique, it was of some help. If they could take this pill over a long period of time, it would definitely improve their physique. This was probably the fundamental reason why the cultivator living on Serene Soul Island had a much stronger physique than the average human or Sea Clan cultivator. They should have all taken this spirit pill. Saint Chi could not be used on Serene Soul Island, and one's divine sense was suppressed to the limit, but the cultivator living here had found another way to become stronger. Everything was not without reason. Yongkai was also very interested in this pill. However, he did not know the pill recipe or the raw materials, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Outside the cave, Yongkai looked into the distance and could vaguely see a city in the center of Serene Soul Island. This should be where the residents of Serene Soul Island lived. In the center of this city, there was an extremely tall building that almost reached into the sky. Yongkai withdrew his gaze and looked at the rolling sea. Without hesitating for long, he jumped into the sea and swam forward using his hands and feet. Under the premise that he could not use his Saint Chi, he could only rely on this most primitive method to go out to sea. Now, he could judge that Serene Soul Island was definitely an independent sealed space. Just like the floating continent he had entered when he first entered Star Territory, this place had its own world principles that were not affected by shadowed stars' interference. Since it was an independent sealed space, there should be a limit. Yongkai wanted to find this limit and see if he could break it to escape. Even if he failed, Yongkai could still go back and think of a way. For example, he could go deep into the city and find the island master of Serene Soul Island to ask about the situation. Presumably, the island master knew more about this place than he did. The sea was cold and Yongkai's speed was extremely fast. There were many ferocious sea beasts that lived in the sea. Under Yongkai's fists and feet, they were all reduced to dust. Over the next few days, Yongkai discovered that these sea beasts were different from those in the outside world. Their physiques also seemed to be far stronger than those of their kind in the outside world. Killing them in the sea really took Yongkai a lot of effort. Over the past few days, Yongkai would occasionally find a few ships out to sea wandering around a certain part of Star Territory. Those should be the ships of Shadowed Soul Island's residents, and seeing them bustle about, Yongkai couldn't help but wonder. They seemed to be looking for something in the sea with great concentration. Yongkai didn't want to expose his whereabouts, so he tried to avoid them as much as possible. These ships could only move around near the coast. They didn't dare to move a little further. After all, the deeper they went into the sea, the greater the danger they would encounter. These sea beasts couldn't withstand Yongkai's attacks, but that didn't mean that they were weak. For the next few days, Yongkai found nothing. Gradually, he could no longer see anyone. However, he didn't give up and continued to explore ahead. On this day, in a vast sea, Yongkai suddenly found something. He hurriedly focused his attention and looked ahead. A multicolored light pierced through the thin mist and entered Kai Yang's line of sight. Yongkai was suddenly in high spirits and quickly rushed in that direction. After a few days, all he could see was the same scenery. Or rather, there was no scenery at all. This was also a kind of torture for Yongkai. Now that there was a sudden change, he was naturally very happy. No matter what the colorful light was, it was better than the unchanging sea. In a short while, Yongkai arrived at the place. However, the scene he saw made Yongkai slightly absent-minded. In this sea, there was a lotus. Roughly counting, there were at least a few dozen lotuses of different colors blooming on the surface of the sea. There were pink, green, silver, and golden lotuses, and every single one of them was emitting dense spiritual energy. Sea lotus? Yongkai frowned. However, this was obviously not an ordinary sea lotus, but a precious alchemy material. Yongkai's eyes lit up. He swam forward and came to a cyan sea lotus. He reached out and dropped a petal, putting it in his mouth and chewing. After a while, his eyes became brighter, and he couldn't help laughing. So the main ingredient of the alchemy is this. He had been very interested in this special spirit pill before, but unfortunately, he didn't know what the raw material was. He didn't expect that this trip to the sea would be so easy to find. Thinking about it, the several ships he had encountered before should also be looking for this kind of sea lotus. Unfortunately, they could only operate near the coast and miss this ocean link pond. Xianxia happily picked these sea lotuses, stored them in a special way, and put them into his space ring. After some investigation, he found that these sea lotuses had obvious differences in their medicinal efficacies according to their color. The pink ones had the lowest medicinal efficacies, followed by the cyan ones, silver ones, and gold ones. The stronger the medicinal efficacies of the sea lotus, the fewer there were. There is only one golden sea lotus, and it stood in the center of the ocean link pond, admiring itself. There were also not many silver sea lotuses, only 6 in total, all of which were extremely precious. These materials could play a huge role in Xianxia's hands. With his current level, he could infer the body-tempering pill recipe and refine it himself. Xianxia didn't intend to let go of any sea lotus. Chapter 1704. Just as Xianxia was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a fish splashing against the water nearby. Looking over, he found a dolphin about a meter long swimming over and swallowing one of the blue sea lotuses in one gulp. Although most of its body was hidden in the sea, this dolphin-like creature's posture was very elegant, and even the way it chewed the sea lotus was slow. Seeing Xianxia looking at it, the little dolphin blinked its eyes and showed no signs of fear, slapping its tail against the water as it swam slowly towards another pink sea lotus. A moment later, the pink sea lotus was also swallowed by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even the speed at which it swung its tail became much faster. Xianxia wanted to drive it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he had encountered had been fierce and vicious without exception, all of them attacking him without any hesitation. This little dolphin looked harmless to humans and animals, and Xianxia didn't sense any danger from it, so he simply let it be. One person and one dolphin, working separately, quickly collected the sea lotuses. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all collected by Xianxia, and the little dolphin only managed to pick up a few leftovers. It seemed to be a little unhappy as it boldly swam to Xianxia's side and circled around him, constantly making strange noises. Xianxia couldn't help laughing, and after the little dolphin nudged him with its head once, he had no choice but to take out a blue lotus from his space ring. He couldn't refuse the little dolphin's eager eyes. The little dolphin's eyes lit up in an instant, and it began making urgent noises, like a baby waiting to be fed. Xianxia brought the blue lotus to its mouth, and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp, its eyes narrowing into crescents, making for a beautiful sight. After the blue lotus entered its stomach, the little dolphin burped in satisfaction and swam around Xianxia even faster. It was much more intimate than before. Xianxia grinned. After being soaked in the sea for several days, his cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the seawater was parted and rapidly approached in a straight line. There seems to be some beast under the sea, smelling the scent of Xianxia and the little dolphin, arousing its appetite. The little dolphin was very sensitive to danger and immediately hid behind Xianxia. It stuck out half of its head and looked in that direction, its eyes showing human-like horror. Xianxia reached out and patted it, signaling it to calm down. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the approaching sea beast. A moment later, a monstrous wave rose into the sky. A horrifyingly large, shark-like sea beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It opened its gigantic mouth, and its sawtooth-like teeth gleamed with a sharp light. It bit towards Xianxia viciously. The little dolphin's tail swung violently as it made anxious and hurried sounds. Xianxia didn't move at all. He waited until the sea beast was about a meter away from him before he suddenly punched out, hitting the sea beast's forehead with lightning speed. With Xianxia as the center, the seawater nearby suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread in all directions. Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye. The seemingly majestic sea beast's forehead caved in, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew hundreds of meters away before it crashed into the sea. Soon, dark red blood seeped out from the other side. The huge sea beast floated up with its belly turned over, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment. Its two extremely bright eyes looked at Xianxia, then at the sea beast in the distance, and then back at Xianxia. It seemed to be unable to understand. How could such a small Xianxia beat such a big sea beast? The size of the two was simply on the same level. However, obviously didn't think much about this issue. Instead, it looked at Xianxia with worshipful eyes and made a sound of joy from its mouth. It then swam in front of Xianxia and used its head to nudge Xianxia's body. Xianxia looked at it in amazement, not quite understanding what it wanted to do. The little dolphin continued to nudge. After a long time, Xianxia finally understood. He pointed to the back of the little dolphin and asked, "You want me to go up?" The little dolphin nodded vigorously. Xianxia's expression was strange. Looking at its 3 feet long body, he hesitated and said, "That's not very good. Aren't you a little too small?" He was afraid that the little dolphin couldn't carry him. The little dolphin didn't allow him to say anything and dove into the sea. The next moment, Xianxia felt that he was being lifted up by something and was slowly rising. After a while, half of the little dolphin's body came out of the water. It cried out happily as it swam forward quickly. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, it was fast and steady. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. "I have underestimated you." The little dolphin's swimming speed in the sea was more than 10 times faster than his. When it moved forward, the sea seemed to take the initiative to part to both sides, without adding any resistance to it. The little dolphin looked back proudly and glanced at Xianxia with a look that said, "Praise me more." Xianxia laughed and stood on the little dolphin with peace of mind, letting it fly forward with him. He didn't know what kind of creature this dolphin-like little thing was. Judging from its cowardly behavior just now, it would be very difficult for it to survive in such an environment. However, it was able to understand his words, which meant that its intelligence wasn't low. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to a 7 or 8-year-old child. However, with the little dolphin as a ride, Xianxia felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to soak in the sea all day. As for why it was so intimate with him and even asked him to sit on it, it must know that without his protection, it would be difficult to survive here. This was also a kind of cooperation, a win-win situation. Xianxia thought that the little dolphin wouldn't be of much use except as a ride, but soon he found that he was wrong. He was very wrong. This little thing swam freely in the sea, seemingly without any order or purpose, but it could always bring Xianxia to some sea lotuses scattered in the deep sea. Xianxia initially thought that it was just luck, but 2 days later, he found that this was the little dolphin's ability. It seemed to be able to accurately find the location of the sea lotuses from thousands of miles away. Xianxia had a great harvest. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at the beginning, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and green sea lotuses was still the most. There were fewer silver sea lotuses and only 3 golden ones. This was a rare commodity worth hoarding. These things were a specialty of Serene Soul Island and couldn't be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Xianxia could refine a large number of body-tempering pills. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also quickly improve the physical quality of his friends and family. Therefore, the more sea lotuses there were, the better. The little dolphin also ate until its belly was round. It was the one who brought Xianxia to find the sea lotuses, so Xianxia naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flew by, and about half a month later, Xianxia stored at least 500 sea lotuses in his space ring. Although he didn't know the value of sea lotuses on Serene Soul Island, just by thinking about the rate of sea lotuses near and far, he could determine that these things should be a scarce resource on Serene Soul Island. Unless Serene Soul Island organized a team of masters to explore the sea and collect them, they would be able to obtain a considerable harvest. Otherwise, they could only search near the coast. On this day, the little dolphin brought Xianxia to an island. This island didn't occupy a large area, only a few dozen kilometers in radius, less than 1% of Serene Soul Island. This was the first time Xianxia had seen an island other than Serene Soul Island, so he was naturally very curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river that led directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered the island. A moment later, a lake on the island appeared in front of Xianxia. This lake was connected to the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the island's area. Countless sea lotuses were blooming, dazzling the eyes with a variety of colors. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 sea lotuses in this lake. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though Xianxia had a great harvest these past few days, he couldn't help but smile. Good job. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the little dolphin and patted its head. He wasn't stingy with his praise. The little dolphin was very happy. After spending these past few days together, the little dolphin had become more and more dependent on Xianxia, especially after Xianxia casually killed so many sea beasts. It couldn't help but worship Xianxia. Those sea beasts were behemoths to the little dolphin, each of them capable of eating it alive. But for Xianxia, a single punch was enough to kill them. Soon, the man and the dolphin arrived at the island's lake. Xianxia jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves, and quickly shuttled through the lake. Sea lotuses of different colors were collected into his space, ring one after another. The little dolphin was not willing to be outdone and began devouring the sea lotuses, its belly soon becoming round. Then it began to swim in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree and carefree. In less than an hour, Xianxia had collected more than 2/3 of the sea lotuses in the lake. Just as he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place clean, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in his ears. This roar was filled with blood and tears, as well as indescribable grief and indignation, as if one's parents had died. Bastard, you dare steal this old master's shadowed heaven lotus. As soon as these words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, glaring at Xianxia angrily, stomping his feet on the ground and leaping into the air. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. In midair, the man threw a punch towards Xianxia. The punch was silent and seemed to be light and powerless, but Xianxia's eyes narrowed and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, he let out a long roar, leapt into the air, and met the incoming punch with a punch. The 2 fists collided without any fancy moves, and a force pattern visible to the naked eye swept through the air like a ripple. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. After a short while, a deafening sound rang out as a violent force erupted, directly distorting the surrounding space. Xianxia was sent flying, and the cultivator of unknown origin was also unable to stabilize its body, somersaulting several times in the air before being sent flying back. Chapter 17:05. Xianxia landed lightly on a lotus leaf and raised his head to look ahead. Only now did he have the time to size up the newcomer. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be an old man with a short stature. Even if he stood up straight, Xianxia estimated that he was still a head shorter than himself. His complexion was dark like the bottom of a pot, comparable to old black-face Yin Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Perhaps because his treasures had been taken away by Xianxia, this old man's complexion had become even darker. The clothes he was wearing were simple and crude, made from the skin of an unknown sea beast. The clothes were in tatters and looked tattered. His bulging muscles were exposed, and they were filled with explosive power. It was very eye-catching. It could be said that apart from this old man's short stature, his body was well-proportioned, which was the most direct manifestation of his physical strength. The old man obviously hadn't thought that Kai Yang would be able to take his fist head-on and not fall into a disadvantageous position. After landing on the ground, he frowned slightly. Immediately after, he rushed over at an even faster speed and roared, "Little brat, today either you die or this old man dies." Yang Kai had taken 2/3 of the shadowed heaven lotus, which was even more serious than taking his life. So how could he let Yang Kai off so easily? If possible, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a muddle-headed person, but seeing this old man's demeanor and tone, he knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Moreover, he rarely encountered an opponent like this old man, so naturally he was a little excited. Not only did he not shrink back, but he also laughed and rushed forward. In midair, the two figures separated as soon as they came into contact, and only after a long time did a violent explosion resound. The second time they fought, the two were still evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Without any time to breathe, the two rushed towards each other again. The little dolphin was hiding in the lake on the island, looking up, its eyes filled with worry. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk bursting sounds kept coming from the island, and Yang Kai and the old man gradually shifted the battlefield to avoid affecting the ocean lotus in the lake. At this point, both of them had the same scruples, not wanting to destroy the precious alchemy materials. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the battlefield was shifted to the sea. Yang Kai no longer had any scruples, and his eyes lit up. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and tangled with the unknown old man, their fists and feet colliding. This barbaric way of fighting allowed him to experience a carefree feeling he had never experienced before. He laughed out loud and did not care about his injuries at all. He looked like he was going to fight the old man with his life. He had never shown any signs of failure. The old man's expression was stern as he was secretly shocked. He had been on Serene Soul Island for hundreds of years, and he had long known what kind of cultivation method he should choose to survive here. He had originally thought that his attainments in the physical body were extremely high, enough to occupy the top position in the territory. But he did not expect that a young man who suddenly appeared could actually fight with him to such an extent. This young man's physique was not inferior to his at all. The sound of bones breaking could be heard constantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The old man was surprised to find that this young man's blood was not red. Instead, it was golden in color. That golden blood contained a blood vitality and energy fluctuation that left him flabbergasted. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. Boy, your good luck has come to an end. The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a five-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art, Earth Sword Chi. The Earth Sword Chi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, a rare Origin King grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the Earth Sword Chi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the yellow energy shield was blasted apart and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands, and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Xianxia muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Xianxia turned his head to look at it and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Xianxia cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Xianxia naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Xianxia was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. After a while, Xianxia had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Xianxia grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Xianxia, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Xianxia found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Xianxia moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Xianxia was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Xianxia smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Xianxia, looking at Xianxia with a complicated look. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "You're not from Mingyu?" Xianxia frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Xianxia seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Xianxia's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise," Xianxia praised casually. "You are right. I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Xianxia smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here, and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" The old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is old sir's residence." Xianxia invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Xianxia, he was confident he could escape from Xianxia if he really went all out. He believed that Xianxia would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Xianxia asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly. "A scoundrel." Xianxia was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island." The old man added, "Mingyu is the island master?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Xianxia rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island masters before?" The old man looked at Xianxia in surprise, secretly admiring his sharp thinking, and then proudly said, "The previous island master was this old master." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the disrespect. Humph, you're just a stray dog." The old man laughed at himself, and said, "Now, this old master can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. What's there to be disrespectful about? What's more, this old master was defeated by you." "It was just a fluke," Xianxia said modestly. The old man did not linger on this issue and stared deeply at Xianxia. "Have you cultivated an extremely profound body, refining secret art?" Chapter 1706. A few days ago, when he was fighting with Xianxia, Xianxia had suddenly used the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. With his eyesight, he had naturally noticed some clues. On Serene Soul Island, Saint Shi could not be used at all, so the only explanation for the 5-colored light was that it was a body-tempering secret art. The power cultivated from a body-tempering secret art was not in the scope of Saint Shi, so it was not restricted by Serene Soul Island. Yes, Xianxia did not conceal anything. The old man's face suddenly flashed a fiery look. Body-tempering secret arts were relatively rare throughout the entire star territory, and profound body-tempering secret arts were even rarer. However, just because they were rare did not make body-tempering secret arts precious. Firstly, it was more difficult to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method. Even if it was an ordinary body-refining cultivation method, it would be difficult to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Secondly, a cultivator would not have so much energy to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method in their lifetime. A cultivator's standard of strength and survival was Saint Chi and spiritual energy, so even if many people knew the benefits of having a strong physical body, there was no way to cultivate a body-tempering secret art. But on Serene Soul Island, things were different. In this damned place, Saint Chi could not be used and spiritual energy was suppressed. Cultivating a body-tempering secret art was the best and brightest path for a cultivator. Over the countless years, countless cultivator had wandered to Serene Soul Island, so naturally, some body-tempering secret arts had also poured into Serene Soul Island. The old man had also cultivated one, but it was an extremely ordinary secret art, completely different from Xianxia's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art. The reason why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art was so powerful was not because of the secret art itself, but because of the materials required to cultivate it. The old man knew that if he could obtain Xianxia's body-tempering secret art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. So when he heard that Xianxia had a profound body-tempering secret art, his eyes became fiery. As a master with great strength, he knew that secret arts could not be obtained casually, so the old man could only suppress the desire in his heart. "Let me introduce myself. I am Xiahu." When he said this, there was a sense of pride in his voice, as if Xianxia should have heard of this name. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Xianxia just lightly cupped his fists. "So it's Mr. Xia. I'm Xianxia." Xiahu frowned and asked tentatively, "Have you never heard of this old master's name?" Xianxia chuckled. "Mr. Xia, are you from the deep sea?" Xiahu nodded and asked, "Are you from a mainland?" "Not bad." Xiahu understood. On Shadowed Star, deep sea and inland cultivators belonged to 2 different systems. Although they were not completely isolated from each other, it was rare for them to set foot in each other's territory. It was not strange that people from the inland did not know the names of the powerhouses in the deep sea. After learning this, Shahu's expression relaxed slightly, and he chuckled. "This old master has been here for more than 300 years. Back then, this old master was the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple. How is Sea Temple doing now?" "Old Sir is the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple." This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be stunned. "I won't hide it from Old Sir. I came from the vicinity of Sea Temple's Sunrise Island. Sea Temple is now a very powerful force in the deep sea and can be considered the strongest among the human race, enough to compete with Sea God Palace." Shahu listened quietly. Feeling relieved, Shahu said, "That group of brats seems to have some skill. Boy, do you have some kind of friendship with Sea Temple? How did you end up at Sunrise Island?" "I just happened to pass by, but we don't have any friendship," Xianxia chuckled. Perhaps because he had inquired about his relationship with Sea Temple, Shahu's expression relaxed a lot. Seeing that Xianxia was not as aggressive as most young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the awkwardness of their previous battle and began chatting. Xianxia wanted to know about the situation on Serene Soul Island. Xiaohu, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about the current situation of Sea Temple. So with one asking and the other answering, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After a long time, both of them obtained the information they wanted. Xianxia frowned. This Serene Soul Island was a strange place, an independent, enclosed space. No one could find a way out. Even Xiaohu, as the island master of Serene Soul Island, could not leave this place. Mingyu, on the other hand, was originally a vice island master under Xiaohu and was not much weaker than him. But one day, Mingyu's strength suddenly soared, and he competed with Xiaohu for power. As a result, Xiaohu was naturally defeated and had no choice but to flee Serene Soul Island and hide on this small island. Calculating the time, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Xiaohu had endured humiliation, hoping that one day he could return to Serene Soul Island and take revenge. Unfortunately, his strength seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck, and he could no longer continue to improve, so he could only stay here. Fortunately, this place was very far from Serene Soul Island, and most people would not be able to reach it. When Xiaohu fled here in the past, he had only narrowly escaped death. Xianxia was the only intelligent life form he had seen in the past 100 years. As for how big this independent space on Serene Soul Island was, even Xiaohu could not say. He had once left this island to explore, but the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became, to the point where even he was no match for them. So he had no choice but to retreat. Is there really no way to leave Serene Soul Island? Xianxia frowned. Perhaps there is, but this old master cannot find it. Xiaohu shook his head. At the very least, it cannot be found here. What senior means is, Xiaohu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, this is just this old master's guess. Whether it is correct or not, this old master is not sure. Senior, please speak. If there's a way out here, Serene Soul Island is the only clue. There's a very strange place there that this old master wanted to investigate but was unable to enter, Xiaohu said unhurriedly. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Xiaohu smiled. If the two of us join forces, we may be able to see Serene Soul Island, but this is just a possibility. Mingyu was stronger than I was back then, and now that 100 years have passed, I do not know how strong he has become. Perhaps we will just be walking right into his trap. Xianxia did not comment. He did not care how strong Mingyu was. In his battle with Xiaohu, he had not used his full strength. What's more, he still had the stone mongoose Xiao as his trump card. In terms of pure strength, who in the world could be stronger than Xiao? As long as Xiao took action, no one on Serene Soul Island could be its opponent. Xianxia was considering the authenticity of Xiaohu's words. Although this old man had a good temper, Xianxia did not know what he was trying to achieve with his help. If Xianxia were to fall into his trap, the gains would not make up for the losses. Xianxia would rather measure the heart of a gentleman with his own narrow-mindedness than regret it later. Seeing Xianxia remain silent, Xiaohu promptly changed the topic. Were you studying shadowed heaven lotuses and shadowed heaven pills just now? Xianxia recovered from his contemplation. Nodding, he said, and these things are a specialty of Serene Soul Island, right? Indeed. Shadowed heaven lotuses cannot be found in the outside world and can only be produced on Serene Soul Island. The cultivator who has fallen here uses shadowed heaven pills to enhance their strength. Unfortunately, this old master does not know alchemy, so shadowed heaven lotuses cannot provide him with any help. Otherwise, do you think this old master would have left so many shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake? Speaking of this, Xiaohu had a pained expression on his face. 1,000 shadowed heaven lotuses. On Serene Soul Island, there were thousands of cultivator, and even after several years of searching, they might not be able to find so many. But now, they had all entered Xianxia's space ring. Xianxia suddenly asked, does old man Xiao have a shadowed heaven pill recipe? Of course. Xiaohu chuckled, proudly saying, This old master was once the island master of Serene Soul Island, something like a pill recipe, as he spoke. Shahu's eyes lit up as he pointed to Yang Kai and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you an alchemist?" If Yang Kai was not an alchemist, there would be no need for him to ask about a pill recipe. Shahu stared at Yang Kai with a scorching look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an amazing treasure. Yang Kai chuckled, "Kind of. Are you really an alchemist?" Shahu stood up directly. Yang Kai nodded again. Shahu froze for a moment before laughing. "The heavens have not forsaken me. The heavens have not forsaken me." Good, good, good. The reason why his strength had stagnated over the years was because he had no shadowed heaven pills. Directly taking shadowed heaven lotus had no effect on him at all. Only by refining shadowed heaven lotus into a pill could it display its proper effects. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was really an alchemist, Shahu was so excited that he lost his composure. But soon, Shahu frowned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he let out a deep sigh. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was puzzled. A moment ago, Shahu had been as happy as a child, but now he had become so desperate. The contrast was simply too great. Even if you're an alchemist, without earth fire, you can't perform alchemy. Shahu's face turned ashen as he sat down again. Serene Soul Island's alchemists are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid there are only 4 or 5 alchemists. These alchemists have varying levels of skill, but if they want to perform alchemy, they must rely on Serene Soul Island's earth fire. We don't have any here. I don't need earth fire. Yang Kai chuckled. Nonsense. Shahu sneered. Which alchemist doesn't need earth fire to perform alchemy? Perhaps it is possible outside, but here, Saint Chi cannot be used, so one can only rely on earth fire. Ugh. As Shahu spoke, he was left speechless, because he clearly felt a burning power spread from Yang Kai's body. This was not Saint Chi, but spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Shahu's face changed drastically. Yang Kai smiled innocently. Even in the outside world, he did not need to use Saint Chi to perform alchemy, because he had always used his conflagrated knowledge, see? What's more, he had the Firebird. Since fusing with brilliant flame sex heavenly thunder fire, the Firebird had evolved into a complete sentience and could assume human form. She had also fused with Yang Kai's natal artifact, the alchemy furnace. She herself was the best earth fire. At the very least, Yang Kai could enter the sealed world bead to perform alchemy. The sealed world bead was also a self-contained world where Saint Chi was not restricted. With these various advantages, Yang Kai did not need to worry about alchemy at all. However, there was no need to expose these to Shahu. Chapter 1707. After learning that Yang Kai was not only an alchemist, but also possessed a conflagrated knowledge, see, so he did not need to rely on Saint Chi or earth fire to perform alchemy, Shahu was ecstatic. This meant that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai, he would not have to worry about not having enough shadowed heaven pills in the future to increase his strength. After 100 years of waiting, he finally saw the hope of revenge. He handed over the shadowed heaven pill recipe without reservation and let Yang Kai study it himself. When you finish studying the pill recipe and set out to refine the shadowed heaven pill, this old master has something to ask of you, Shahu said with a smile, deliberately trying to get closer to Yang Kai, the wrinkles on his face furrowing into a ball, making him look extremely amiable. Yang Kai naturally did not act politely, allowing Shahu to do as he pleased before diving into the research of the shadowed heaven pill recipe. Yang Kai had some shadowed heaven pills on hand, so he could infer the approximate configuration of the pill recipe from them. Now that he had a complete pill recipe, this process became much simpler and easier. What's more, Yang Kai's alchemy level was one of the top in the Star Territory, so with his eyesight and experience, not only could he understand the shadowed heaven pill recipe, but he could also make improvements to it. This was only natural. After all, the shadowed heaven pill was developed by the alchemist who had wandered to Serene Soul Island, and the level of the alchemist who had wandered here was not too high, so how valuable could the pill recipe they developed be? At most, it could be said to have provided Yang Kai with some reference. From beginning to end, It only took Xianxia 5 days to design another shadowed heaven pill recipe. Compared to the one given by Xiahu, this one was undoubtedly many times better and required a lot of replacement materials. This also reduced some of the conflicting medicinal properties. Now that the pill recipe was complete, Xianxia naturally began to perform alchemy. However, he was still missing one herb. The medicinal efficacies of the shadowed heaven lotus were very overbearing. If taken directly, it might be able to improve a cultivator's physique in a short time, making their physique much stronger. However, if there were no other herbs to neutralize the medicinal efficacies, they would only be able to take it for a short period of time. Forcibly taking it would not only not help the cultivator, but would also damage the cultivator's body. Xianxia called Xiahu over. For the past few days, Xiahu had been standing guard outside the wooden house, not leaving even a single step, meditating as he made his own plans. Hearing Xianxia's call, he couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Xianxia with eager eyes. "Old Xia, I still need some Hautuinia curdita." Xiahu chuckled and waved his hand, causing a large pile of fish smell grass to appear in the wooden house. The air in the room immediately became turbid. This purple seaweed, which was only 3 inches long, was not a specialty of Serene Soul Island. It could be collected in almost any deep-sea territory, and its value was not too great. Forces like Sea Temple and Sea God's Palace disdained to collect it and simply allowed it to grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect could perfectly fuse with the shadowed heaven lotus. The two conflicted and neutralized the overbearing characteristics of the shadowed heaven lotus, making it easier for the cultivator to absorb the shadowed heaven pill. Seeing the countless fish smell grass in front of him, Xianxia froze for a moment before turning a meaningful look towards Xiahu and saying, "Old Xia seems to have come prepared." Xiahu rubbed his hands and said, "Xianxia, help this old master refine some shadowed heaven pills. As long as I have shadowed heaven pills, this old master can improve his strength again. At that time, we will have a chance to return to Serene Soul Island and find a way out." Xianxia smiled lightly. Although he knew that Xiahu was trying to tempt him, he didn't care and simply said, "I have no problem refining for you, but do you have any shadowed heaven lotus?" The thousands of shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake on the island had already entered Xianxia's space ring, so he would not take them out for Xiahu to refine. "You underestimate this old master too much." Xiahu smiled like a sly old fox. With a flip of his hand, Xiahu took out 17 to 18 shadowed heaven lotuses, all of them silver grade. Xianxia was stunned. Xiahu grinned. How could this old master not know the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket? "I haven't been staying on this island all this time for the past 100 years. I've gone out to explore from time to time, so there should be some gains. Not only that, I've also collected a lot of supplementary herbs for refining shadowed heaven pills. See if there's anything you need." Saying so, Xiahu took out a lot of other herbs. Xianxia nodded and did not refuse, leaving behind the useful herbs and taking back the useless ones, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I have no problem refining for you, but I can't do this for free." 50-50. Xiahu did not wait for Xianxia to finish and directly stated his price. "Tell this old master what supplementary herbs you need, and this old master will go out and help you find them. This old master will only take half of the shadowed heaven pills refined." "Deal." Xianxia no longer hesitated and nodded happily. With Xiahu being so forthright, it would only make him look petty if he continued to refuse. After getting along with this old man for a while, Xianxia found that apart from some disagreements at the beginning, they got along quite well. Seeing Xianxia agree, Xiahu smiled even more happily. On the same day, Xiahu left the island and went to the territory to look for all kinds of supplementary herbs. Although Xianxia also had some alchemy materials on hand, they were not enough to support a large number of shadowed heaven pills, so he had Xiahu look for them as a precaution. After Xiahu left the island, Xianxia waved his hand. A red flame shot out from the palm of his hand and twisted in midair. The next moment, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and an indifferent expression appeared in front of Xianxia. Her red hair, fluttering in the wind. She wore fiery red armor that only covered her full breasts and the sensitive parts from her thighs to her lower abdomen. She had an attractive collarbone, a flat abdomen, and a delicate navel that was exposed to the air. Her two beautiful legs from the middle of her thighs were as white as snow, and her delicate jade feet were spotlessly clean. Amidst the raging flames, she exuded a strange sense of beauty. Artifact Spirit Lu Yin. Today, she could no longer be called a firebird. She had her own sentience and could assume human form. She had been given a name by Xianxia and could be regarded as a special creature. "What orders does Master have?" Lu Yin asked in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. "I want to borrow your strength to perform alchemy. Cooperate with me," Xianxia said lightly. Lu Yin nodded without saying a word before transforming into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was identical to her natal artifact, but it was completely composed of flames, making it far more outstanding than the Origin King Great Alchemy Furnace. Xianxia concentrated on this, held his breath, and threw in the materials he had prepared one by one, communicating with Lu Yin with his divine sense to control the heat. The process of refining the Shadowed Heaven pill was not complicated, so with Xianxia's methods, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Half a day later, a pill fragrance filled the air from the wooden house. Xianxia seized this opportunity and poured his divine sense into the alchemy furnace, using the method recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture to condense the pill. A short while later, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace into the sky. Xianxia stretched out his hand and drew the 3 streams of light over to him, falling into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. A gurgling sound came from the jade bottle as Xianxia fixed his eyes on it and smiled with satisfaction. The pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was extensive and profound. If used properly, one could condense multiple pills at a time, unlike before when one could only refine 1 pill per set of materials. Over the years, Xianxia had often tried to use this pill condensing technique to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he still gained some insights. Now that he had condensed 3 pills at a time, it was not a small breakthrough. Taking out a Shadowed Heaven pill, Xianxia put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal efficacies contained within. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to his alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of Shadowed Heaven pills was successfully refined, and this time, Xianxia condensed 4 Shadowed Heaven pills, an even better result than the first time. As time passed and the number of times he refined increased, Xianxia's technique became more and more proficient, and the time it took to refine a furnace of Shadowed Heaven pills also became shorter and shorter, going from half a day to 2 hours, and then to 2 hours. The speed at which he refined these pills was incredible. In the process of constantly performing alchemy, Xianxia's pill condensing technique also improved. It could be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed Xianxia to make another substantial breakthrough on the alchemic Tao, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, and Xianxia turned his head to look, only to find that the little dolphin had arrived at the wooden house at some unknown time. It swung its tail and swam through the air as if it was swimming in the sea, without the slightest hindrance, its posture graceful. Xianxia couldn't help gawking when he saw this. It was impossible to use Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island. Even with his strength, Xianxia couldn't fly on Serene Soul Island and could only rely on his powerful physique to perform long-distance jumps. However, the little dolphin had obviously broken this common sense and was actually able to swim through the air, even if it couldn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the pill fragrance, and when it came to Xianxia's side, its nose twitched slightly as it stared eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of it. Xianxia saw crystal clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Xianxia was immediately disgusted by this little thing and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Xianxia's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Xianxia rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with shadowed heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Xianxia a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Xianxia continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Shahu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Xianxia before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Shahu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Chapter 1708. So many? Are they all for me? Shahu's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottles placed in front of him and asked in surprise. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Didn't we agree to split them 50-50? This is the 50-50 number. Shahu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had provided Xianxia with a total of over 100 silver lotuses over the past few days, which was almost all he had in stock. He had thought that obtaining 200 shadowed heaven pills would be quite good. But now the jade bottles in front of him told him that the reality was much better than he had expected. There were at least 60 to 70 jade bottles here, each filled with 10 pills, which meant that Xianxia had given him 600 to 700 shadowed heaven pills. How did he refine so many shadowed heaven pills? As the former island master of Serene Soul Island, Shahu had seen many poor alchemists refine shadowed heaven pills, but in the hands of those alchemists, it was already considered good if they could refine 2 or 3 pills. So how could they produce as many as Xianxia could? This only showed that Xianxia's alchemy level was countless times better than those poor alchemists. Young boy, you are a friend this old master will accept. Shahu restrained his expression and looked at Xianxia seriously. If one day we can escape from this place, this old master promises that the door of Sea Temple will always be open to you. Xianxia's honesty and trustworthiness moved Shahu. Shahu had personally witnessed Xianxia's strength and knew that such a person was worth making friends with, so his words were sincere. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Since old man Shah has said so, it would be impolite for this little one to refuse." Being able to win over such an ally on Serene Soul Island was naturally something Xianxia hoped to see. It was better than wandering here alone. Moreover, Shahu was the former island master of Serene Soul Island, so he knew a lot about Serene Soul Island. Advancing and retreating together with him would be beneficial in the future. Shahu laughed. "Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, drinking with you would have been a great joy in life. Forget it, this old master will first see if these shadowed heaven pills are useful to this old master." He had not taken shadowed heaven pills for nearly 100 years, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had obtained so many shadowed heaven pills, he could not wait to test them. Taking out a jade bottle, Shahu took out a pill from it and stuffed it in front of Xianxia's face. The next moment, Shahu's body shook as a look of disbelief filled his face, calling out in shock, "An origin-grade pill? Xianxia, you are actually an origin-grade alchemist?" This time, who's of course. Before, when Xianxia said he was an alchemist and could refine shadowed heaven pills, Shahu had not paid much attention to it. He had only thought that Xianxia had some attainments in alchemy. But as soon as this shadowed heaven pill entered his mouth, Shahu realized something was wrong. The shadowed heaven pill Xianxia had refined was completely different from the ones he had taken before. The biggest difference was the grade of this pill. Shahu could instantly tell that this shadowed heaven pill was an origin grade pill, and at least an origin grade mid-rank one at that. It might even be high rank. This meant that Xianxia was definitely an origin grade alchemist. Shahu did not dare to imagine that Xianxia was an origin king grade alchemist because that was just a legend. The spirit pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his lower abdomen and then into his limbs with the dantian as its center. Shahu's old face instantly flushed red. He no longer had the time to talk to Xianxia and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Xianxia smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the Shadowed Heaven pill. The Shadowed Heaven pill he refined was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the two dead people before. The Shadowed Heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island, this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Qi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine Shadowed Heaven pills and waste a large number of Shadowed Heaven lotuses. Xianxia had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Xianxia came to a conclusion. The Shadowed Heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink Shadowed Heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of Shadowed Heaven pill had vastly different effects. Xianxia did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Xianxia felt that if he used golden lotuses, he should be able to refine Origin King grade Shadowed Heaven pills. The medicinal efficacy shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians, and cells, causing Xianxia's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Xianxia had taken a Shadowed Heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life-revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of Shadowed Heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pill were completely absorbed by Xianxia. Without delay, Xianxia took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Qi or spiritual energy, taking Shadowed Heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Xianxia. A short time later, Shahu stood in front of Xianxia, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Xianxia opened his eyes, glanced over at Shahu, and smiled. Old man Sha seems to have made a breakthrough. Shahu looked at Xianxia gratefully and nodded. Good. After 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height, and this old master feels that there is still room for improvement, young boy. This old master will remember this kindness. Old man Sha is too polite. Xianxia smiled lightly. Xianxia, how about you take a punch from this old master? Shahu asked with a smile. In this damn place, he had no target to practice with, so he could only turn his attention to Xianxia. Good. To his surprise, Xianxia agreed. Shahu did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch mid-air. Xianxia sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Shahu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Shahu was stunned. He shouted angrily, "Young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you? Old man Sha, feel free to use your full strength." Xianxia responded indifferently. Shahu's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Although he was very grateful to Xianxia, being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Xianxia say so, stealing his heart, Shahu really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out as Shahu's fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter-tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Xianxia simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Xianxia's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Shahu, on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Xiaohu's expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body, even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing. While his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. How many shadowed heaven pills did you take? Xiaohu hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question. 100 or so. Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Xiaohu sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, "Can your body bear it?" Over the past 3 days, he had only taken about 10 shadowed heaven pills. The shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique and meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 shadowed heaven pills in 3 days was already Xiaohu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. "Why can't I bear it?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the shadowed heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single shadowed heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Xiaohu stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster!" He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, now he no longer had such confidence. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. It's really good to have a good body-tempering secret art. Xiaohu secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 shadowed heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body-tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Xiaohu did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Xiaohu would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Xiaohu secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. Chapter 1709. About 3,000 kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, on a sea territory, a several-meter-long ship was sailing slowly, shuttling back and forth in search of precious shadowed heaven lotuses. There weren't many cultivators on the ship, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes wandering back and forth across the sea. Most of them wore resentful looks as they sat in place with gloomy eyes. These people exchanged glances from time to time, all of them showing looks of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhen of Sunrise Island and Xianxia of the Sea Clan were among them. Both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators and could be considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star. But after arriving on Serene Soul Island, they found that everyone here was stronger than them. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength, but on Serene Soul Island, the only indicator of strength was the strength of one's physique. Pang Zhen and Xianmo's third-order origin returning realm cultivations were completely useless here. They had been stranded on Serene Soul Island for quite some time now, so it was more than enough for Pang Zhen and Xianmo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly walked in front of Xianmo. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and touched his chin with one hand. He used a scrutinizing gaze to scan Xianmo's beautiful and alluring body. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as he let out a low and lewd laugh. Xianmo raised her head and glanced at him, her pretty face immediately sinking. "Lady Xianmo, you should consider this carefully. If you submit to this master will guarantee you a safe and sound life in the future. Not only will you be able to officially join Serene Soul Island, you won't have to do any dangerous work, but you will also have a chance to obtain some Shadowed Heaven pills. This is a very good deal. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. You should know that others won't be as easy to deal with as me, the sharp-mouthed man said in a seductive tone. The man's eyes became even more unscrupulous as they stared at Qianmo's full breasts, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Serene Soul Island was a damned place, so it was very difficult for anyone to enter it by mistake. There were only a few thousand people on Serene Soul Island in total. There were even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beauty was an extremely precious existence. They could even be treated as rare goods that could be exchanged for large amounts of Shadowed Heaven pills. Qianmo was undoubtedly such a person. The sharp-mouthed man had his eyes on Qianmo. Taking advantage of his position, he tried to force Qianmo to submit to him. Once he achieved his goal, he would not care about his own pleasure. Either way, it would be a good deal to exchange it for Shadowed Heaven pills. However, what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qianmo ignored him. In any case, he was still one of the commanders of the Sea God Palace. Qianmo did not put the pointy-mouthed man in her eyes. She could kill dozens of people like him with one hand if they were outside. Therefore, when faced with the man's persuasion, Qianmo only replied with one word, "Scram." You. The sharp-mouthed man was furious. He pointed his finger at Qianmo and pretended to slap her. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger by slapping her. Walala, almost half of the people on the ship stood up. They all looked at the sharp-mouthed man with cold eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all the cultivators of the Sea God Palace, and the Sea God Palace who had fallen on Serene Soul Island last time. Now, they had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were on the same side. Therefore, when they saw Qianmo, they were about to be punished. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then as the island master, he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pang Zhen, Qianmo, and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now, the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered. You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day, I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes, hee. At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us. Is that so? The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, When collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. And all of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it's time for you to gain some experience. Except for Xianxia, everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the more than 10 cultivators of the Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace all changed. Outside, none of them would put this beaver beast in their eyes. They could kill it with a wave of their hand, but on Serene Soul Island, they might not be a match for the beaver, even if they worked together. This was the first time they had gone out to sea, and the first time they had participated in the search for shadowed heaven lotuses. Without taking shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, they were no match for the beaver beast. The sharp-mouthed man was obviously retaliating, and he was doing it openly, so he would not violate the island master's orders. What? Are you all deaf? Don't you listen to my words? The sharp-mouthed man looked at Pang Zhen and the others triumphantly, infinite pleasure surging in his heart. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became fierce as he shouted, "Throw them all into the sea." Without experiencing a few battles with these sea beasts, they won't know how precious shadowed heaven lotuses are. The sharp-mouthed man's subordinates responded loudly, each of them grinning from ear to ear as they grabbed at different targets. Pang Zhen and the others struggled to resist. But how could they be a match for the sharp-mouthed man? Although these Serene Soul Island residents were not as strong as Pang Zhen and the others in terms of cultivation, they had more or less taken some shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, so their physiques were generally strong. In just a few moments, Pang Zhen and the others were beaten black and blue and fell into the sea one after another. The beaver beast that was rushing over obviously became much more excited, and its speed suddenly increased as its target was Pang Zhen and the others who had fallen into the sea, wanting to eat them as food. Cheap slave. The sharp-mouthed man stood on the boat, admiring the struggling posture of Pang Zhen and the others, glancing sideways at Xianxia and sneering. "If they die, it will be your responsibility. Ha ha ha. If you had submitted to me earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not too late now. As long as you kneel down and beg me to accept you, I can save them. A mere beaver beast won't be able to stop this master." Qianmo's expression was one of grief and indignation as she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the sharp-mouthed man. Pang Zhen and her didn't have much of friendship, and although the cultivator of Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace had put aside their differences and joined hands to fight for Pang Zhen's life, Qianxia wasn't that noble. However, among the people who had fallen into the sea, there were also people from Sea God Palace and her family, so she couldn't just sit back and watch. "Despicable," Qianxia angrily rebuked. The sharp-mouthed man wasn't ashamed and laughed loudly. "So what if this master is despicable? Do you think this is still Sea God Palace? Do you think you're still the commander of Sea God Palace? TSK. Back when I was outside, I was in awe of your Sea God's Palace. When I saw people from your Sea God's Palace, I had to make a detour for fear of provoking you. I never thought that I would have a day like this. A dignified commander of the Sea God's Palace would have to kneel and beg me." Qianmo's tender body trembled as her nails dug into her palms. Red blood flowed down her white wrists and dripped onto the deck, but she didn't notice it at all. "You don't have much time to think. If you hesitate any longer, they will all die." The sharp-mouthed man pointed forward. Qianxia turned her head to look and was surprised to find that the huge sea beast was less than 500 feet away from Pang Zhen and the others. Although the people who fell into the water fled in all directions, how could they escape the beaver's speed? If the sharp-mouthed man didn't stop it, they would only end up being swallowed by the beaver one by one. A look of despair appeared on Qianmo's face. "Kneel down," the sharp-mouthed man shouted and put pressure on Qianxia again. He could also see that Qianxia was a little shaken, so putting pressure on her at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps Qianxia would be crushed. The other residents of Serene Soul Island stood aside and watched the show with envy. The commander of Sea God Palace was such a noble status. In the past, they could only look up to her, but now they were being wantonly humiliated. This gave them a perverted pleasure. especially when it came to such a beautiful woman with such a hot body. When they thought of her kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, the group of people felt that it was worth it even if they died immediately. Qianmo's body swayed, and her knees seemed to bend, but she quickly straightened up and gritted her teeth. In your dreams. The smile on the sharp-mouthed man's face stiffened as his expectation turned into disappointment, and then into anger. Chapter 17:10. Qianmo didn't care at all and just smiled coldly. With my status, cultivation, and beauty, do you think Ming will accept me if I recommend myself to him? When the time comes, I can use the shadowed heaven pill to refine my body, and you'll have to listen to my orders. Can you guess how I will torture you then? The pointy-mouthed man's face instantly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. If he could imagine such a scene, he could also imagine his own ending. It would be no better than death. Qianmo was sent out to collect shadowed heaven lotuses because she didn't want to submit to Serene Soul Island's control. However, she was right. With her status and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself to him, no man could refuse. Not even Mingyu, the island master, could. When the time came, Qianmo would jump up and become the island master's wife. This was something the pointy-mouthed man didn't want to see. If he offended the future island master's wife, he wouldn't have a good ending. The pointy-mouthed man's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he walked towards Qianmo with an unfriendly look. He obviously didn't want what he was worried about to happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qianmo into the sea. As long as Qianmo died, he could rest easy. Although he felt it was a pity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Qianmo seemed to have expected this and didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered, "You don't have to do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qianmo jumped down from the ship and looked like she was going to fight with Pang Zhen and the others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she had said that she was going to sleep with him was because she had a slim chance of deterring the sharp-tongued man. Since her plan had not succeeded, she would not give in. She could only take the initiative to jump into the sea. After falling into the cold water, Qianmo and Pang Zhen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They immediately prepared to escape in different directions. This time, there was no way to resolve the matter. Their only hope of survival was to escape from this place and stay away from the pointy-mouthed man and the beaver. The hope wasn't high, but they had to try. Moving in the sea race undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom, 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 a muffled sound suddenly came from afar. It sounded as if someone was violently slapping the surface of the water. The rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the surface of the water. At the same time, there were layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound was getting closer and closer. The ripples became clearer and clearer, almost converging into a wave. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They didn't know what had happened, even the aggressive beaver. It seemed to have sensed the approaching danger as well. It stopped moving and stopped on the surface of the sea. A row of water pillars shot up into the sky and pushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. In front of the water pillars, there was a figure. He had his hands behind his back and was walking on the sea. That rumbling sound. It was the collision when his feet stepped on the surface of the sea. Every step he took was accompanied by an indescribable concept of strength. After he left, a pillar of water shot up into the sky like a dragon behind him. This person was not young. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age was definitely higher than that. The pointy-mouthed man and the cultivator of Serene Soul Island were stunned. They couldn't be more shocked, because it was extremely difficult to walk on the surface of the sea with one's physical strength alone. Although they could do it, they definitely couldn't do it as well as this person, and couldn't do it for too long. But this old man who came, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Other than the slightly loud sound, there was no sign of fatigue on his body, nor was there any sign of exhaustion. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could keep walking like this. How strong did one's physical strength have to be able to walk like this for such a long time? In the entire Serene Soul Island, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. There was another person beside the old man. He looked younger and was a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, and he looked much more relaxed than the old man. He did not seem to be moving at all, but he was able to keep up with the old man without falling behind at all. When he got a little closer, the pointy-mouthed man realized that there was a sea beast under the young man's, but carrying him forward. The pointy-mouthed man was stunned. It wasn't that the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had never tried to tame a sea beast, but even the island master had never succeeded. The sea beasts that lived in the coastal territory of Serene Soul Island, no matter how strong they were all stubborn and would rather die than submit. That was why the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had to give up after many attempts. But now, someone was sitting on the back of a sea beast. This shocked the pointy-mouthed man even more than the old man walking on the sea. The commotion caused by the old man and the young man naturally alarmed Pang Zhen, Qianmo, and the others. "Oh, he is..." Pang Zhen looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Qianmo, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai's buttocks with her beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Leaping out of the sea, she quickly approached Yang Kai. She couldn't walk as leisurely as the old man, nor could she maintain this pace for too long. She could only rely on a spurt of energy, and when that energy ran out, Qianmo could no longer move forward. However, she still approached Yang Kai crazily and excitedly, her pretty face filled with a smile of reunion. "Old Sha, do you know this woman?" Yang Kai, sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned to look at Shahu and asked curiously. Shahu laughed. "This old master hasn't left the mountain for 100 years. How could I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to find you?" "Find me?" Yang Kai smiled. "That shouldn't be the case. She is a commander of Sea God Palace. I have nothing to do with her, Why does it seem like she really is here to find me?" As the distance between them narrowed, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. This woman named Qianmo was really rushing towards him, waving her hand as she approached him, as if she was very familiar with him. Yang Kai scratched his head, puzzled, but since he couldn't respond rashly, he could only wait and see what would happen. The little dolphin under his buttocks suddenly let out a happy and aggrieved cry and accelerated towards Qianmo. A moment later, Qianmo arrived in front of Yang Kai. She didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all and instead approached the little dolphin. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, she called out in a trembling voice, "Princess! Princess!" Kaiyang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept crying out excitedly and circled around Qianmo. Finally, it plunged into Qianmo's arms like a child who had seen its mother. It was acting like a spoiled child. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that Qianmo's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the little dolphin's head, revealing a deep ravine and a large expanse of white skin. Shahu stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, glancing at Qianmo and the little dolphin before nodding. "So that's how it is. It turns out to be a member of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan." No wonder this old master felt something was wrong. Yang Kai felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Qianmo had called the little dolphin princess, and Shahu had said that the little dolphin was from the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. Yang Kai immediately realized that the little dolphin he had accidentally bumped into had a great background. Obviously, this little dolphin was a member of the Sea Clan's royal family, and was the Sea Clan's princess that Qianmo and Xianxia were looking for. For this reason, the two Sea Clan commanders had gone to Sunrise Island to make a scene. It seems that Qianmo and Xianxia were not lying. The Sea Clan's princess had indeed disappeared near Sunrise Island, but rather than being abducted by Sea Temple's people, she had broken into Serene Soul Island. Then, she was accidentally discovered. After finding the Sea Clan's princess, Qianmo relaxed, not even caring about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to act affectionately with her for a while before suddenly raising her head and glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. "You despicable human! What did you do to my princess? Daring to ride on her royal highness's back, You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Yangkai looked down at her and chuckled. What can I do to it? He did not become angry because of Qian Mo's attitude. The little dolphin's status was supreme among the Sea clan, so it was only natural that Qian Mo would be so angry. Why haven't you come down yet? Qian Mo angrily rebuked. Yangkai curled his lips. If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down. Little guy, tell me, do you want to come down? These last words were directed at the little dolphin, and under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yangkai even reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Qian Mo's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although the princess was still young and could not assume human form, she was sacred and inviolable among the Sea clan. Any Sea clan member who saw her would have to respectfully salute her. But now, a despicable human was actually riding on her and even shamelessly patting her head. What angered Qian Mo the most was that the princess seemed to be enjoying herself, spitting out a few bubbles from her mouth and wagging her tail happily. Look, Yangkai spread his hands. I didn't force it. Qian Mo took a deep breath and puffed out her full breasts, feeling the urge to punch Yangkai to death. The little dolphin's mouth made a strange sound, and Qian Mo listened attentively. After a long time, her expression relaxed slightly, but she still glared at Yangkai with hatred. I don't know what kind of scheme you used to make the princess rely on you so much, but this matter isn't over yet. Remember this. Yangkai just shrugged and ignored her meaningless words. At this time, Pang Zhen also swam to Yangkai's side and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yang. Isla Master Pang, it's a small world. Yangkai responded with a smile. Pang Zhen lowered his head and looked at his own state, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Yangkai timely changed the topic and asked, Why are you in such a sorry state? The people on that boat aren't from Sea Temple or Sea God Palace, right? Chapter 17:11. Above the sea, Yangkai listened to Pang Zhen's narration and learned what had happened after they entered Serene Soul Island. On that day, a total of 100 to 200 people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace had fallen into Serene Soul Island, and except for a few who were killed by the Slender Man, everyone else had been escorted back unharmed. The total population of Serene Soul Island had always been small, so when such a large number of people suddenly appeared, Serene Soul Island naturally forced Pang Zhen and the others to pledge their loyalty. Under the eaves, people had no choice but to lower their heads, so Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others could only feign obedience. However, Xianxia, the other great commander of Sea God Palace, had a more violent temper. He had always been a high and respected figure, so how could he stand being manipulated and obeying orders? His rebellious nature made him seem somewhat out of place on Serene Soul Island, so he was taken away alone and detained, most likely tortured and beaten. Recently, Qian Mo and Pang Zhen had not seen Xianxia again, so no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Except for Xianxia, everyone else was divided into more than a dozen teams, each led by a different cultivator of Serene Soul Island and assuming different tasks. Qian Mo, Pang Zhen, and the others were tasked with searching for shadowed heaven lotuses out at sea, while others were tasked with mining or in the mines of Serene Soul Island or doing odd jobs. These origin-returning realm masters had not had a good time after arriving on Serene Soul Island. Because of various accidents, many of them had died. In particular, going out to sea to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was a very dangerous task, as they often encountered sea beasts that were difficult to resist. In the end, it was possible for them to be wiped out. However, no one cared about them. Any cultivator who had just arrived on Serene Soul Island had to experience this. Only when they recognized Serene Soul Island and recognized Mingyu as its ruler would they be able to officially join. Only then would one be qualified to officially join Shadowed Soul Island and obtain Shadowed Heaven pills to temper one's physical strength. The most fundamental reason why Mingyu was able to rule Serene Soul Island was not only because of his own strength, and it was because he controlled the Shadowed Heaven pill. Sect Master Yang, everyone in this damn place has incredibly powerful physiques. It seems they've all taken Shadowed Heaven pills. You can't fight them head-on. Pang Jun saw Yang Kai's relaxed appearance and couldn't help reminding him. As he spoke, he turned back to look in the direction of the ship, his eyes filled with vigilance. He couldn't help but stare blankly. The reason for that was because he suddenly discovered that the old man who had his hands behind his back and was treading on the surface of the sea. She didn't know when he had boarded the boat, but he was just standing on the bow of the boat. The originally arrogant and domineering sharp-mouthed man and the others no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. Every one of them looked at the old man's back in horror, their faces pale. Not only were they unable to chase the old man off the boat, they didn't even have the courage to breathe. Where did this old man come from? There was no such person in the Supreme Ocean Palace or the Sea God's Palace. Could it be a friend that Yang Kai recently made on Serene Soul Island? Pang Jun was puzzled. Old Sha, my friend seemed to have been bullied by them just now. Yang Kai called out to Sha Hu. He actually had no friendship with Pang Jun and had only met Xianxia once. But in any case, they were still people from Shadowed Star and had nothing to do with the cultivators on Serene Soul Island. What's more, Yang Kai still had some ideas about Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Sha Hu heard this and grinned. Bullied? That's easy. As soon as his voice fell, Sha Hu suddenly turned around and threw out a punch towards the sharp-mouthed man and the others. His fist was about 5 meters away from the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. However, a fierce aura erupted from this fist and swept across the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out as the sharp-mouthed man and his companions didn't even have the chance to utter a sound before their bodies were blasted apart by Sha Hu, their blood and flesh spraying across the sea. The sea immediately turned red. Pang Jun, Qianmo, and the others were stunned in place. The Serene Soul Island cultivators, which they couldn't resist at all, had been easily defeated by this old man. Just how strong was this old man? They couldn't even begin to imagine. Since arriving on Serene Soul Island, Pang Jun, Qianmo, and the others' perceptions of strength had been completely subverted. Here, there was a different standard to measure the strength of a cultivator on Star's territory, and that was physical strength. The only explanation for this scene was that the old man's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Sect Master Yang, this senior, what is his background? Pang Jun asked weakly as Qianmo also cast a concerned look towards him. Old Sha's real name is Sha Hu. Don't you remember? Yang Kai looked at Pang Jun with a smile. Sha Hu. Pang Jun frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face, seemingly recalling something as he stared straight in the direction of Sha Hu. After a while, his eyes lit up as he cried out involuntarily, My Sea Temple's previous second temple master? You're from Sea Temple? Sha Hu looked at Pang Jun. Pang Jun couldn't care less about anything else and quickly rushed out of the sea, rushed to the ship, and knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Jun greets Martial Uncle Sha. So you're Sunrise Island's Island Master. Sha Hu had heard Yang Kai mention Pang Jun once before, but he didn't know who was the one. Hearing him introduce himself at this moment, Sha Hu understood and smiled gently. Get up. There's no need to be so polite. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Pang Jun was so excited that his face flushed red as he rubbed his hands and said, Disciple has long admired Martial Uncle Sha's reputation, but has never had the chance to meet him. I heard that Martial Uncle disappeared 300 years ago for no apparent reason, which was a matter of great regret. Disciple never imagined that he would be able to meet Martial Uncle on Serene Soul Island. Sha Hu laughed and said bluntly, Good flattery. Pang Jun's old face flushed red, but he didn't show any embarrassment, simply grinning happily as he pointed to the cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, these are my Sea Temple's disciples. Sha Hu swept his eyes over the cultivator one by one before nodding lightly. Good, good. After 300 years, this old master has finally seen his family. You can rest assured, with this old master here, no one can harm a single hair on your head. The several Sea Temple disciples all wore excited expressions, as if they had found a great backer, all of them ecstatic. A moment ago, Their fate was uncertain and their future was bleak, but the next moment the previous second temple master, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared in front of them, and even killed several Serene Soul Island cultivators with a single punch, saving them from their current predicament and even declaring that he would protect them. So how could they not be happy? On the other hand, Qian Mo and the other sea race masters were a little disappointed. Fortunately, Pang Zhen had not forgotten them. During this time, the Sea Temple disciples and Sea God Palace had always supported each other. Now that Sea Temple had a great backer, they no longer had to worry about being bullied, so Pang Zhen naturally had to introduce Qian Mo and the others to him. Immediately, Pang Zhen pointed to Qian Mo and said, "Martial Uncle Xia, this is Commander Qian Mo of Sea God Palace. She was sent to Serene Soul Island with Martial Nephew and has received a lot of help from them over the past few days." Pang Zhen's words were not to flatter Qian Mo and the others, but to tell the truth. The main reason was that the sea race was naturally stronger than the human race in terms of physical fitness. From the fact that Xianxia was able to contend with several Serene Soul Island cultivators at the beginning, it could be seen that the sea race was better at tempering their bodies than the human race. Xiahou nodded non-committally. He was willing to ensure the safety of Pang Zhen and the others because they were of the same origin, but Xiahou did not have a good impression of the sea race. When he was the second temple master of Sea Temple, he had dealt with this arrogant race many times, and his hands were stained with the blood of many sea race cultivators. Xiahou didn't want to care about the life and death of the sea race cultivators, but after seeing the little dolphin under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, let's go together. Let's put aside the grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace for the time being. If we have a chance to leave Serene Soul Island, we can talk about other things." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Xia." Pang Zhen couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Xiahou would attack Qian Mo and the others. If such a thing really happened, he would definitely be accused of treachery, and it would become a heart demon for Pang Zhen's future cultivation. Fortunately, Xiahou was a reasonable person, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about this. Qian Mo's expression was slightly complicated as she also thanked Xiahou. The sea race and human race cultivators who had fallen into the water quickly boarded the ship again. Under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the crowd and board the ship, allowing the little dolphin to swim alone behind the ship. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued to sit on the back of the sea race's princess, Qian Mo would definitely fight him to the death. However, he still couldn't believe that the little dolphin who only knew how to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was actually the sea race's princess. It could only be said that this was a bit too dramatic. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Mo took the initiative to explain, "Since Her Highness was born, it has only been 5 years since she was born. According to your human race's calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and is unable to transform into a human. Moreover, she is naturally playful. This time, she secretly snuck out of Sea God Palace but unexpectedly ended up on Serene Soul Island." Yang Kai nodded. "In short, this general must thank you for bringing back Her Highness for my sea race," Qian Mo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Qian Mo's expression became cold again. "But the matter of you insulting Her Highness is not over. This general will remember this, and sooner or later will make you pay the price." "As you wish." Yang Kai didn't comment. On the other side, Pang Zhen was also asking Xiahou about their next itinerary. Now that they had escaped the control of Serene Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to return to that damn place where they could only endure humiliation. But when he learned from Xiahou that their destination was actually Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen suddenly fell silent. "Are you afraid?" Xiahou turned to look at Pang Zhen with a light smile on his face. Pang Zhen shook his head solemnly. "Disciple is not afraid. It's just that the strength Disciple and the others can display is too weak to provide Martial Uncle with much help. However, since Martial Uncle has made a decision, Disciple will naturally obey. Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of Serene Soul Island's flesh." Chapter 17:12. Xiahou laughed and wave his hand. There's no need for you. You haven't used shadowed heaven pills to quench your bodies, so you'll only die if you go. This time, Xianxia and I will go. You just hide in the distance and watch the show. Sect Master Yang? Pang Zhen glanced suspiciously towards the stern where Xianxia was and whispered, Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. Disciple has fought with him before and was not his opponent, but he has only recently arrived on Serene Soul Island. How can he help Martial Uncle? He had no doubt about Xianxia's strength, but that was on the limitless ocean after all. It could be seen from his and Qian Mo's situation that a powerful cultivator in the outside world would not necessarily be as powerful here. As long as a cultivator had lived on Serene Soul Island for a few years, they could easily crush them. So when he heard Xiahu say that he would only bring Xianxia, Pang Zhen was a little worried. Xiahu, however, just smiled bitterly. What do you know? Even this old man is no match for him. So do you think he can help? Huh? Pang Zhen's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with shock, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Glancing back at Xianxia standing at the stern, Pang Zhen found that Xianxia was smiling innocently at him and couldn't help shivering. There's no need to doubt it. This little brat is indeed stronger than this old master. A month ago, I exchanged a few moves with him and was repelled by a single palm strike, but now... Xiahu didn't continue, but Pang Zhen understood what he meant. Xiahu's meaning was obvious. A month ago, he had been repelled by Xianxia with a single palm strike, and now he was even worse off. Pang Zhen became even more shocked. Everyone had fallen on Serene Soul Island together, and over the past 2 or 3 months, their strength had not grown at all. They had been ordered around by the cultivator on Serene Soul Island, doing meaningless things, but Xianxia was able to defeat his martial uncle Xia, who had lived here for 300 years. Was this little brat a monster? The ship was not big, but it sailed smoothly on the sea. The little dolphin pushed him from behind from time to time, but its speed was not slow. In less than 5 days, the Serene Soul Island could be seen in the distance. Just wait here. Wait for this old man to finish his business. Then I'll bring you guys up. Xiahu ordered before tossing a bottle of shadowed heaven pills to Pang Zhen. Everyone, take one and refine them. Pang Zhen took it and was overjoyed. He had been coveting the shadowed heaven pills on Serene Soul Island for a long time. He also knew that the reason the cultivator on Serene Soul Island was stronger than him was because of this pill. Unfortunately, he never had the means to obtain it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Serene Soul Island before they were qualified to carry out missions and receive varying amounts of shadowed heaven pills from the Island Master. This process was going to be very long. Perhaps 80% of the people would die before they could wait until then due to some reason. And even if they did get it, the quantity would be very small and the quality would be even lower. But now, Xiahu had thrown him a bottle. Pang Zhen respectfully thanked him. Without delay, Xiahu opened the bottle cap and distributed a pill to each of the Sea Temple's disciples. Qian Mo looked on enviously from the side. But just as she was feeling bitter and depressed, she suddenly noticed something flying towards her from the corner of her eye. Reaching out, she caught it in the palm of her hand. Looking up, she found Xianxia looking at her with a smile, saying, "You can also share a pill with each of you." Qian Mo blinked and coldly snorted. "This general will return it to you in the future." "We'll talk about it later." Xianxia smiled and followed Xiahu towards Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin let out a strange cry from behind, as if warning Xianxia to be careful along the way. Giving Qian Mo a bottle of shadowed heaven pills was not something Xianxia had done on a whim, but because he knew, even if he didn't give it to her, the little dolphin would ask him for it. The relationship between it and Qian Mo was obviously very close, so it would naturally think for her. As for the shadowed heaven lotus in Xianxia's hands, it was almost all thanks to the little dolphin. It could be said that half of the shadowed heaven lotus and shadowed heaven pills were thanks to the little dolphin. A bottle of shadowed heaven pills was nothing to Xianxia. Up ahead, Xiahu slowed down his pace, obviously waiting for Xianxia. After Xianxia caught up with him, Xiahu said with a dignified expression, "Xianxia, This old master's purpose on this trip is only to kill that bastard Mingyu. On Serene Soul Island, Mingyu is the strongest, but there are also some who are not weak. When the time comes, I will need you to help this old master hold the fort. No problem. Xianxia readily agreed before asking, how confident is old Xia in fighting Mingyu? Xia, whose expression became serious, as he thought seriously for a while before replying, at least 60%. Although this old master and Mingyu haven't seen each other for 100 years, and his strength has definitely increased, but with those inferior shadowed heaven pills, his strength can't increase by much. This old master is more or less confident that I can kill him. Then I wish old Xia victory in advance, Xianxia said with a smile. Xia, who was in high spirits. Since taking the shadowed heaven pills refined by Xianxia, his strength, which had remained stagnant, began to soar. Although he still could not compare to Xianxia, he was already extremely strong compared to others. Compared to the shadowed heaven pills refined by Xianxia, Xia, who felt that the shadowed heaven pills he had taken before were simply dog shit. Not only was the quality extremely low and difficult to refine, but the medicinal efficacy was also impure. While enhancing one's physical strength, it also brought some hidden dangers to one's body. These hidden dangers could not be seen in a short time, but if one took these shadowed heaven pills for a long time, there would definitely be problems. Now that Mingyu no longer had the advantage of the shadowed heaven pills, Xia, who simply did not put him in his eyes. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it was not long before they arrived on Shadowed Soul Island. Looking at the city at the center of the island, Xia, who sneered and sped up, leaving behind only an afterimage in his wake. Xianxia unhurriedly followed behind Xia, who, not falling behind in the slightest. Serene Soul City was the only city on Serene Soul Island, with 7,000 to 8,000 cultivators living in it. It was also the only stronghold on Serene Soul Island. It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time Great Emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of shadowed heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain shadowed heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivators wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious shadowed heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a shadowed heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured, and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea and had suffered heavy losses. The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators waiting to enter the city when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, 2 silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the two had covered a distance of 1,000 zhong did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the 2 figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there. Get lost." With an angry shout, the 2 figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the 2 who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these two people were doomed. Daring to challenge Mingyu's authority in Serene Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Mingyu, get out here for this old master!" The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Mingyu by her name in Spectre City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Shahu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Shahu stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kaiyang followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damn place. There were even some shops near the street selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Shahu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around, and many cultivators were pointing at Xianxia and Shahu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were eager to take action. Chapter 17:13. Old Thing, you dare to offend the dignity of Lord Island Master? Hand over your life. From a distance, an angry roar came, and from the end of the street, a figure rushed towards Shahu aggressively, shouting loudly as he rushed, obviously wanting to take credit for himself. Serene Soul Island's management was extremely strict, and there were very few riots or uncontrollable events. So the cultivator who followed Mingyu rarely had the opportunity to show off. Today was undoubtedly a good opportunity, and this person had taken advantage of this opportunity to make a move on Shahu. If he could win the favor of Mingyu, a bottle of high-quality Shadowed Heaven pills would definitely not escape his grasp. So after hearing Shahu's roar, this person immediately rushed over. Halfway through, Xianxia summoned a heavy saber-shaped artifact and gripped it tightly in his hand, giving off an imposing aura. Coupled with his burly body, Xianxia gave off the feeling that he could kill anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who stood in his way. Shahu just stood quietly in place, his eyes fixed on the tallest building in the center of the island. There seemed to be a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him from afar, colliding with Shahu's gaze in midair. An invisible force caused the temperature of the entire Serene Soul Island to drop significantly, causing many people to shiver uncontrollably. The burly man holding the saber didn't notice this at all and rushed all the way to within 10 meters of Shahu before leaping up high, the long saber in his hand drawing a brilliant arc as a sneer appeared on his face. "Old dog, your head is mine." Shahu slowly turned his head and looked at the person who had just arrived. With this glance, the burly man's face froze. The newcomer sucked in a breath of cold air, and an incomparably frightened expression appeared on his face. His indomitable momentum was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, and in an instant, it disappeared into nothingness. A strange sound came from his throat, letting out a long sigh. This burly man fell straight down from the air, his feet sinking deep into the ground as he stared at Shahu, his voice trembling as he called out, "Shah, Island Master Shah." This burly man obviously recognized Shahu. Shahu sneered coldly. "Zhou, after not seeing you for 100 years, it seems you haven't grown at all." The brawny man named Zhou and looked embarrassed. Then he said angrily, "Have I made any improvements? It's not up to you to decide. Instead, how are you still alive, Island Master Shah?" "Mingyu said I died?" Shahu sneered as he stared at Zhou, like he was an idiot. You believe what he said? Not only am I not dead, but I'm also not dead. He was still living a comfortable life. Today, they had come to take Mingyu's head, to vent the hatred in my heart. Zhou's expression flickered. Although he was frightened, his attitude remained firm. Shahu, don't be delusional. The strength of Dark Moon Island's island master has improved greatly in the past 100 years. You were not his opponent back then, and you are still not his opponent today. Obediently surrender and follow me to see the island master. Maybe you can escape this disaster. Otherwise what? Island master was able to defeat you 100 years ago, but you are still no match for him 100 years later. Zhou shouted. Shahu laughed. Idiot, didn't Mingyu tell you that the reason he was so skilled back then was because he used poison? Since this old master has made a comeback today, I will not give him a chance. Shahu ignored Zhou and instead turned to the tallest building on the island and roared. Mingyu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight this old master will go up. As soon as these words fell, Shahu's figure leapt up more than 100 meters into the air, like a great pung spreading its wings as he approached the center of the island. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, angry shouts came from all around, and at least a dozen cultivators wrapped in red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Shahu. The red light around these cultivators' body was a clear sign of their vitality, and from the intensity of this light, it was easy to infer their vitality. Some of the Serene Soul Island cultivators Xianxia had encountered before were either too weak or had not used their full strength, so they did not show such signs. But at this moment, after learning Shahu's true identity, the dozen or so masters from Serene Soul Island no longer cared about hiding their strength and used their full strength. Shahu ignored the pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators and simply stared coldly forward, his eyes showing neither sadness nor joy, neither surprise nor fear, only a murderous intent. The dozen or so cultivators were overjoyed, and each of them desperately pushed the strength in their bodies to send out a powerful attack toward Shahu. But before their attacks could reach him, a young man strangely appeared behind Shahu and quietly floated in the air as if he was flying, facing the fierce pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators. This young man still smiled lightly and waited until they were close enough before punching out with both fists. In the air, a series of fist images rained down like a violent storm, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the crimson light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Every one of them seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards amidst screams and cries of alarm. Among them, the bodies of several people even exploded in midair. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the remaining cultivators who were not dead smashed into the nearby houses, creating large holes in them one after another. Amidst the blood, there were bits and pieces of internal organs, many of them falling to the ground, their vitality fading. The thousands of onlookers were in an uproar as they stared at the young man who was still floating in the air, everyone's eyes filled with horror. The dozen or so people who had just attacked Shah, who were all famous masters on Serene Soul Island. No one knew how strong they were in the outside world, but on Serene Soul Island, each one of them was strong enough to rank in the top 100. They were all capable subordinates of Mingyu. But in the face of this young man's attacks, more than a dozen of them had died or been injured, none of them able to get up. It could be said that they had all been wiped out. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Compared to this young man, Shahu's name was already known to many people. On Serene Soul Island, Zhou was not the only one who recognized Shahu. Among the onlookers, many of them also remembered the island master, Shahu, from 100 years ago. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island knew what the situation was. The former island master had come to seek revenge on the current island master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime show, and no one wanted to miss it. However, the young man who had just displayed his invincible might was standing in front of them, so no one dared to chase after him. Those cultivators who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to act rashly either. The miserable state of the dozen or so cultivators were still vivid in their minds, and they could still hear the weak screams of pain echoing in their ears. As long as they did not want to die, they would not dare to provoke Xianxia again. Xianxia glanced around and said with a smile, "Old Xia wants to challenge Mingyu. All of you should just watch from afar. If anyone dares to step forward, don't blame this Yang for being ruthless." Normally, when such an unknown young man said such words, no one would pay attention to him. But after he had repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, his words carried absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him. The onlookers simply stood in place and watched from a distance, wanting to know who was stronger between the former island master and the current island master. At the center of the island, a great battle had obviously broken out. Shahu's angry roar could be heard from far away, as if he was in the mood to kill. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, the concepts of strength triggered by the collision of fists and feet could be clearly transmitted. The sound of explosions and tremors in the air poured into everyone's ears, causing their blood to boil and fear to boil. Xianxia stood in place and thought for a moment before drawing a line on the ground with his finger and then walking towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to cross the line and could only watch the shocking battle from afar. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could only endure the anxiety in their hearts. A distance of more than a dozen kilometers was crossed by Xianxia in just a dozen breaths. At the foot of the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already a number of bloody corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by Shahu. There were also some other cultivators standing not far away, paying close attention with bewildered looks on their faces. They didn't dare to step forward and intervene at will. When Shahu first arrived here, he had killed several of them in a flash, establishing a fierce and peerless image. Unless these people wanted to die, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Shahu. Now, only Mingyu was fighting with Shahu alone. Xianxia didn't put the spectating masters in his eyes, and instead cast his gaze towards Mingyu. Mingyu was a scholarly middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, and in terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. However, his physical strength was countless times greater than Mou's. The dark red light around his body was extremely dense, demonstrating the tyrannical power of his vitality. Every movement he made was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Shahu's vitality was in no way inferior to Mingyu's. When Xianxia arrived, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle that left huge craters in the ground one after another. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, and even the central building had a wall collapsed and was leaning to one side. Xianxia watched for a moment and couldn't help raising his brow. Shahu regarded Mingyu as his greatest enemy, and every time he mentioned Mingyu, the hatred in his eyes was not without reason. Xianxia was certain that 3 months ago, Shahu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Shahu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Shahu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills. He had refined himself and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious, and it would be easier for them to recover. Xianxia had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Shahu undoubtedly had the advantage. Chapter 17:14. Little Mingyu, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you? This old master will never forget the enmity of the past. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Xiahu shouted as he fought with Mingyu, his two fists twisting like pythons as they passed through Mingyu's defenses from an incredible angle and slammed into his chest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the red light around Mingyu's body trembled violently, but the effect was not great and he quickly recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyu used his hand as a blade and slashed down fiercely, his palms seemingly transforming into a peerless blade as it struck Xiahu's shoulder. Xiahu's body sank, and he grimaced in pain for a moment. To be honest, the fact that you were able to live to this day really surprised this island. Mingyu's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Xiahu's violent rage. But what surprised this island even more is that your strength has grown to such an extent. It seems you have had many fortuitous encounters in the past 100 years. Xiahu laughed loudly. No fortuitous encounters, but I did meet a noble. Mingyu frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of Xianxia. Almost instantly, he understood the hidden message in Xiahu's words and felt that this unfamiliar face, Xianxia, should be the noble Xiahu spoke of. Mingyu, you are no longer this old master's opponent. This old master will tear you to pieces. Xiahu continued to roar, seemingly in a frenzy, but in his heart, he knew better than anyone that it was impossible to defeat Mingyu just by relying on hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness. These seemingly meaningless words were only meant to disturb Mingyu's mind. This island master will wait and see. Mingyu's tone was still indifferent, as if he did not put Xiahu in his eyes at all. In the middle of the battle, the two figures were entangled, their fists landing on flesh, blood splashing everywhere, and from time to time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was simple and violent. This fierce and thrilling battle caused all the onlookers to be stunned. Needless to say, Mingyu's subordinates had never seen Mingyu use his full strength before. At this moment, they realized that Mingyu had not become the island master by luck. His true battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Even Kaiyang was watching from his side with great interest. Although Xianxia was confident that his physical strength was stronger than Mingyu and Xiahu's, he knew that both Mingyu and Xiahu were powerful cultivators who had made great achievements in the aspect of physical strength. There weren't many opportunities to observe such a cultivator's battle up close. He put himself in their shoes, observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and actually gained some small gains. Time passed slowly. The battle between Xiahu and Mingyu continued at an astonishing speed and intensity, but they were still evenly matched. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. During the battle, the two of them would stuff some shadowed heaven pills into their mouths from time to make up for the consumption of their qi and blood and the lack of physical strength. He kept the crimson light outside his body in its strongest state. Mingyu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to them if Mingyu was defeated. Although they wanted to help, they didn't have the courage, so they could only turn their attention to Xianxia. However, after Xianxia killed the two people who came to provoke him, the rest of them no longer dared to act rashly. Among these people, their strength was basically equal. Even if there was someone stronger, they couldn't be that strong. Xianxia had crushed two of their companions like ants, so if they still couldn't see how strong Xianxia was, they would be blind. The battle here started quickly and ended quickly, so it didn't affect the battle between Mingyu and Xiahu. However, after perceiving Xianxia's strength, Mingyu obviously paid more attention to him. Xiahu immediately seized this opportunity and began bombarding Mingyu with all his strength. The stalemate began to slowly tilt in Xiahu's favor. Xiahu's momentum grew stronger. The crimson light outside his body was even stronger than before, and with an irresistible momentum, it madly suppressed Mingyu. Mingyu's situation became more and more tense. The several cultivators who had been standing nearby, watching the battle, also turned pale. Even they could see that the battle was beginning to turn against Mingyu. Although the degree was very subtle, in the long run, Mingyu's disadvantage would only grow bigger and bigger, and he would eventually be defeated. Was Shahu really so strong? They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the strength of Mingyu and Shahu was absolutely evenly matched. At the beginning of the battle, even Yang Kai had not been able to predict the outcome of the battle, but now, if nothing unexpected happened, Shahu's victory was almost certain. Mingyu would not be able to reverse his decline. Indeed, as Yang Kai expected, as time passed, Mingyu's disadvantage grew bigger and bigger, while Shahu became fiercer and fiercer. Out of 10 moves, 8 of them were on the offensive, while Mingyu could only passively defend, his momentum slowly being worn down. In the end, when Mingyu struck out with his palm and revealed an opening, Shahu took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Mingyu!" This roar seemed to be able to vent the anger he had accumulated over 100 years. Pushing his blood force madly, Shahu dodged Mingyu's blow and thrust his hand towards Mingyu's heart. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. A fierce grin appeared on Shahu's face. Mingyu, whose life was hanging by a thread, showed no signs of panic as he glanced indifferently at Shahu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling into a sarcastic smile as he said lightly, "Shahu, you will never know how strong this island master is." Shahu's heart clenched as he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of Saint Qi surged from Mingyu's body, causing his already tyrannical momentum to soar and a protective layer of Saint Qi to appear around his body, blocking Shahu's blow. The power of his Shi suddenly burst out. Shahu felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to break free, his state of mind instantly affected by Mingyu's Shi. Mingyu struck out with his palm and struck Shahu's chest. Asterisk wa. Asterisk with a loud bang. Shahu was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. After he staggered to the ground, the red light around his body had dimmed greatly and his face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Mingyu, who was standing over there, his eyes trembling violently as he called out, "How did you? You can still use your Saint Qi, right?" Mingyu smiled faintly. Shadowed Soul Island has its own world principles, so it is impossible for any cultivator who enters here to use their Saint Qi. This is indeed the case. However, this Island Master broke the world principles here, so I'm the Island Master, not you. Impossible. Shahu roared, his face filled with unwillingness. "Nothing is impossible." Mingyu laughed lightly. Mingyu smiled lightly, looking down on the blood-soaked Shahu, as if to prove his words. A burst of power burst out from his body. This was Saint Qi. This was the Saint Qi fluctuations of a third-order origin returning Realm Master. Shahu was dumbfounded as he stood in place. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai was on par with Mingyu. Just now, he had been able to almost kill Mingyu because of his 100 years of endurance and perseverance. But if Mingyu could use his Saint Qi, Yang Kai would not be his opponent at all. Shahu opened his mouth, but found that he could not utter a single word. The continuous high-intensity battle had almost exhausted him, and after realizing that Mingyu was no match for him, the momentum he had been maintaining suddenly dissipated, and a sense of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, and Shahu turned his head with a pale face, only to find that Yang Kai was standing next to him at some point. "Yang Kai." Shahu's voice was dry. "I'm sorry, this old master has implicated you." He had misjudged the situation. This time, he had failed to take revenge, and not only would he die here, but Yang Kai would also be buried with him. Being able to use his Saint Qi on Serene Soul Island meant that Mingyu was basically the master of this place, and no one could resist him. "Old Sha is too serious. Take a rest and let me handle this." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the fear Shahu had imagined. Shahu was surprised, not knowing what Yang Kai was relying on to face an opponent who could use his Saint Qi and Shi, but seeing him so calm and composed, Shahu could not help feeling encouraged and nodded before taking a few steps back. Mingyu did not speak again, simply staring at Yang Kai with interest. Seeing him stare back at him without the slightest fear, Mingyu smiled slightly and said, "How about joining me?" I can make you the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island. From then on, you will be second only to me." Several of Ming Yu's subordinates immediately directed envious looks towards Yang Kai, their brow furrowed slightly, as if they were waiting for Yang Kai to agree so they could step forward and flatter him. Vice Island Master. This was an unprecedented position. On Serene Soul Island, although Ming Yu was the Island Master, no one had ever been able to become a Vice Island Master. Ming Yu did not seem to have any intention of establishing such a position. His subordinates had tried many times to become Vice Island Master, but Ming Yu had never agreed. None of them dared to act too rashly and could only leave things as they were. But today, Ming Yu had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Yang Kai, so how could these cultivators not be envious? Not interested. To their surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. How could the trivial position of Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island enter Yang Kai's eyes? He was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. If Serene Soul Island had not become an independent space with its own world principles, it would definitely belong to Shadowed Star and be dominated by Yang Kai. Wouldn't becoming the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island be lowering his status? Ming Yu raised his brow and said lightly, "This Island Master is a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You'll be even more disappointed. Do you want to oppose this Island Master?" Ming Yu stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Not really. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Ming Yu frowned and sighed. "In that case, this Island Master will grant you death." Yang Kai laughed. "You don't have the ability." Old Sha was right about one thing. "What?" Ming Yu and Sha Hu asked at the same time. "It's impossible for you to break the world principles here," Yang Kai sneered. "You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.